Let's hit that again. Okay, looks like we're back at it right there. Thank you guys for being patient on TikTok. Just gotta make sure we get my YouTube people on and working right. Looks like we got you guys back. Let me just... Whoa, I almost dumped all that coffee all over my computer. How fun would that have been? That would have been so awesome if I would have just, after how far I've come, just dumped my coffee all over my computer. That would be really cool. Okay, I'm going to just make sure I have this in the right playlist so it's easily accessible for everybody. Thank you for your patience. Back. Latest Bible in a year. Boom. Okay. Looks like I got it all set. Perfect. See, Ben, that worked. That really stressed me out doing that. I was worried it was like all gonna delete somehow. So now that'll be saved for you guys can go back and watch it now, so it'll be saved. Just want to check one more thing. Make sure the website's still good. Yep. Okay. Sweet. All right. We're live. We're good. Okay. Let's do this. Let's get on with it. I'm just procrastinating because it just kind of feels nice to take a break right now. I don't want to get too comfortable though. Watching from Iceland. That's awesome. Thanks for joining. Sweet. All right, perfect timing. Let's do this. You guys ready? Is the music okay? It should be good now. I turned it down a little bit for you guys watching on YouTube. Just let me know if it's getting too loud or if there's something I need to change. And for those of you that have been watching, for you guys on TikTok and on YouTube, if someone new comes in and they're asking questions, I'm going to be reading. So just if you could help kind of host them a little bit and answer any questions, that would be great. Okay, but we're going. The Lord spoke to Moses in the wilderness of Sinai in the tent of meeting on the first day of the second month in the second year after they had come of the land of Egypt, saying, "Take a census all the congregation of the people of Israel by clans, by father's house." Oh, and excuse me. Take a census of all the congregation of the people of Israel by clans, by the fathers' houses, according to the number of names, every male, head by head, from 20 years old and upward, all in Israel, who are able to go to war. You and Aaron shall list them company by company, and there shall be with you a man for each tribe, each man being the head of the house of his fathers. And these are the names of the men who shall assist you: from Reuben, Eleazar, Eluzar, the son of Shedor; from Simeon, Shelumiel, the son of Zerishuvidai, I don't know if that is; from Judah, Nashon, the son of Amminadab; from Issachar, Nathaniel, the son of Zuar; the Zebulun, Elab, the son of Helon; the sons of Joseph; from Ephraim, to Elishama, the son of Aminahud; and from Manasseh, Gamaliel, the son of Pedasur; from Benjamin, Abedin, son of Gideoni; from Dan, the Ahaziar, the sons of Ammishaddai; from Asher, the Pagiel, the son of Okran; from Gad, Elisaph, the son of Duelel; from Naphtali, Aharai, the son of Enan. These were the ones chosen from the congregation, the chiefs of their ancestral tribes, the heads of the clans of Israel. Moses and Aaron took these men who had been named, and on the first day of the second month they assembled the whole congregation together, who registered themselves by clans, by father's house, according to the number of names, from 21 years old and upward, head by head, as the Lord commanded Moses. So he listed them in the wilderness of Sinai: the people of Reuben, Israel's firstborn, their generations by generation, their fathers' houses, according to the number of names, head by head, every male from 20 years old and upward, all who were able to go to war. Those listed of the tribe of Reuben were 46,500. Of the people of Simeon, their generations by the clans, by their fathers' houses, those of them were listed according to the numbers and names, head by head, every male from 21 years old and upward, all who were able to go to war. Those listed of the tribe of Simeon were 59,300. Of the people of Gad, their generations by their clans, by their fathers' houses, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all who were able to go to war, listed of the tribe of Gad, were 45,650. Of the people of Judah and their generations by their clans, by their fathers' houses, according to the number of names, from 21 years old and upward, every man able to go to war. Those listed of the tribe of Judah were 74,600. Of the people of Issachar and their generations by their clans, by their fathers' houses, according to the number of names, from 21 years old and upward, every man able to go to war. Those who listed of the tribe of Issachar were 54,400. Of the people of Zebulun, their generations by their clans, by their fathers' houses, according to the number of names, from 21 years old and upward, every man able to go to war. Those listed of the tribe of Zebulun were 57,400. Of the people of Joseph, namely of the people of Ephraim, their generations by their clans, by their houses, according to the number of names, from 21 years old and upward, every man able to go to war. Those listed of the tribe of Ephraim were 40,500. Of the people of Manasseh, their generations by their clans, by their fathers' houses, according to the number of names, from 21 years old and upward, every man able to go to war. Those who listed of the tribe of Manasseh were 32,200. Of the people of Benjamin, their generations by their clans, by their fathers' houses, according to the number of names, from 21 years old and upward, every man able to go to war. Those listed of the tribe of Benjamin were 35,400. Of the people of Dan and their generations by their clans, by their fathers' houses, according to the number of names, from 21 years old and upward, every man able to go to war. Those listed of the tribe of Dan were 62,700. Of the people of Asher and their generations by their clans and by their fathers' houses, according to the number of names, from 21 years old and upward, every man able to go to war. Those listed of the tribe of Asher were 41,500. Of the people of Naphtali and their generation by their clans and by their fathers' houses, according to the number of names, from 21 years old and upward, every man able to go to war. Those listed of the tribe of Naphtali were 53,400. These are those who were listed, whom Moses and Aaron listed with the help of chiefs and of Israel, 12 men, each representing his father's house. So all those listed of the people of Israel by their fathers' houses, from 21 years old and upward, every man able to go to war, and all those who were listed were 603,550. But the Levites were not listed along with them by their ancestral tribe, for the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Only the tribe of Levi you shall not list, and you shall not take a census of them among the people of Israel, but appoint the Levites over the tabernacle of the testimony, of over its furnishings, and over all of that belongs to it. They are to carry the tabernacle and all its furnishings, and they to take care of it. They shall camp around the tabernacle when the tabernacle is set out, and the Levites shall take it down when the tabernacle is to be pitched. The Levites shall set it up, and if any outsider comes near, he shall be put to death. The people of Israel shall pitch their tents by their companies, each man in his own camp, and each man by his own standard. But the Levites shall camp around the tabernacle of the testimony, so that there may be no wrath on the congregation of the people of Israel. And the Israelites shall keep guard over the tabernacle of testimony. Thus did the people of Israel. They did according to all that the Lord commanded. Numbers 2, arrangement of the camp. The Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron, saying, These people of Israel shall camp each by his own standard with the banner of the fathers' houses. They shall camp facing the tent of meeting on every side. Those that camp on the east side toward the sunrise shall be on the standard of the camp of Judah by their companies. Each of the people of Judah, being Nahashan, the son of Aminadab, his company has listed, being 74,600. Those that camp next to him shall be the tribe of Issachar. The tribe of the people of Issachar, being Nathaniel, the son of Zuar, his company as listed being 54,400. Then the tribe of Zebulun, the chief of people, Zebulun being Eliab, the son of Helon, his company was listed as 57,400. All those listed of the camp of Judah by their companies were 186,400. They shall set out first on the march. On the south side shall be the standard of the camp of Reuben by their companies. The chief of the people of Reuben being Eleazar, the son of Shadar, his company as listed being 46,500. And to the camp next to him shall be the tribe of Simeon. The chief of the people of Simeon being Shemuel, the son of Jerishadai, his company has listed being 59,300. Then the tribe of Gad, the chief of the people of Gad being Eliasaph, the son of Reuel, his company as listed as 45,650. All those listed at the camp of Reuben by their companies were 151,450, and they shall set out second. Then the tent of meeting shall set out with the company of Levites in the midst of the camps as they camp. So they shall set out each in position, standard by standard. On the west side shall be standard of the camp of Ephraim by their companies. The chief of people by Ephraim being Elishama, the son of Amihud, his company listed as being 40,500. And next to him that shall be the tribe of Manasseh, the chief people of Manasseh being Gamaliel, the son of Pedahzur, his company as listed being 32,200. Then the tribe of Benjamin, the chief of the people of Benjamin being Abidan, the son of Gedini, his company as listed being 35,400. All those listed of the camp of Ephraim by their companies were 108,100. They shall set out third on the march. On the north, man, they were rocking deep. Man, this is like a Helm's Deep battle. They set out third on the march. On the north side shall be the standard of the camp of Dan by their companies. The chief of the people of Dan being Ahazar, the son of Amishadai, his company as listed being 62,000. And those that camp next to him shall be the tribe of Asher, the chief of the people of Asher being Pagiel, the son of Orchan. This company is listed being 41,000. Then the tribe of Naphtali, the chief of the people of Naphtali being Aharai, the son of Enan, his company is listed being 53,400. All those who listed of the camp of Dan were 157,600. They shall set out at last during standard by standard. These are the people of Israel as listed by their fathers' houses. All those listed in the camp by their company, 603,550. But the Levites were not listed among the people of Israel. As the Lord commanded Moses, thus did the people of Israel. According to all that the Lord commanded Moses, they camped by their standard as they set out each one in his clan, according to his father's house. Numbers 3. These are the generations of Moses and Aaron and Moses. At that time when the Lord spoke to Moses on Mount Sinai, these are the names of the sons of Aaron: Nadab, the firstborn; Abihu, Eleazar, Ithamar. These are the names of the sons of Aaron, the anointed priest, whom he ordained to serve as priests. But Nadab and Abihu died before the Lord when they offered unauthorized fire before the Lord in the wilderness of the Sinai, and they had no children. So Eleazar, Ithamar served as priests in the lifetime of Aaron their father. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Bring the tribe of Levi near, and set them before Aaron the priest, and they may minister to him. They shall keep guard over him, and over the whole congregation before the tent of meeting. As they minister at the tabernacle, they shall guard all the furnishings of the tent of meeting, and keep guard over the people of Israel as they minister at the tabernacle. And you shall give the Levites to Aaron as his sons, and they are wholly given to him from among the people of Israel. And you shall appoint Aaron and his sons, and they shall guard their priesthood. But if any outsider comes near, he shall be put to death. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Behold, I have taken the Levites from among the people of Israel, instead of every firstborn who opens the womb among the people of Israel. Oh, interesting. And the Lord spoke to Moses, Behold, I have taken the Levites from among the people of Israel, instead of every firstborn who opens the womb among the people of Israel. The Levites shall be mine, for all the firstborns are mine. On that day I struck down all the firstborns in Egypt. I consecrated from my own all the firstborn in Israel, both of man and beast. They shall be mine. I am the Lord. And the Lord spoke to Moses in the wilderness in Sinai, saying, List the sons of Levi by fathers' houses and by the clans, every male from a month old and upward you shall list it. So Moses listed them according to the word of the Lord he was commanded. And these were sons of Levi by their names: Gershon, Kohath, Merari, I don't know how to say that. And these are the names of the sons of Gershon by their clans: Libni and Shimei. And the sons of Kohath by their clans: Amram, Izhar, Hebron, and Uziel. And the sons of Merari by their clans: Maheli and Mushi. These are the clans of the Levites by their fathers' houses. To Gershon belonged the clan of the Libnites and the clan of the Shemites. These were the clans of the Gershonites. These are the listing according to the number of all the males from a month old and upward was 7,500. The clans of the Gershonites were to camp behind the tabernacle on the west with the Elisaph, the son of Lael, as the chief of the father's house of the Gershonites. And the guard duty of the sons of Gershon and the tent of meeting involved the tabernacle, the tent, its covering, the screen for the entrance of the tent meeting, the hangings of the court, the screen for the door, the court that is around the tabernacle, and all the altar and its cords and all its service connected with these. To Kohath belonged the clan of the Amorites, and the clan of Izharites, the clan of the Hebonites, and the clan of the Uzielites. These are the clans of the Kohathites. According to the number of all the males from a month old and upward, they were 8,600. Keeping guard over the sanctuary, the clans of the sons of Kohath were to camp on the south side of the tabernacle with Elisaphan, the son of Uziel, as chief of the father's house clans of Kohathites. And their guard duty involved the ark, the tablet, the table, the lampstand, the altars, the vessels of the sanctuary with which the priests minister, and the screen of the service connected with these. And Eleazar, the son of Aaron, the priest, was to be chief over the chiefs of Levites, and to have oversight of those who kept guard over the sanctuary. The Merari belonged the clan of Mahalites and the clan of Mushites. These are the clans of Merari. Their listings according the number of males from a month old. I think I heard something. Nah, I'm just tripping. That was no one. Their listing according the number of all males from a month old and upward, 6,200. And the chief of the father's house of the clans of Merari was Zeriel, the son of Abihil. They were to camp on the north side of the tabernacle, and the appointed guard of the sons of Merari involved the frames of the tabernacle, the bars, the pillars, the bases, and the exercises, all the service connected with these. Also the pillars around the court with their bases and pegs and cords those who were to encamp before the tabernacle on the east, before the tent of meeting towards sunrise, were Moses and Aaron and his sons guarding the sanctuary itself to protect the people of Israel. And any outsider who came near was to be put to death. And those who listed among the Levites, whom Moses and Aaron listed as a commandment of the Lord by clans, all the males from a month old and upward were 22,000. And the Lord said to Moses, list all the firstborn males and of the people of Israel, from a month old and upward, taking the number of their names. And you shall take the Levites for me. I am the Lord. Instead of the firstborn among the people of Israel, and the cattle of the Levites, instead of the firstborn among the cattle of the people of Israel. So Moses listed all the firstborn among the people of Israel, and the Lord commanded him, and all the firstborn males according to the number of names from a month old and upward as listed were 22,273. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, take the Levites instead of all the firstborns among you, among the people of Israel, and the cattle of the Levites instead of their cattle, and the Levites shall be mine, and I am the Lord. And as the redemption price for 273 of the firstborn people of Israel over and above the number of male Levites, you shall take 5 shekels per head, and you shall take them according to the shekel of sanctuary, the shekel of 20 gerahs, and give the money to Aaron and his sons as the redemption price for those who are over. So Moses took the redemption money for those who were over and above those redeemed by the Levites from the firstborn of the people of Israel took money. 1,365 shekels by the shekel of the sanctuary, and Moses gave redemption to money to Aaron and Moses according to the word of the Lord, as the Lord commanded Moses. Way to go, Alex. We'll talk about revisiting those back exercises real soon. Yeah, I'm already feeling it in my hand and my back hunched over. I should have got a different chair to make me have better posture. Okay. Numbers 4. Harrison, I am 11 hours in. 11 hours and 17 minutes in. 11 hours, 17 minutes in, and I am on Numbers 4. We've read 3 books of the Bible. Numbers 4. Numbers chapter 4. Have you ate? Yes, I had someone send me a burger. Angel sent me a burger. And my wife brought me mac and cheese, and I had a salad and what do you call it? A protein shake earlier. Back at it. The Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron, saying, take a census of the sons of Kohath from among you, among the sons of Levi, by their clans and their fathers' houses, from 30 years up to 50 years old, all who can come on duty to do the work in the tent of meeting. This is the service of the sons of Kohath in the tent of meeting. The most holy things, when the camp is set out, Aaron and his sons shall go in and take the veil of the cross and cover the ark of testimony with it. Then they shall put on it a covering of goatskin, and spread on top of that a cloth of all the blue, and shall put in its poles, and over the table of the bread of presence they shall spread a cloth of blue, and put on its plates the dishes for incense, the bowls, the flagons, for the drink offering. The regular showbread also shall be on it. Then they shall spread over them a cloth of scarlet, and cover the same with a covering of goatskin. And they shall put. I'm gonna kind of move this out of the way a little bit. Whoops. Kind of want to have it towards my mouth. I'm gonna do it like this. Okay. And over the table of bread, the present, they shall spread a cloth of blue on its plates, the dishes for incense, the bowls, and the flagons for drinks. The regular showbread shall also be on it. When they shall spread over them a cloth of scarlet, and cover the same with a covering of goatskin, and shall put in its poles, they shall take a cloth of blue and cover the lampstand for light with its lamps, its tongs, its trays, and all the vessels for oil which is supplied. And they shall put in it with all its utensils and a covering of goatskin, and put it on a carrying frame. And over the golden altar they shall spread a cloth of blue and covering, and cover it with a goat skin, and shall put in its poles. And they shall take all the vessels of service that are used in the sanctuary, put them in a cloth of blue, and cover them with a covering of goat skin, and put them on a carrying frame. And they shall take away the ashes from the altar and spread a purple cloth over it. And they shall put on its utensils of the altar, which used for the service there, the fire pans, the works, the shovels, the basins, all the utensils of the altar. They shall spread on it a covering of goat skin, and shall put in it its poles. And when Aaron and his sons have finished covering the sanctuary and all its furnishings of the sanctuary, as the camp sets out after that, the sons of Kohath shall come to carry these, but they must not touch the holy things, lest they must die. These are the things of the tent meeting that the sons of Kohath are to carry. And Eleazar the son of Aaron the priest shall charge of the oil for the light, and the fragrant incense, and the regular offerings, and the anointing, with the oversight of the tabernacle and all that was in it, of the sanctuary and its vessels. The Lord spoke to Moses and saying, let not the tribe of the clans of the Kohathites be destroyed from among the Levites, but deal thus with them, that they may live and not die, for they come near to the most holy things. And Aaron and his sons shall go in and appoint them each in his task and to his burden. And they shall not go in to look on the holy things even for a moment, lest they die. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, take a census of the sons of Gershon also, by their father's house and by their clans. From 30 years up to 50 years old you shall list them, and all who can come to duty and to do service in the tent of meeting. This is the service of the clans of the Gershonites. In serving and bearing burdens they shall carry the curtain of the tabernacle and the tent of meeting with its covering, and the covering of goatskin that is on top of it, and screen for the entrance of the tent meeting, and the hangings of the court, and the screen of the entrance of the gate, and the court that is around the tabernacle, and the altar, and their cords, and all their equipment for their service. They shall do all that needs to be done with regards to them. And the service of the sons of the Gershonites shall be a command of Aaron and his sons, and all that they are to carry, and all that they have to do. And they shall assign to their charge all they are to carry. This is the service of the clans of the sons of the Gershonites in the tent of meeting, and their guard duty is to be under the direction of Ithamar the son of Aaron the priest. As for the sons of Merari, the sons, you shall list them by their clans and their fathers' houses. From the 30 years old up to 50 years old you shall list them, everyone who comes on duty to do service of the tent of meeting. And this is what in the tent of meeting, and this is what they're charged to carry as the whole of their service in the tent of meeting: the frames of the tabernacle with it, bars, pillars, and bases, and pillars around the court with their bases, pegs and cords with all their equipment and all their accessories. And you shall list them by name, name the objects that they are required to carry. This is the service of the clans of the sons of Merari, the whole of their service in the tent of meeting, under the direction of Ithamar the son of Aaron the priest. And Moses and Aaron the chief of the congregation listed the sons of Kohathites by their clans and their fathers' houses, from 30 years old and 50 years old, everyone who could come on duty for service in the tent of meeting. And those who listed by clans were 2,750. And this was the list of the clans of the Kohathites. All were served in the tent of meeting, whom Moses and Aaron listed according to the commandment of the Lord by Moses, who's listed of the sons of Gershon by their clans and by their fathers' houses, from 30 years old up to 50 years old, everyone who could come on duty for the service in the tent of meeting. Those listed by their clans and their fathers' houses were 2,630. This was the list of clans of the sons of Gershon, all who served in the tent of meeting, whom Moses and Aaron listed according to the commandment of the Lord. Those who listed of the clans of the sons of Merari by their clans and their fathers' houses, from 30 years old up to 50 years old, everyone who come on duty for service in the tent of meeting, those listed by clans were 3,200. This was the list of the clans of the sons of Merari, whom Moses and Aaron listed according to the commandment of the Lord by Moses. All who were listed of the Levites, whom Moses and Aaron and the chiefs of Israel listed by their clans and by in their fathers' houses, from 30 years old and 50 years old. Everyone who could come to do the service of ministry and the service of bearing burdens in the tent of meeting, those listed were 8,580 according to the commandment of the Lord through Moses. They were thus listed, each one with his task, a task of serving or caring. Thus they were listed by him as the Lord commanded Moses. Thank you for the gifts. Thank you for the gifts. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. I see that. Thank you. Thank you for the roses. Someone said, am I 11 minutes in? I am 11 hours in. 11 hours and 25 minutes in. We're on Numbers 5. Throat is feeling a little scratchy. Big Tim in the building. Love you, Dad. What page am I at? Numbers 5. Numbers 5. You can see if anybody at any time you wanna check out the YouTube. Best live content on TikTok. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. Hey, you have the same name as my dad. That was who I was just shouting out. Wait, someone said, sorry, I'm meaning to get back in. Someone said I texted the number and it does nothing. What number? I didn't put out a number. I didn't list any number. So whoever just put that, if someone's putting numbers out there, I didn't list any numbers, so be careful. The only thing if you want more information on this, it's if you go and subscribe to the YouTube. I'm live right here, right now. YouTube at Bethel's Rock. Oh, it said text 77411 saying B-Rock belong. Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, if you type that BROCK belong, it should send you a link to fill out. But if that doesn't work, if you're overseas, it might not work. But here, if you want to be a part of the reading plan, brother, go to Bethel's Rock. So go on YouTube to Bethel's Rock. You'll see me live there, and then go BETHELSROCK.org/Bible in a year, and then you can download our reading plan. Okay? Sorry, I'm just helping out. My friend in there. He was asking questions. Okay? So if you guys, I was helping him out because he was looking to get the reading plan. Go over to the YouTube. I'm live on here right now. I have both of you. I'm talking to both of you right now for YouTube. Go to the YouTube channel. Subscribe. We're going to be doing lives throughout the entire year, going through the Bible, matching with the reading plan that we have for you guys. January 8th to December 31st. Okay? It's Bethel's Rock, and if you want to look that up, it's BETHELSROCK.org/Bible in a year, and you can download the plan. How long have you been reading the Bible for now? 11 hours, 29 minutes. All right, Numbers 5. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, command the people of Israel that they put out of the camp everyone who is leprous, as a discharge, and everyone who is unclean through contact with the dead. They shall be put out, both male and female, putting them outside of the camp, that they may not defile their camp in the midst of which I dwell. And the people of Israel did so, and the people outside of the camp, as the Lord said to Moses, so the people of Israel did. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, speak to the people of Israel, when a man or woman commits any of the sins that people commit by breaking faith with the Lord, and the person realizes his guilt, he shall confess his sin that he has committed, and he shall make full restitution for his wrong, adding a fifth to it, and giving it to him to whom he did the wrong. But if a man has no next of kin to whom restitution may be made for the wrong, the restitution for the wrong shall go to the Lord for the priest. In addition, the ram of atonement on which the atonement is made for him, and every contribution of the holy donations of the people of Israel in which they bring the priest shall be his. Each one is kept to keep his holy donations. Whatever anyone gives to the priest shall be his. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the people of Israel. If any man's wife goes astray and breaks faith with him, if a man lies with her sexually and is hidden from the eyes of her husband, she is undetected though she has defiled herself, and there is no witness against her, since she is not taken in the act. And if the spirit of jealousy comes over him, and he is jealous of his wife who has defiled herself, or if the spirit of jealousy comes over him, and he is jealous, has defiled herself, and the spirit comes over him, and he is jealous of his wife, though she has not defiled herself, then the man shall bring his wife to the priest, and bring the offering required of her, 1/10 of an ephah, barley of flour. And he shall pour oil on it, and put frankincense on it, and for it is a grain offering of jealousy, and a grain offering of remembrance, bringing iniquity to remembrance. And the priest shall bring her near, and set her before the Lord. And the priest shall take holy water in an earthenware vessel, and take some of the dust that is on the floor of the tabernacle, and put it on the water. And the priest shall set the woman before the Lord, and unbind the hair of the woman's head, and place it in her hands, and the grain offering of remembrance, in which is the grain offering of jealousy, and is the hand that the priest shall have the water of bitterness that brings the curse. Then the priest shall make her take an oath, saying, If no man has lain with you, and if you have turned aside to uncleanness while you were under your husband's authority, be free from this water of bitterness that brings the curse. But if you have gone astray, though you are under your husband's authority, and if you have defiled yourself, and some man other than your husband has lain with you, then the priest make the woman take the oath of curse, and say to the woman, The Lord make you a curse and an oath among your people, when the Lord makes your thigh fall away and your body swell. May the water that brings the curse pass into your bowels, and make your womb swell and your thigh fall away. And the woman shall say, Amen, amen. Then the priest shall write these curses in a book, and wash them off in the water of bitterness. And he shall make the woman drink the water of bitterness that brings the curse. And the water that shall enter into her, and cause bitter pain. And the priest shall take the grain offering of jealousy out of the woman's hand, and shall wave the grain offering before the Lord, and bring it to the altar. And the priest shall take a handful of grain offering as its memorial proportion, and bring it on the altar, and afterwards shall make the woman drink the water. And when he has made her drink the water, then with her husband, the water that brings the curse shall enter her, and cause her bitter pain, and her womb shall swell, and her thigh shall fall away, and the woman shall become a curse among her people. But if the woman has not defiled herself and is clean, then she shall bear free, and shall conceive children. This is the law in cases of jealousy. When a wife, though under her husband's authority, goes astray and defiles herself, or when the spirit of jealousy comes over a man, and he is jealous of his wife, then he shall set the woman before the Lord, and the priest shall carry out for her all this law, and the man shall be free from iniquity, but the woman shall bear her iniquity. What chapter were we on? We just got to number 6 to answer your question. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the people of Israel, and say to them, when either a man or a woman makes a special vow, the vow of the Nazirite, to separate himself to the Lord, he shall separate himself from wine and strong drink. He shall drink no vinegar made from wine, or wine and strong drink. He shall drink no vinegar made from wine or strong drink, and shall not drink any juice of grapes, or eat grapes fresh or dried. All the days of his separation he shall eat nothing that is produced by grapevine, not even the seeds or the skins. All the days of the vow of the separation no razor shall touch his head, until the time is completed for which he separates himself to the Lord shall be holy. He shall let the locks of his hair of his head grow long. All the days that he separates himself to the Lord, he shall not go near a dead body, not even for his father or for his mother, for his brother or his sister. If they die, they shall make himself unclean, because his separation to God is on his head. All the days of his separation he is holy to the Lord. And if any man dies very suddenly beside him, and he defiles his consecrated head, then he shall shave his head on the day of his cleansing, and on the 7th day he shall shave it. And on the 8th day he shall bring 2 turtle doves and 2 pigeons to the priest in the entrance of the tent meeting. And the priest shall offer one for a sin offering and the other for a burnt offering, and make atonement because he sinned by reason of a dead body. And he shall consecrate his head at the same day, and separate himself to the Lord on the days of his separation, and bring a male lamb a year old for a guilt offering, but the previous period shall be void, because his separation was defiled. And this is the law of the Nazarite. Then the time of separation had been completed. He shall be brought to the entrance of the tent meeting, and he shall bring to his gift to the Lord 1 male lamb a year without blemish, for a burnt offering, and 1 ewe lamb a year without blemish as a sin offering, and a ram without blemish as a peace offering, and a basket of unleavened bread, loaves of fine flour mixed with oil, and their grain offering and their drink offerings. And the priest shall bring them before the Lord, and offer his sin offering and his burnt offerings. He shall offer the ram as a sacrifice of the peace offering to the Lord. With the basket of the unleavened bread, the priest shall offer also its grain offering it in drink offering. And the Nazarite shall shave his consecrated head at the entrance of the tent of meeting, and shall take the hair from the where is he going to do with the hair? He shall take the hair from his consecrated head and put it on the fire that is under the sacrifice of the peace offering. And the priest shall take the shoulder of the ram when it is boiled, and one unleavened loaf out of his basket, and 1 unleavened wafer, and he shall put them on the hands of the Nazarite after he has shaved the hair of his consecration. And the priest shall wave them from a wave offering before the Lord. They are a holy portion for the priest, together with the breast that is waved and the thigh that is contributed. And after that the Nazarite may drink wine, and this is the law of the Nazarite. But if he vows an offering to the Lord above this Nazarite vow, as he can afford, in exact accordance with the vow that he takes, then he shall do it in addition to the law of the Nazarite. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to Aaron and his sons, saying thus, You shall bless the people of Israel. You shall say to them, The Lord bless you, and the Lord keep you. The Lord make his face shine upon you. This is a song right here, so if you don't know the song, you can look this up. The Lord bless you, and the Lord keep you. The Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace. So shall they put my name upon the people of Israel, and I will bless them. I know how much you guys wanted me to sing that. Not going to do that though. Cameron says, love God. I love him too. $11 hours, 38 minutes. Join the Bible in a Year plan. Are you reading the entire Bible in one live? I am attempting to. I'm going to try my best. I'm going to do it until failure. This is my attempt at doing that. I appreciate the gift. Thank you for that. Thank you. Thank you guys. Appreciate you. Again, this will all be worth it. The reason why I'm doing this will all be worth it if you guys read your Bible and you seek God in 2024. I am doing this because God changed my life. I've heard the voice of God. He changed me, and I believe he can change you too. I experienced a love like I never have before. There's a peace that surpasses understanding. And a lot of you live like spiritual orphans, not understanding that you have a heavenly Father. I'd encourage you to join the Bible in a Year plan. That's the whole reason I am doing this. I am doing this so that you will read your Bible and you will seek God because he loves you. The things of the world are passing away quickly. Be a good investor. Be a good investor. Invest in something that's everlasting. 2024 can be that year for you. Go to my YouTube. I'm a pastor at a church called BETHELSROCK. Go to the YouTube and you can do the Bible in a year with us. You can have community and we're in this together and we're going to walk through the Bible together. So whatever questions you have, bring them. Subscribe to the channel. We'll be going live every Wednesday at 12 p.m. Cool? Let's seek God this year together. I want you to join that plan. If you go to BETHELSROCK.org/Bible in a year, you can download your free plan. And you'll be able to cross off the list each day and see what you need to read in order to accomplish the whole Bible over a year. If I can read it in a day, you can read it in a year. All right. Love you guys. I'm going to keep going. Number 7, on that day when Moses had finished, by the way, shout out Jordy. If that's the Jordy that I know from high school, that is super good to see you in here. I don't know why that would be. If it is, what is up? Love you too. Number 7, on that day when Moses had finished setting up the tabernacle and had anointed and consecrated it with all its furnishings and had anointed and consecrated the altar with all its utensils, the chief of Israel, heads of all their fathers' houses, who were the chiefs of the tribes who were over those who were listed, approached and brought their offerings before the Lord, 6 wagons and 12 oxen, a wagon for every 2 of the chiefs, and each one an ox. They brought them before the tabernacle, and then the Lord said to Moses, accept these from them, that they may be used in service of the tent of meeting, and give them to the Levites, to the man according to his service. So Moses took the wagons and oxen and gave them to the Levites. 2 wagons and 4 oxen he gave to the sons of Gershon according to their service, and 4 wagons and oxen he gave to the sons of Merari according to the service under the direction of Ithamar and the sons of Aaron the priest. But to the sons of Kohath he gave none, because they were charged the service of holy things and had to be carried on the shoulder. And the chiefs offered offerings for the dedication of the altar. On that day it was anointed, and the chief offered their offering before the Lord. And the Lord said to Moses, they shall offer their offerings, one chief each day, for the dedication of the altar. He who offered his offering the first day was Nahshon, I think that's how you say it, the son of Amminadab of the tribe of Judah, and his offering was 1 silver plate whose weight was 130 shekels, 1 silver basin of 70 shekels according to the shekel of sanctuary, both of them full of wine, flour mixed with oil for a grain offering, 1 golden dish of 10 shekels full of incense, 1 bull from the herd, and 1 ram male a year old from a burnt offering, 1 male goat for a sin offering, and 1 sacrifice for a peace offering, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 lambs a year old. This was the offering of Nahshon, the son of Amminadab. On the second day, Nathaniel, the son of Zuar, the chief of Issachar, made an offering. He offered for his offering 1 silver plate whose weight was 130 shekels, 1 silver basin of 70 shekels according to the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for a grain offering, 1 golden dish of 10 shekels full of incense, 1 bull from the herd, 1 ram, 1 male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, 1 male goat for a sin offering, and for sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old. This was the offering of Nathaniel, the son of Zuar. On the third day, Eliab, the son of Helon, the chief of the plate, of whose people was 130 shekels, 1 silver basin of 70 shekels according to the shekel of sanctuary, both of them the full of fine flour mixed with oil for a grain offering, 1 golden dish of 10 shekels full of incense, 1 bull from the herd, 1 ram, 1 male a year old, for a burnt offering, 1 male goat for a sin offering, and for the sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats and 5 male lambs as a year old. This was the offering of Eliab, the son of Helon. On the 4th day, Eleazar, the son of Shadur, the chief of the people of Reuben, his offering was 1 silver plate whose weight was 130 shekels, 1 silver basin of 70 shekels according to the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for a grain offering, 1 golden dish for 10 shekels full of incense, 1 bull for the herd, 1 ram, 1 male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, 1 male goat for a sin offering, and for sacrifice of peace offering 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old. This was the offering of Eleazar the son of Shadar. On the 5th day, Shelemiel the son of Sherishadai, the chief of the people the chief of the people of Simeon, his offering was 1 silver plate whose weight was 130 shekels, 1 silver basin of 70 shekels according to the shekels of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for a grain offering, 1 golden dish for 10 shekels full of incense, 1 bull from the herd, and 1 ram, 1 male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, 1 male goat for a sin offering, and for the sacrifice of peace offerings 2 oxen, 5 ram, 5 male goats, and 5 lambs a year old. This was the offering of Shemuel the son of Jerishadai. On the 6th day, the Elisaph the son of Duel, the chief of the people of Gad, his offering was a silver plate whose weight was 130 shekels, 1 silver basin of 70 shekels according to the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for a grain offering, 1 golden dish of 10 shekels full of incense, 1 bull from the herd, 1 ram, 1 male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, 1 male goat for a sin offering, and for the sacrifice of peace offering 2 oxen, 5 ram, 5 male goat, and 5 male lambs a year old. This was the offering of Elisaph the son of Duel. On the 7th day, Elishama the son of Ahimud, ooh, that's fun to say. Okay. The chief of the people of Ephraim, his offering was 1 silver plate whose weight was 130 shekels, 1 silver basin of 70 shekels. It's the one that this is amazing and really great trying thing to hear on social media, wondering what translation is being used to read. I'm in the ESV. The ESV. According to the shekel of sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for a grain offering, 1 golden dish of 10 shekel full of incense, 1 bull from the herd, 1 ram, 1 male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, 1 male goat for a sin offering, and for the sacrifice of peace offering 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old. This was the offering of Elishama the son of Ammihud. On the 8th day, Gamiel the son of Padusar, the chief of the people of Manasseh, his offering was a silver plate whose weight was 130 shekels, 1 silver basin for 70 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for a grain offering, 1 golden dish of 10 shekels full of incense, 1 bull from the herd, 1 ram, 1 male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, 1 male goat for a sin offering, and for the sacrifice of peace offerings 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old. This was the offering of Gamaliel, the son of Pedahzar. On the 9th day, the Abidan, the son of Gedini, the chief of the people of Benjamin, his offering was 1 silver plate whose weight was 130 shekels, 1 silver basin of 70 shekels according to the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for a grain offering, 1 golden dish of 10 shekels full of incense, 1 bull from the herd, 1 ram, and 1 male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, 1 male goat for a sin offering, and for the sacrifice of the peace of offering 2 oxen, 5 ram, 5 male goats, 5 male lambs a year old. This was the offering of Abidan, the son of Gidani. I swear I keep hearing things. Okay. Their economy was crazy. I think I was in this one. I think I was on the 10th day. On the 10th day, Ahizar, the son of Ammishaddai, the chief of the people of Dan, his offering was on the silver plate, whose weight was 130 shekels, 1 silver basin of 70 shekels according to the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for grain offering, 1 golden dish of 10 shekels full of incense, 1 bull from the herd, 1 ram, 1 male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, 1 male goat for a sin offering, and for the sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old. This was the offering of Ahazar, the son of Ammishaddai. On the 11th day, Pagiel, the son of Ochran, the chief of people of Asher, his offering was 1 silver plate, whose weight was 130 shekels, 1 silver basin of 70 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for a grain offering, 1 golden dish of 10 shekels full of incense, 1 bull from the herd, 1 ram, 1 male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, 1 male lamb for a goat for a sin offering, and for the sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old. This was the offering of Pagiel, the son of Ochran. On the 12th day, Aharai, the son of Enan, the chief of the people of Naphtali, his offering was silver plate, whose weight was 130 shekels, 1 silver basins, 70 shekels according to the shekel of sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil for a grain offering, 1 golden dish of 10 shekels full of incense, 1 bull from the herd, 1 ram, 1 male lamb a year old for the burnt offering, 1 male goat for a sin offering, for the sacrifice of the people offering, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old. This was the offering of Aharai, the son of Enan. This was the dedication of the offering for the altar on the day in which it was anointed. From the chiefs of Israel, 12 silver plates, 12 silver basins, 12 gold dishes. Each silver plate weighed 130 shekels, and each basin 70. All the silver in vessels 2,400 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary. The 12 golden dishes full of incense, weighing 10 shekels apiece, according to the shekel of sanctuary. All the gold of dishes being 120 shekels. All the cattle for the burnt offering, offering 12 bulls, 12 rams, 12 male lambs a year old when their grain offering, and 12 male goats for a sin offering. And all the cattle for the sacrifice of peace offering, 24 bulls, the rams 60, the males goat 60, the ram lambs a year old 60. This was dedication offering for the altar after it was anointed. And when Moses went into the tent of meeting to speak with the Lord, he heard the voice speaking to him from above the mercy seat. From the mercy seat that was on the ark of the testimony, from between the 2 cherubim, and it spoke to him. That's trippy. Oh. I was tripping. 11 hours, 52 minutes. For those of you watching on TikTok or you guys watching on YouTube, I got my mic kind of blocking it. 11 hours, 52 minutes. And we are on Numbers 8. Numbers 8. Now the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to Aaron and say to him, When you set up lamps, the 7 lamps shall give light in front of the lampstand. And Aaron did so, and he set up lamps in front of the lampstand as the Lord commanded Moses. And this was the workmanship of the lampstand, hammered work of gold, from which, from its base to its flowers, it has hammered work according to the pattern of the Lord had shown Moses. So he made the lampstand. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Take the Levites and among the people of Israel and cleanse them. Thus you shall go down. Thus you shall do to them to cleanse them. Sprinkle the water of purification upon them, and let them go with the razor all over their body, and wash their clothes and cleanse themselves. Then let them take a bull from the herd and its grain offering of flour mixed with oil, and you shall take another bull from the herd for a sin offering, and you shall bring the Levites before the tent of meeting and assemble at the congregation of the people of Israel. When you bring the Levites before the Lord, the people of Israel shall lay their hands on the Levites, and their Aaron shall offer the Levites before the Lord as a wave offering from the people of Israel, and they may do the service of the Lord. Then the Levites shall lay their hands on their heads and of the bulls, and you shall offer the one for a sin offering and the other for a burnt offering to the Lord. Lord to make atonement for the Levites, and you shall set the Levites before Aaron and his sons, and you shall offer them as a wave offering to the Lord. Thus you shall separate the Levites from among the people of Israel, and the Israelites and the Levites shall be mine. And after that, the Levites shall go into to serve at the tent of meeting when you have cleansed them and offered them as a wave offering, for they are wholly given to me from among people of Israel. Instead of all whom open the womb, the firstborn of all Israel, I have taken them for myself, for all the firstborn among the people of Israel are mine, both man and beast. On that day I struck down the firstborn in the land of Egypt. I consecrated them for myself, and I've taken the Levites instead of all the firstborn among the people of Israel. And I have given the Levites as a gift to Aaron and his sons from among the people of Israel to do service for the people of Israel at the tent of meeting, to make atonement for the people of Israel, so that there may be no plague among the people of Israel, when the people of Israel, oh my goodness, that's a lot of people of Israel, ooh, come near to the sanctuary. Thus did Moses and Aaron did all the congregation of the people of Israel, to the Levites according to the all that. Someone say people of Israel in the comments. According to all that the Lord commanded Moses concerning the Levites, the people of Israel did, there it is again, to them. And the Levites purified themselves from sin and washed their clothes, and Aaron offered them as a wave offering before the Lord. And Aaron made atonement for them to cleanse them. And after that, the Levites went in to do their service in the tent meeting before Aaron and his sons, as the Lord had commanded Moses concerning the Levites. So they did to them. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, this applies to the Levites from 25 years old and upward. They shall come to do duty in the service of the tent meeting. And from the age of 50 years, they shall withdraw from the duty of service and serve no more. They minister to the brothers in the tent of meeting by keeping guard, but they shall do no service. Thus shall you do to the Levites in assigning their duty. Numbers 9. We are on Numbers 9. We're at 11 hours and 56 minutes. Can someone please explain to me people of Israel, not Jacob? Yep, amen. Which version am I reading? I am reading an ESV. Join our Bible in a Year plan. Go to our YouTube and you can download your plan now. We're going to be doing a weekly live stream as we do the Bible in a Year. You're going to hear a lot of ad breaks like that because the reason I'm doing this, I'm reading the Bible straight through so that you will join the Bible in a Year plan. Got it? Got it. Numbers 9. And the Lord spoke to Moses. The Lord spoke to Moses in the wilderness of Sinai in the first month of second year after they had come out of the land of Egypt, saying, let the people of Israel keep the Passover at its appointed time. In the 14th day of this month at twilight, they shall keep it at its appointed time according to all its statutes and all its rules. You shall keep it. So Moses told the people of Israel that they should keep the Passover, and they kept the Passover in the first month. On the 14th day of the month at twilight in the wilderness of Sinai, according to all that the Lord commanded Moses. So the people of Israel did, and there were certain men who were unclean through touching a dead body, so they could not keep Passover on that day. And they came before Moses and Aaron on that day, and those men said to him, we are unclean through touching a dead body. Why are we kept from bringing the Lord's offering at its appointed time among the people of Israel? And Moses said to them, wait that I may hear what the Lord will command concerning you. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, speak to the people of Israel, saying, if any one of you or your descendants is unclean through touching a body, or is on the long journey, and he shall still keep the Passover to the Lord in the second month of the 14th day at twilight, they shall keep it. They shall eat with unleavened bread and bitter herbs. They shall leave none of it in the morning, nor break any of its bones. According to the statute of Passover, they shall keep it. But if anyone who is clean and is not on the journey fails to keep Passover, that person shall be cut off from his people, because he did not bring the Lord's offering at its appointed time. This man shall bear his sin, and if a stranger sojourns among you, would keep the Passover to the Lord according to the statute of the Passover and according to its rule, so shall he do. You shall have one statute, both for sojourner and for native. On the day that tabernacle was set up, the cloud covered the tabernacle, the tent of testimony, and at the evening it was over the tabernacle like the appearance of fire until morning. So it was always. The cloud covered it by day, and the appearance of fire by night. And whenever the cloud lifted from over the tent, after that the people of Israel set out in the place where the cloud settled down, and there the people of Israel camped. At the command of the Lord, the people of Israel set out, and at the command of the Lord they camped. And as long as the cloud rested over the tabernacle, they remained in camp. And even when the cloud continued over the tabernacle many days, the people of Israel kept the charge of the Lord and did not set out. Sometimes the cloud was a few days over the tabernacle, and according to the command of the Lord, they remained in camp. Then according to the command of the Lord they set out, and sometimes the cloud remained from evening until morning, and if the cloud lifted in the morning they set out, or it continued for a day and a night. When the cloud lifted they set out, whether it was 2 days or a month or a longer time that the cloud continued over the tabernacle, abiding there. The people of Israel remained in camp and did not set out, but when it lifted they set out, and the command of the Lord they camped. And at the command of the Lord they set out, and they kept charge of the Lord. Kept charge of the Lord at the command of the Lord by Moses. I'm actually good. I have a Rain energy drink in the fridge, so I don't need an energy drink, but I'll be good. Okie Loki says, I heard something. Yeah, I know. It's from my perspective, if you keep seeing me looking around, it is pitch black, and I have a light shining bright in my face. And so I hear noises and I look and I can't see anything. And so people just appear when they come through the door, and they could be standing right in front of me and I can't see them because I'm blinded. So I'm kind of a little like paranoid. Okay. The silver trumpets in Numbers 10. Guys ready? Numbers 10. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, make 2 silver trumpets of hammered work. You shall make them, and you shall use them for summoning the congregation and for breaking camp. And both are blown, and all the congregation shall gather themselves to you at the entrance of tent of meeting. But if they blow only one, when the chiefs, the head of the tribes of Israel, shall gather themselves to you, when you blow an alarm, the camps that are on the east side shall set out. And when you blow an alarm the second time, the camps that are on the south shall set out. And an alarm is blown whenever they are to set out. But when the assembly is to be gathered, you shall blow a long blast, but you shall not sound an alarm. And the sons of Aaron, the priests, shall blow trumpets. The trumpets shall be to you a perpetual statute throughout your generations. And when you go to war in your land against the adversary who oppresses you, then you shall sound an alarm with the trumpets, that you may be remembered before the Lord your God, and you shall be saved from your enemies. On the day of your gladness and on the appointed feast and on the beginning of your months, you shall blow the trumpets over your burnt offering and the sacrifices of your peace offerings. You shall be a reminder of you before the Lord your God. I am the Lord your God. In the second year, in the second month of the 20th day of the month, the cloud lifted from over the tabernacle of the testimony, and the people of Israel set out by stages of the wilderness of Sinai. And the cloud settled down in the wilderness of Paran. They set out for the first time at the command of the Lord by Moses. And the standard of the camp of the people of Judah set out first by their companies, and over the company was Nahshon, the son of Abinadab, and over the company of the tribe of the people of Issachar was Nathaniel, the son of Zuar, and over the company of the tribe of people of Zebulun was Eliab, the son of Helon. And when the tabernacle was taken down, the sons of Gershon, the son of Merari, who was carried the tabernacle, set out, and the standard of the camp of Reuben set out by their companies, and over their company was Eleazar, the son of Shedar, and over the camp of the tribe of the people of Simeon, which is Shelemuel, and the son of Jerushadai, and over the company of the tribe of people of Gad. And the Elisaphath, the son of Dual, the Kohathite, set out, carrying the goodness, they are so loud. Get a little drink real quick. You're silly, Drew. Where was I? When the temple tabernacle was taken down, the sons of Gershon, the sons of Merari, who carried the temple, set out, and the standard of the camp of Reuben set out by their companies, and over their companies of Eleazar, Shadur, over the company of the people of Simeon, the Shemuel, the Zerishadai, and over the company of the tribe of people of Gad, Eliasaph, the son of Deuel, when the Kohathites set out carrying the holy things. And the tabernacle was set up before their arrival, and at the standard of the camp of the people of Ephraim set out by their companies, and over the company was Elishama, the son of Ammihud, and over the company over the tribe of people of Manasseh, the Gamaliel, the son of Pedahzar, and over the company of the tribe of the people of Benjamin was Abinadab, the son of Abidan, the son of Gidini. Then the standard of the camp of the people of Dan, acting as the rear guard of all the camps, set out by their companies, and over their company was Ahazar, the son of Ammishaddai, and over the company of the tribe of the people of Asher was Pajuel, the son of Okron, and over the company of the tribe of Naphtali was Ahurai, the son of Enan. And this was the order of the march out of the people of Israel, led by their companies when they set out. And Moses said to Hobab, the son of Ruel, Midianite, Moses' father-in-law, we are setting out for the place of which the Lord said, I will give it to you. Come with us, and we will do good to you. For the Lord has promised good to Israel. But he said to him, I will not go. I will not depart from my own land and my own kindred. And he said, please do not leave us, for you know where you should camp in the wilderness, and you will serve as eyes for us. And if you do go with us, whatever good the Lord will do to us, the Lord will do to you. So they set out from the mount of the Lord 3 days' journey, and the ark of the covenant of the Lord went before them 3 days' journey to seek out a resting place for them. And the cloud of the Lord was over them by day whenever they set out from the camp, and whenever the ark set out, Moses said, Arise, O Lord, and let your enemies be scattered, and let those who hate you flee before you. And when it rested, he said, Return, O Lord, to the 10,000s of Israel. They're knocking on the door, I think. Numbers 11. And the people continued in hearing of the Lord about their misfortunes. And when the Lord heard it, his anger was kindled, and the fire of the Lord burned among them and consumed them, outlying parts of the camp. Then the people cried out to Moses, and Moses prayed to the Lord, and fire died down. So the name of that place was called Taberah, because the fire of the Lord burned among them. Now the rabble was among them, had a strong craving. And the people of Israel also wept again and said, Oh, that we had meat to eat, and we remember the fish that we ate in Egypt that cost nothing, the cucumbers, the melons, the leeks, the onions, the garlic. But now our strength is dried up, and there is nothing at all but this manna to look at. Now the manna was like coriander seed, and its appearance is like bdellium. And the people went out about and gathered it on the ground in hand mills, or beat it into mortars, and boiled it in pots and made cakes of it. And the taste of it was like the taste of cakes baked with oil. When the dew fell upon the camp in the sand, and the manna fell with it, Moses heard the people weeping throughout their clans, and everyone at the door of his tent. And the anger of the Lord blazed hotly, and Moses was displeased. And Moses said to the Lord, Why have you dealt with ill with your servant, and why have I not found favor in your sight? Then they lay burden of all this that you lay the burden of all this people on me. Did I conceive all this people? Did I give them birth, that they should say to me, Carry them in your bosom, as a nurse carries a nursing child to the land that you swore to give their grandfathers? Where am I to get meat to give all these people? For they weep before me and say, give us meat, that we may eat. I am not able to carry all this people alone. The burden is too heavy for me. If you will treat me like this, kill me at once. If I have found favor in your sight, that I may not see my wretchedness. Then the Lord said to Moses, gather for me 70 men of Israel, whom you know to be elders of the people and officers over them, and bring them to the tent of meeting, and let them take their stand with you. And I will come down to talk with you there, and I will take some of the spirit that is on you and put it on them, and they shall bear the burden of the people with you, so you shall not bear it yourself alone. And you say to the people, consecrate yourselves for tomorrow, and you shall eat meat, and for you have wept in the hearing of the Lord, saying, who will give us meat to eat? For it is better for us to in Egypt. Therefore the Lord will give you meat, and you shall eat. You shall eat just 1 day or 2 days or 5 days or 10 days or 20 days, but a whole month, until it comes out of your nostrils and you become loathsome to it, because you have rejected the Lord who is among you, and have wept before him, saying, why did we come out of Egypt? But Moses said, the people among whom I am under 600,000 on foot, and you have said, I will give them meat, and they may eat a whole month. Shall flocks and herds be slaughtered for them, and be enough for them? Or shall we all fish of the sea to be gathered together for them, and be enough for them? And the Lord said to Moses, is the Lord's hand shortened? Now shall you see whether my word will come true or not. Now Moses went out and told the people to the words of the Lord, and he gathered 70 men of the elders of the people, and placed them around the tent. Then the Lord came in the cloud and spoke to him, and took some of the spirit that was on him and put it on the 70 elders. And as soon as the spirit rested on them, they prophesied. They did not continue doing it. Now 2 men remained in the camp, one named Eldad and the other Medad, and the spirit rested on them. There were among those registered, but they had not gone out to the tent, and so they prophesied in the camp. And a young man ran and told Moses, Eldad and Medad are prophesying in the camp. And Joshua the son of Nun, the assistant of Moses from his youth, said, my lord Moses, stop them. But Moses said to him, are you jealous for my sake? Would that all the Lord's people were prophets, that the Lord would put his spirit on them? And Moses said, Moses and the elders of Israel returned to the camp. And then a wind from the Lord sprang up and brought quail from the sea, and let them fall beside the camp, about a day's journey on this side and a day's journey on the other side, around the camp about 2 cubits above ground. And the people rose all day and all night. Saturday's all right. And all the next day, and they gathered the quail, and those who gathered least gathered 10 omers, and they spread them out for themselves all around the camp, while the meat was yet between their teeth. Before it was consumed, the anger of the Lord was kindled. While the meat was still above it, and all the people rose up together, and they gathered least, spread out themselves. And while the meat was still in their teeth, before it was consumed, the anger of the Lord was kindled against the people, and the Lord struck down the people with a great plague. Therefore the name was called Kibroth Hattaavah, because they buried the people who had been craving, who had the craving. From Kibroth Hattaavah, the people journeyed to Hazeroth, and they remained at Hazeroth. Numbers 12. Miriam and Aaron spoke out against Moses because of the Cushite woman whom he had married, for he had married a Cushite woman. And they said, has the Lord indeed spoken only through Moses? Has he spoken through us also? And the Lord heard it. And now the man Moses was very meek, more than all people who were on the face of the earth. And suddenly the Lord said to Moses and said to Aaron and Miriam, come out, you 3, to the tent of meeting. And 3 of them came out, and the Lord came down in a pillar of cloud and stood at the entrance of the tent and called Aaron and Miriam. And they both came forward and said, hear my words. If there is a prophet among you, I, the Lord, make myself known to him in a vision. I will speak with him in a dream. But not so with my servant Moses. He is faithful in all my house. With him I speak mouth to mouth, clearly, and not in riddles, and he beholds the form of the Lord. Why then were you not afraid to speak against my servant Moses? And the anger of the Lord was kindled against them, and he departed. When the cloud removed over the tent, behold, Miriam was leprous like snow. And Aaron turned toward Miriam. Behold, he was leprous. And Aaron said to Moses, Oh my Lord, do not punish us, because we have done foolishly and have sinned. Let her not be as one dead whose flesh is eaten away, and he comes out of his mother's womb. And Moses cried out to the Lord, Oh God, please heal her, please. But the Lord said to Moses, if her father had but spit in her face, should she not be shamed 7 days? Let her be shut outside the camp 7 days. And after she had been brought in again, so Miriam was shut outside the camp for 7 days. And people did not set out on the march till Miriam was brought in again. And after the people set out from Hazeroth and camped in the wilderness at Paran. How we doing, guys? How we doing? We doing good? We doing good? You guys with me? You guys falling asleep? Are you guys still with me? I don't know. Should I stop? I don't know. I feel like you guys kind of been quiet. Oh. Tim says, best thing to fall asleep to. Yep, we're on Numbers 13. I am learning. I know. This is the fun part. When we got past all the instructions, now I'm actually like, it's really easy when I'm enjoying it, like and it's like a story, because I kind of get into a trance. Edwin, appreciate it, brother. Appreciate you, man. You guys good? We're at 12 hours. 12 hours. 12 hours. Join our Bible in a Year plan. Go to our YouTube channel. Those of you that are watching on YouTube, I'm pretty sure all of you by now are subscribed, because I feel like it's all the faithfuls now. Olivia Hayes says to keep going. All right. Then you guys go to the YouTube, hit subscribe, and join the Bible in a Year plan. Join the Bible in a Year plan. If I'm going to do this, if I'm going to read the Bible in a day, you can read it in a year. That's so easy. That's so easy. Join our Bible in a Year plan. At Bethel's Rock, I have it right on the screen. Super easy. Go to the YouTube, go to Bethel's Rock, subscribe, and hit notify, and then you'll get weekly notifications where you can come and you can ask us questions live, where we're going to be going through the Bible. And we're going to be breaking it down from, you're going to read the entire Bible from January 8th to December 31st. So make sure you go over there right now. Got it? I'm so excited. I'm really excited to see how many of you, I would love for you, if you say, if you want to message me or whatever, I would love to hear, if God was speaking to you during this, or you're going to join the Bible in a Year plan. I love hearing that stuff. And so during this, as I'm reading, if you want to, or on TikTok, you can do this. I don't really know if you can do this on YouTube. If you want to let me know that you're like, hey, Alex, I just want to let you know that I'm going to be doing the Bible study with you guys. I'm going to be doing the Bible in a Year. I would love to hear that. Would love to hear that. Follow this account, subscribe to the YouTube, and download the Bible in a Year plan. BETHELSROCK.org/Bible in a Year. Okay? I believe in you. You can do it. Okay? I believe in you. You guys can do it. You guys can read the Bible in a year. I believe in you guys. Okay. Numbers 13. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, send men to spy out the land of Canaan, which I'm going. Oh, this is gonna get good, man. I'm gonna be awake now. This is gonna be a fun part of the Bible. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, send men to spy out the land of Canaan, which I'm giving to the people of Israel. From each tribe of their fathers. Let me just take a sip of this real quick. Oh, man, that's good. The tea just helps. Shout out Woolen House Real Estate for the mug that has kept my tea warm since 12 p.m. Claire and Austin, if you're on here, let me see this. Okay, that's good. For each tribe of their fathers you shall send a man, every one a chief among them. So Moses sent them from the wilderness of Paran, according to the command of the Lord, all of them men who were heads of the people of Israel. And these were their names: from the tribe of Reuben, Shammua the son of Zechar; from the tribe of Simeon, Shaphat, I thought that said Snapchat, and the son of Hori; the tribe of Judah, Caleb the son of Jephunneh; from the tribe of Issachar, Igal the son of Joseph; from the tribe of Ephraim, Hosea the son of Nun; from the tribe of Benjamin, Palti the son of Raphu; from the tribe of Zebulun, Gadiel the son of Sodi; from the tribe of Joseph, that is, from the tribe of Manasseh, Gadi the son of Susi, I think that's Susi; from the tribe of Dan, Amiel the son of Gamali; from the tribe of Asher, Sethar the son of Michael; from the tribe of Naphtali, Nahabi the son of Vasfi; from the tribe of Gad, Gaul the son of Maki. These were the names of the men whom Moses sent to spy out the land. And Moses called Hoshea the son of Nun Joshua. Moses sent them to spy out the land of Canaan and said to them, "Go up into the Negeb and go into the hill country and see what the land is, and whether the people who dwell in it are strong or weak, whether they are few or many, and whether the land that they dwell in is good or bad, or whether the cities that they dwell in are camps or strongholds, and whether the land is rich or poor, and whether there are trees in it or not. Be of good courage and bring some of the fruit and of the land, now that the time of the season was the first ripe grapes." So they went up and spied out the land from the wilderness of Zin to Rehob to near Lebo Hamath. They went into the Negeb and came to Hebron, Hamin, Shashai, Talmai, the descendants of Anak, where the Hebron was built 7 years before Zoan in Egypt. And they came to the valley of Eshcol and cut down from there a branch with a single cluster of grapes, and they carried it on a pole between two of them. And they also brought some pomegranates and figs. That place was called the valley of Eshcol because of the cluster that the people of Israel cut down from there. At the end of 40 days, they returned from spying out the land, and they came to Moses and Aaron and to all the congregation of the people of Israel in the wilderness of Paran. And at Kadesh, they brought back word to them about to all the congregation, and showed them fruit of the land. And they told them, "We came to the land in which you sent us, and it flows with milk and honey. And this its fruit, however, the people who dwell in the land are strong." Are strong, and the cities are fortified and very large. And besides, we saw the descendants of Anak, the Amalekites, dwell in the land of the Negeb, and the Hittites, the Jebusites, and the Amorites dwell in the hill country, and the Canaanites dwell by the sea, along with the Jordan. But Caleb quieted the people before Moses and said, "Let us go up and occupy it." Oh, Caleb, gotta love a Caleb energy, man. Not a Debbie Downer. Don't be a Debbie Downer. No one likes that negative person. Don't be the negative Nancy. But Caleb quieted the people before Moses and said, "Let us go up once and occupy it, for we are able to overcome." Urara. Then the men who had gone with him said, "We are not able to go up against the people, for they are stronger than we are." So they brought the people of Israel a bad report of the land that they had spied out, saying, "The land through which we have gone to spy out is a land that devours its inhabitants. All the people we saw in it are of great height." And they saw the Nephilim, the sons of Anak, who from the Nephilim, and we seemed to ourselves like grasshoppers, and so we seemed to them. If Tommy is still in here, now we're on the Nephilim. He was saying, "I can't wait till we get to the Nephilim." Well, here we are. Broski is ad-libbing the Bible. You ask my small group, that's just what I do. That's just always what I do. Makes it more fun. Which book of the Bible is he on? He is on Numbers 14. Numbers 14. And we are on 12 hours and 23 minutes. Shout out to the people. Let me know in the chat how long you guys have been watching. How many hours is it coming up on that you guys have been watching? Let me know in the chat how many hours you guys have been watching. There's some crazy people that, there's some crazy folks out there that have been watching way too long. 1 hour. Sarah's been watching 1 hour. 6 hours and 5 minutes. Wide out. Oh my goodness. Just a little check-in. Don't worry, I'm going to get back to reading. I'm just saying how long you guys have been reading. Just a couple shout-outs. Muhammad is 7 hours. Abdi is 5 hours. Paloka is 8 hours. Kalam is 8 hours, 10 minutes. Scene Cash is 45 minutes. 1 minute, 27 seconds. Few seconds. 1 minute, 5 minutes. Wow. Adam Debbing, 12 hours and 38 minutes. He was on there at the jump before I even started this. So, Adam, I think, might have everybody beat. 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 hour. Noah's 5. Sam is 1 hour. Oh my goodness, you guys. You guys are crazy. You guys are wild. Liam, I think is 15 minutes. Jake is 2 minutes. Marcus is 5 hours. Lethal is 45 seconds. 3 minutes, 2 minutes. Oh, someone said 136 hours. Okay. Adrianus is 9 hours, 5 minutes. That's awesome, guys. Sweet. I'm late to the Bible party. We're in a Bible party. We're starting off the new year right. We're going to try to break some history today. I don't know what technically the history would be. I think I'm close to beating Isaiah Salvador, but he read the whole New Testament. Shout out Isaiah Salvador. He read the entire New Testament, but I think he was only 12 hours. So I think we've already beat him. But I haven't seen, when God had put this on my heart to do, I looked up to see if anybody had done it, and I haven't. The only one I saw was Isaiah Salvador. So if you don't know him, love that dude. You should go check him out. But so I don't know what the technical record is, but you know, maybe you guys can be a part of it once afterwards I go and look it up and see if we're actually doing something here. 9 hours. Awesome. Okay. Yep, Brenda's been here from the jump. If you guys ever get sick of watching on TikTok, you can go over to the YouTube at BETHELSROCK. There you'll actually be able to see the scripture on the screen and see the chat. So, Numbers 14. Then all the congregation raised a loud cry, and the people wept that night, and all the people of Israel grumbled against Moses and Aaron, and the whole congregation said to them, would that we had died in the land of Egypt. Man, they're so negative. Don't they understand they got God on their side? Or would that we had died in the wilderness. Why is the Lord bringing us into the land to fall by the sword? Our wives and our little ones will become prey. Would it not be better for us to go back to Egypt? And they said to one another, let us choose a leader and go back to Egypt. They're attempting a mutiny. They had crossed the Red Sea and seen miracles. King C says this is a recording. It is not a recording. Man, these people are negative. My goodness, how are you going through life when you have God on your side? My goodness, how is your attitude? Let us choose a leader and go back to Egypt. These guys are crazy. Then Moses and Aaron fell on their faces before all the assembly of the congregation of the people of Israel, and Joshua, son of Nun, and Caleb, son of Jephunneh, who was among those who had spied out the land, tore their clothes and said to all the congregation of the people of Israel, the land which we passed through to spy out is an exceedingly good land. If the Lord delights in us, he will bring us into this land and give it to us, a land that flows with milk and honey. Do not rebel against the Lord, and do not fear the people of the land, for they are bread for us. Their protection is removed from them, and the Lord is with us. Do not fear them. Then all the man, some of you guys fear man more than you fear God. Oh my goodness, Pastor Alex. No, we can't preach to him right now. Can't preach to him. Then all the congregation said to stone them with stones, but the glory of the Lord appeared at the tent of meeting to all the people of Israel. Dad just showed up. Not good for the people of Israel that are trying to mutiny against Moses. And the Lord said to Moses, how long will this people despise me? How long am I going to put up with these people? And how long will they not believe in me in spite of all the signs that I have done among them? I will strike them with pestilence and disinherit them, and I will make of you a nation greater and mightier than they. So again, he's telling Moses, he's like, Moses, like, why are we still rocking with these people? Like, we're still going to fulfill the covenant of your father Abraham, and we're going to make a nation out of you, because these people, they are not getting the picture. It's just somehow not clicking right now. But Moses said to this Lord, then the Egyptians will hear of it and brought up this people in your might from among them. And they will tell the inhabitants of the land, they have heard that you, O Lord, are in the midst of this people. For you, O Lord, are seen face to face, and your cloud stands over them, and you will go before them in a pillar of cloud, and a cloud by day, and a pillar of fire by night. Now if you kill this people as one man, then the nations who have heard your fame will say, it is because the Lord was not able to bring his people into the land that he swore to give them, and that he has killed them in the wilderness. And now please let power of the Lord be great as you have promised, saying, the Lord is slow to anger and abounding in steadfast love, forgiving an iniquity and transgression, but he will by no means clear the guilty, visiting the iniquity of the fathers on the children to the third and fourth generation. Please pardon the iniquity of this people according to the greatness of your steadfast love, just as you have forgiven this people from Egypt until now. Then the Lord said, I have pardoned according to your word. That is crazy. Moses standing in the gap and interceding for the people. Wow. Then the Lord God said, I have pardoned according to your word, but truly as I live, and as all the people of the earth shall be filled with the glory of the Lord, none of them who have seen my glory and my signs that I did in Egypt and in the wilderness, yet have put me to the test in these 10 times and have not obeyed my voice, shall see the land that I swore to give their fathers. And none of those who despised me shall see it, but my servant Caleb, because he had a different spirit and has followed me fully, I will bring into the land into which he and his descendants shall possess it. Now since the Amalekites and the Canaanites dwell in the valleys, turn tomorrow and set out for the wilderness by the way to the Red Sea. And the Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron, saying, how long shall this wicked generation grumble against me? I have heard the grumblings of the people of Israel, which they grumble against me. Say to them, as I live, declares the Lord, what you have said in my hearing I will do to you. Your dead bodies shall fall in the wilderness, and of your number listed in the census from 20 years old and upward, who have grumbled against me, shall not come into the land that I swore I would make you dwell, except Caleb the son of Jephunneh and the Joshua the son of Nun. But your little ones who you said would become prey, I will bring in, and they shall know the land that you have rejected. Oh my goodness. But as for you, your dead bodies shall fall in the wilderness, and your children shall be shepherds in the wilderness 40 years, and shall suffer for your faithlessness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. They will suffer for your faithlessness until the last of your dead bodies lies in the wilderness, according to the number of days in which you spied out the land. Oh my goodness. Oh, heat. 40 days, a year for each day you shall bear iniquity 40 years, and you shall know my displeasure. I, the Lord, have spoken. Surely this will I do to all this wicked congregation who all gathered together against me. In this wilderness they shall come to a full end, and there they shall die. And the men whom Moses sent to spy out the land, who returned and made all the congregation grumble against him by bringing up a bad report about the land, the men who brought up a bad report of land died by the plague before the Lord. Of those men who sent out to spy out the land, only Joshua the son of Nun and Caleb the son of Jephunneh remained alive. Wow. I told you. Don't be a negative Nancy. Don't be a downer, especially when you know the living God. You speak in negative reports. Make that make sense when you got God on your side. All of 2024. Man, you should just be walking on rainbows. Nothing's impossible. When Moses told these words to all the people of Israel, the people mourned greatly, and they rose early in the morning and went up to the heights of the hill country, saying, "Here we are, we will go up." So now they changed their mind. Now the people that just said, "Oh, we're going to, we believe that they're too big and we can't conquer them," now they're deciding to disobey God and then just go and try to conquer him anyway. So that's where we're at right now. "Here we are, we will go up to the place that the Lord had promised, for we have sinned." But Moses said, "Why now are you transgressing the command of the Lord?" Oh my goodness. It's like opposite day. When that will not succeed, do not go up, for the Lord is not among you. The Lord ain't with you. The Lord is not among you, lest you be struck down before your enemies. For there the Amalekites and the Canaanites are facing you, and you shall fall by the sword, because you have turned back from following the Lord. The Lord will not be with you. But they presumed to go up to heights of the hill country, although neither the ark of the covenant of the Lord nor Moses departed out of the camp. Then the Amalekites and the Canaanites who lived in that hill country came down and defeated them and pursued them even to Hormah. Just change their mind. Oh, no, we changed our mind. No, we want to go out and conquer it. No, that's not how it works. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, "Speak to the people of Israel and say to them, when you come into the land to which you are to inhabit, which I am giving to you, and you offer to the Lord from the herd or from the flock a flood offering, a food offering, or a burnt offering, or a sacrifice to fulfill the vow, or as a free will offering at your appointed feast to make a pleasing aroma to the Lord, then he who brings his offering shall offer to the Lord a grain offering of a tenth of an ephah and a fine flour mixed with a quarter of a hin of oil. And you shall offer with the burnt offering for the sacrifice a quarter of hin of wine for the drink offering for each lamb. Or for a ram you shall offer for a grain offering 2/10 of an ephah of fine flour mixed with a third of hin of oil. And for the drink offering, offer a third of a hin of wine, a pleasing aroma to the Lord. And when you offer the bull, 1 second. Amen, ZJ. Amen. Okay. I need to take a drink real quick. I'm in Numbers. By the way. Numbers 15. I don't think anybody's ever done it in one sitting. So I'm going to do it until failure. I've already beaten the person who's live streamed this that I've seen do it the longest. I already think we've surpassed him. So I'm just going to keep going. So I'm pretty sure I've already beat the person that I saw do this, because I looked it up and you can't find it. You can't really see. There's people who say they did the Bible, but they didn't live stream the whole thing. They just made like a cut up video and split it up. So I think we've already beat the record. I don't really know though. So we'll see by the time it's done. I'm going to do it till I fail, till I can't breathe anymore. Quick little break. Or for a ram you shall offer for a grain offering 2/10 of an ephah of fine flour mixed with a third of hin of oil. And for the drink offering you shall offer a third of hin of wine, a pleasing aroma in the Lord. And when you offer a bull as a burnt offering to sacrifice to fulfill a vow or a peace offering to the Lord, then one shall offer with the bull a grain offering of 3/10 of an ephah of fine flour mixed with half a hin of oil you shall offer. For a drink offering, half a hin of wine as a food offering, pleasing aroma to the Lord. Thus it shall be done for each bull or ram, for each lamb or young goat. As many as you offer, so shall you do to each one. As many as there are, every native Israelite shall do these things in this way. An offering, a food offering, a stranger is sojourning with you, or anyone who is living permanently among you, and he wishes to offer a food offering with a pleasing aroma to the Lord, he shall do as you do. For the assembly there will be one statute for you and for the stranger who sojourns with you, a statute forever throughout your generations. You and the sojourner shall be alike before the Lord. One law, one rule shall be for you and for the stranger who sojourns with you. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, speak to the people of Israel and say to them, when you come into the land to which I bring you, when you eat of the bread of the land, you shall present a contribution to the Lord, or the first of your dough you shall present a loaf as a contribution, like a contribution from the threshing floor, and you shall present it. Some of the first of the dough shall give to the Lord as a contribution through the generations. But if you sin unintentionally and do not observe the commandments that the Lord has spoken to Moses, all that the Lord has commanded you by Moses from the day that the Lord gave commandment onward throughout your generations, then if it was done unintentionally without knowledge of the congregation, and all the congregation shall offer one bull from the herd of a burnt offering, a pleasing aroma to the Lord, with its grain offering and its drink offering according to the rule, and one male goat for a sin offering. And the priest shall make atonement for the congregation of the people of Israel, and they shall be forgiven because it was a mistake, and they have brought their offering, a food offering, to the Lord, and their sin before the Lord for their mistake. And all the congregation of the people of Israel shall be forgiven, and the stranger who sojourns among them, because of the whole population has involved in the mistake. If one person sins unintentionally, he shall offer a female goat a year old for a sin offering, and the priest shall make atonement before the Lord for the person who makes a mistake. When he sins unintentionally, to make atonement for him, he shall be forgiven. You shall have one law for him who does anything unintentionally, for him who is native among the people of Israel, and for the stranger who sojourns among them. But the person who does anything with a high hand, whether he is a native or a sojourner, reviles the Lord, and that person shall be cut off from among his people. Because he has despised the word of the Lord, he has broken the commandment, that person shall be utterly cut off. His iniquity shall be on him. While the people of Israel were in the wilderness, they found a man gathering sticks on the Sabbath day, and those who found him gathering sticks brought him to Moses and Aaron and to all the congregation. They put him in custody because it had not been made clear what should be done to him. And the Lord said to Moses, this man shall be put to death, and all the congregation shall stone him outside the camp. And all the congregation brought him outside the camp, and was stoned him to death. And the Lord had commanded Moses, as the Lord had commanded Moses. The Lord said to Moses, speak to the people of Israel and tell them to make tassels of the corners of their garments throughout their generations, to put a cord of blue and tassel of each corner, and it shall be a tassel for you to look at and remember all the commandments of the Lord, to do them, not to follow after your own heart and your own eyes, which you are inclined to whore after. Well, that is a war. That is a word. So you remember to follow all the commandments of the Lord and do them, not to follow after your own heart and your own eyes, which you are inclined to whore after. Oh my goodness. Getting called out. So you shall remember and do all my commandments, and be holy to your God. I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt to be your God. I am the Lord your God. Now Korah, the son of Izhar, son of Kohath, number 16, by the way, number 16. YouTube, you guys already know this. Number 16, because you guys can see it there on the screen. Number 16 for you guys that are following on TikTok. 12 hours, 43 minutes. Let's break some records. Let's read the word. Let's try to get. What if we got the whole thing? That would be crazy. What if we did the whole entire Bible in one live stream? That would be pretty crazy. That'd be wild. Now Korah, the son of Izhar, son of Kohath, son of Levi, and Dathan, and Abiram, the son of Eliab, on the son of Peleth, the son of Reuben, took men, and they rose up before Moses with a great number of the people of Israel, 250 chiefs of the congregation. Whoa, thank you for that gift. Thank you for that. That's awesome. Appreciate that. I don't even know what that was. With the number of people of Israel, 250 chiefs of the congregation chosen from the... Oh, thank you for that heart, Noah. Appreciate you. Well-known men, they assembled themselves together against Moses and against Aaron and said to them, you have gone too far, for all the congregation are holy. Thank you for the gifts, every one of them, and the Lord is among them. Why then do you exalt yourselves above the assembly of God? When Moses heard it, he fell on his face and said to Korah and his company in the morning, the Lord will show who he is and who is holy. Thank you for the gifts, Taylor. And will bring him near to him. The one whom he chooses, he will bring near to him. Do this, take censers, Korah and all his company, put fire in them and put incense on them before the Lord tomorrow. And the man who the Lord chooses shall be the Holy One. You have gone too far, the sons of Levi. And Moses said to Korah, hear now, you sons of Levi. Is it too small a thing for you that the God of Israel separated you from the congregation of Israel to bring you near to himself to do service in the tabernacle of the Lord and to stand before the congregation and minister to them, and that he has brought you near to him and all your brothers and sons of Levi with you, and you would seek the priesthood also? Therefore it is against the Lord that you and all your company have gathered together, that is Aaron, that you grumble against him. And Moses sent to Dathan Abiram, the son of Eliab, and they said, we will not come up. Is it a small thing that you have brought us up out of the land flowing with milk and honey to kill us in the wilderness, that you must also make yourself a prince over us? Moreover, you have not brought us into the land flowing milk and honey, nor given us an inheritance of the fields and the vineyards. Will you put out the eyes of these men? Will we not come up? And Moses was very angry and said to the Lord, do not respect their offering. I have not taken one donkey from them, and I have not harmed one of them. And Moses said to Korah, be present, and you and your company before the Lord. They had given a chance, and they had talked back to Big Dog. Oh, that was not smart. Be present, you and your company before the Lord. You and they and Aaron tomorrow, and let every one of you take his censer and put incense on it. Every one of you of you bring before the Lord his censer, 250 censers, and also Aaron each his censer. So every man took his censer and put fire in them and laid incense on them, and stood at the entrance of the tent of meeting with Moses and Aaron. Then Korah assembled a congregation against them at the entrance of the tent of meeting, and the glory of the Lord appeared in front of all the congregation. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, separate yourselves among this congregation, that I may consume them. The fear of the Lord, guys. My goodness. The stream should not be... I'm taking info in like crazy, but the goal of the stream is me getting through the Bible to encourage you to read the Bible in a year. I'm reading it in a day so you can read it in a year. I'm promoting our Bible in a year plan. So I'll be reading it this year again. I'm doing this just as a challenge to encourage you guys to read the Bible. So I know people say, well, you should be taking it in and everything. Like, yes, I know. I'm promoting a Bible in a year plan, though. So go to our YouTube channel, go to BETHELSROCK.org/Bible in a year to download your Bible in a year plan, and then read the Bible with us. You don't got to do it alone. If you got questions and stuff, everybody got questions. Come to our YouTube channel, subscribe to it, get notified. Next week, we're going to be going live discussing the first week reading. Anyways. And the Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron, saying, separate yourselves among this congregation, that I may consume them in a moment. And they fell on their faces and said, O God, the God of the spirits, the God of the spirits of all flesh, shall one man sin, and you will be angry with all the congregation? And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, say to the congregation, get away from the dwelling of Korah, Dathan, and Abiram. And then Moses arose and went to Dathan. Abiram and the elders of Israel followed them, and he spoke to the congregation, saying, depart please from the tents of these wicked men, and touch nothing of their tents, lest you be swept away with all their sins. So they got away from the dwelling of Korah, Dathan, and Abiram. And Dathan and Abiram came out and stood at the door of the tents, and together with their wives, their sons, and their little ones. And Moses said, "Hereby you shall know that the Lord has sent me to do all the works, and that it has not been of my own accord. If these men die, as all men die, or if they are visited by the fate of all mankind, then the Lord has not sent me. But if the Lord creates something new, and the ground opens up its mouth and swallows them up with all the belongings to them, and they go down alive into Sheol, then you shall know that these men have despised the Lord." And as soon as he had finished speaking all these words, the ground under them split apart, and the earth opened its mouth and swallowed them up with their households and all the people who belonged to Korah and all their goods. They and all that belonged to them went down alive into Sheol, and the earth closed over them, and they perished from the midst of the assembly. And Israel, who were around them, fled at their cry, for they said, "Lest the earth swallow us up." And fire came out from the Lord and consumed 250 men offering the incense. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, "Tell Eleazar the son of Aaron the priest to take up the censers out of the blaze, then scatter the fire far and wide, for they have become holy. As for the censers of men, these men who have sinned at the cost of their lives, let them be made into hammered plates as a covering for the altar, for they offered them before the Lord, and they became holy. Thus they shall be assigned to the people of Israel." So Eleazar, priest, took the bronze censers which those who were burned had offered, and they were hammered out as a covering for the altar to be a reminder to the people of Israel, so that no outsider who is not of the descendants of Aaron would draw near to burn incense before the Lord, lest they become like Korah and his company. And the Lord said to him through Moses, but on the next day, all the congregation of the people of Israel grumbled against Moses, against Aaron, saying, "You have killed the people of the Lord." And when the congregation had assembled against Moses and Aaron, they turned toward the tent of meeting, and behold, the cloud covered it, and the glory of the Lord appeared. And Moses and Aaron came to the front of the tent of meeting, and the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, "Get away from the midst of the congregation, that I may consume them in a moment." And they fell on their faces. And Moses said to Aaron, "Take your censer and put fire on it from the altar," and they lay incense on it, and carry it quickly to the congregation and make atonement for them. For the wrath has gone out from the Lord, the plague has begun. So Aaron took it as Moses said, and ran in the midst of the assembly. And behold, the plague had already begun among the people, and put incense and made atonement for the people. And he stood between the dead and the living, and the plague was stopped. Now those who died in the plague were 14,700, besides those who died in the affair of Korah. And Aaron returned to Moses at the entrance of the tent of meeting when the plague was stopped. You got to think about all the people that put their, it's really popular on TikTok, all the ex-evangelicals and stuff that put their morality over God and say, if I were God, I could do it better. And God's super immoral because he did this, this, and this. Man, the fear of God is the beginning of wisdom. Like, what is the creation going to say to its creator? Like, come on, we gotta humble ourselves here. Numbers 17. Numbers 17. I need to fill this up. I'm thirsty. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, "Speak to the people of Israel, and get from the staffs, one from each of the father's house. From all the chiefs according to their father's house, 12 staff. Write each man's name on a staff, and write Aaron's name on the staff of Levi. For there shall be one staff for the head of each house. Then you shall deposit them in a tent of meeting before the testimony, where I meet with you. And the staff of the man whom I choose shall sprout. Thus I will make to cease from me and the grumblings of the people of Israel, which they grumble against you." Moses spoke to the people of Israel, and all the chiefs gave him staffs, one for each chief according to the father's houses, 12 staffs, and the staff of Aaron was among their staffs. And Moses deposited the staffs before the Lord in the tent of the testimony. On the next day Moses went into the tent of testimony, and behold, the staff of Aaron for the house of Levi had sprouted. and poured forth buds, produced blossoms, and it bore ripe almonds. Then Moses brought out all staffs before the Lord to all the people of Israel, and they looked, and each man took his staff. And the Lord said to Moses, put back the staff of Aaron before the testimony, to be kept as a sign for the rebels, that you may make an end of their grumblings against me, lest they die. Thus did Moses as Lord commanded. So he said, and the people of Israel said to Moses, behold. And the people of Israel said to Moses, behold, we perish, we are undone, we are all undone. Everyone who comes near to the tabernacle of the Lord shall die. Are we all to perish? Numbers 18. We are at almost at 13 hours, 12 hours, 54 minutes. So the Lord said to Aaron, you and your sons and your father's house shall bear iniquity connected with the sanctuary, and you and your sons shall bear iniquity connected with your priesthood. I'm not even gonna lie, I gotta go to the bathroom super bad. For you YouTubers, I'm gonna play some music for you guys. I'll be right back. I'll be right back real quick. You gotta let me use the restroom though. Okay, thank you guys for your patience. I was about to have an accident. So, and for those on TikTok, I muted my mic on YouTube. Someone said, am I holding people hostage? There is a volleyball team that rents our gym. And so you've been able to hear their screams if you're on TikTok. But if you are on YouTube, you get the audio of the beautiful Shure microphone. So you don't need to hear that. If you go on YouTube, you get to hear the nice instrumental music in the background. You get the nice soft Shure microphone. It's just so buttery. It sounds almost like I'm doing ASMR Bible version. So I'm just saying, if you guys go over to the YouTube channel, it's a little bit better experience. And I got the scripture pulled up, Numbers 18. We're on Numbers 18, so I'd encourage you to go over there. Okay, volume is low, he said. How about now? Never mind. Yeah, it was probably because I was talking like that. All right, thanks, Ben. Okay, shout out Ben, aka Tony Stark. Without Ben, this live stream wouldn't be possible. Shout out Ben Wyatt in the chat. I call him Tony Stark because he's a streaming genius. Okay, Numbers 18, the duties of priests and Levites. So the Lord said to Aaron, you and your sons and your father's house will with you shall bear iniquity connected with the sanctuary, and you and your sons with you shall bear iniquity connected with your priesthood, and you with you bring your brothers also, the tribe of Levi, the tribe of your father, that they may join you and minister to you, while you and your sons with you are before the tent of testimony. They shall keep guard over you and over the whole tent, but shall not come near to the vessels of the sanctuary or to the altar, lest they and you die. They shall join you and keep guard over the tent of meeting for all the service of the tent. And now the outsider shall come near to you, and you shall keep guard over the sanctuary and over the altar, and that there may never again be wrath on the people of Israel. And behold, I have taken your brothers, the Levites, among the people of Israel, and they are a gift to you, given to the Lord to do the service of the tent of meeting. And you and your sons shall guard your priesthood for all that concerns the altar, and that is within the veil, and you shall serve and give your priesthood as a gift. And any outsider who comes near shall be put to death. Then the Lord spoke to Aaron, behold, I have given you charge of the contributions made to me, all the consecrated things of the people of Israel. I have given them to you as a portion, and to your sons as a perpetual due. This shall be yours, and the most holy things reserved from fire, every offering and theirs, offering of theirs, every grain offering of theirs, and every sin offering of theirs, and every guilt offering of theirs, which they render to me, shall be most holy to you and to your sons. And most holy place shall you eat it, every male eat it, it is holy to you. This is also yours, the contribution of the gift, all the wave offerings, all the people of Israel, I have given them to you and to your sons and to your daughters as a perpetual due. Everyone who is clean in your house may eat it, all the best of the oil, all the best of the wine, and of the grain, the first fruits of what they give to the Lord. I give to you the first ripe fruits of all that is in their land, which they bring to the Lord shall be yours. Everyone who is clean, your house may eat it. Every devoted thing in Israel shall be yours. Everything that opens the womb of all flesh, every man or beast, whether they offer to the Lord, shall be yours. Nevertheless, the firstborn of man you shall redeem, and the firstborn of unclean animals you shall redeem. And their redemption price at a month old you shall redeem them, and you shall fix at 5 shekels of silver, and according to the shekel of sanctuary, which is 20 gerahs. But the firstborn of a cow, or the firstborn of a sheep, the firstborn of a goat, you shall not redeem. They are holy. You shall sprinkle their blood on the altar, and shall burn the fat as a food offering with a pleasing aroma to the Lord. But their flesh shall be yours, and the breast of that is waved, and at the right thigh are yours. Excuse me. And the holy contributions that the people of Israel Israel present to the Lord I give to you, and your sons and your daughters will with you as a perpetual due. It is a covenant of salt before the Lord for you and for your offspring with you. And the Lord said to Aaron, you shall have no inheritance in the land, neither shall you have any portion among them. I am your portion, and I am your inheritance among the people of Israel. To the Levites I have given every tithe in the Israel for an inheritance in return for their service that they do, their service in the tent of meeting, so that the people of Israel do not come near the tent of meeting, lest they bear sin and die. But the Levites shall do the service of tent of meeting, and they shall bear their iniquity. It shall be a perpetual statute throughout your generations and among the people of Israel. They shall have no inheritance for the present they present as a contribution to the Lord. I have given to the Levites an inheritance. Therefore I have given them that they shall have no inheritance among the people of Israel. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, moreover, you shall speak and say to the Levites, when you take from the people of Israel the tithe that I have given you from them, your inheritance, that you shall present a contribution from it to the Lord, a tithe of the tithe, and your contribution shall be counted to you as though it were the grain of the threshing floor and the fullness of the winepress. You shall also present a contribution to the Lord from all your tithes with which you receive for the people of Israel, and from it shall give the Lord's contribution to Aaron the priest. All out of all the gifts to you, you shall present every contribution due to the Lord. From each best part is to be dedicated. Therefore you shall say to them, when you have offered from it the best for it, the rest shall be counted to the Levites as produce of the threshing floor and as a produce of the winepress, and you may eat it in the place, you and your household, for it is your reward in return for the service of the tent meeting. And you shall bear no sin by reason of it, and you shall have contributed the best of it, but you shall not profane the holy things of the people of Israel, lest you die. Okay. Now the Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron, saying, this is the statute of the Lord that the Lord has commanded. Tell the people of Israel to bring you a red heifer without defect, and with it there is no blemish, and on which a yoke has never come. And you shall give it to Eleazar the priest, and it shall be taken outside the camp and be slaughtered before him. And Eleazar the priest shall take some of its blood and it with his finger and sprinkle some of its blood toward the front of the tent of meeting 7 times. And the heifer shall be burned in his sight, its skin, its flesh, its blood with its dung shall be burned. And the priest shall take it, a cedar wood and hyssop and scarlet yarn, and throw them into into the fire, burning the heifer. Then the priest shall wash his clothes and bathe them in water, and afterward he may come into the camp. But the priest shall be unclean until evening. The one who burns the heifer shall wash his clothes in water and bathe his body in water, and shall be unclean until evening. And a man who is unclean shall gather up the ashes of the heifer and deposit them outside the camp in a clean place, and they shall be kept for water, for impurity, for the congregation of the people of Israel. It is a sin offering. And the one who gathers the ashes of the heifer shall wash his clothes and be unclean until the evening, and this shall be a perpetual statute for the people of Israel. And for the stranger who sojourns among them, whoever touches the dead body of any person shall be unclean 7 days, and he shall cleanse himself with the water on the 3rd day, and on the 7th day, and so be clean. If he does not cleanse himself on the 3rd day and on the 7th day, he will not become clean. Whoever touches a dead person, the body of anyone who has died, and does not cleanse himself, defiles the tabernacle of the Lord. And that person shall be cut off from Israel, because the water for impurity was not thrown on him. He shall be unclean. His uncleanness is still on him. This is the law when someone dies in a tent. Everyone who comes into the tent and everyone who is in the tent shall be unclean 7 days, and every open vessel that has no cover fastened to it is unclean. Whoever's in the open field touches someone who was killed with a sword, or who has died naturally, or touches a human bone or a grave, shall be unclean 7 days. For the unclean they shall take some ashes of the burnt offering, sin offering, and fresh water shall be added in a vessel. Then a clean person shall take hyssop and dip it in the water and sprinkle it on the tent and all the furnishings and the person who were there, and on the person who touched the bone or the slain or the dead or the grave, and the person shall sprinkle it or unclean on the 3rd day and on the 7th day. Thus on the 7th day he shall cleanse himself, and he shall wash his clothes and bathe himself in water, and evening he shall be clean. If the man who is unclean does not cleanse himself, the person shall be cut off from the midst of the assembly, since he has defiled the sanctuary of the Lord, because the water for impurity has not been thrown onto him. He is unclean, and he shall be and in it shall be a statute forever for them. The one who sprinkles the water for impurity shall wash his clothes, and the one who touches the water for impurity shall be unclean until the evening. And whatever the unclean person touches shall be unclean, and anyone who touches it shall be unclean until evening. That's not fair. TikTok just booted me out. Man, my phone is glitching out. What in the world? TikTok is mad at me. 1 second. I don't know what is... My phone too hot? It's not too hot. Sorry guys, 1 second. TikTok is acting goofy right now. You guys good? TikTok was super weird right there. Just literally like... I don't know what that was. It's still kind of glitching, so it's kind of scaring me right now. It's like slowly... Maybe if I put the Wi-Fi on. Wi-Fi is terrible, so I never use it. Sorry, my TikTokers. YouTube, you guys are fine. All right, you guys are good? I don't know what just happened there. Or at least it paused. I thought I totally just lost all the progress. I was about to be really sad. Let me put on this. Sorry, my YouTube family right now. It just like, it started like glitching like crazy. Oh, now it's not going to let me do the... Oh, that's not fun. Now no one's going to know what I'm doing. So those of you that are on here, I'm reading the Bible nonstop. TikTok just kind of like it said it paused my life. It just like literally just, I think it was too much for it. I've been going 13 hours. I don't know what the limit is on TikTok, but it wigged out. So whoops. One second. I kind of want to make sure if it's not going to let me put a title on here, I want to make sure they're able to. Oh, sweet. Okay, I figured it out. Figured it out. We're good. Not today, Satan. Okay, I just want to make sure I have the... Okay, there we go. Okay. Yeah, TikTok just canceled me right there for a second. Not because I got flagged. It was just, I think my phone like overheated or something. Okay, there we go. Okay, that was really weird. Yes, I'm still reading. I just was making sure I didn't lose you guys over there. We just had a bunch of people drop off from that. That's a bummer, but that's okay. My phone glitched out. TikTok just kind of like froze up and canceled. So we're on 13 hours. Anyways, this is a good ad break. 13 hours. We have been going for 13 hours straight. Praise God that we're still going. 13 hours and we're going strong. We're on Numbers 20. We're about to finish. I can't remember how many. Someone tell me in the chat how many chapters Numbers is. I don't got my actual Bible on me. But we're on Numbers 20. Someone said, what book should I read first? You should read Genesis. Snacks, if you go to, right now we're on YouTube. You can see it right here. If you want to watch on YouTube, you can go to Bethel's Rock. Also, if you go to bethelsrock.org/Bible in a year, what that's going to do, you're going to get our Bible in a year plan. So we're starting this on Monday. We're starting January 8th. And if you follow that plan, you'll be able to finish the Bible December 31st. Okay, so you asked me where to start. If you go to our website, download our free plan, and you'll be a part of if you subscribe to our YouTube, you'll get our weekly live stream where we're going to talk about the Bible, and my pastor is going to break it down, and you're going to be able to ask questions. And so, pretty cool. Pretty cool. That's why I'm doing this. I'm doing this to inspire you to read the Bible. If you could do me a favor, because TikTok just froze my account, all of you guys, I know there's been a lot of you that have been watching literally the whole time I've been on here. What I want to see right now, can you hit that like button for me as we hit this little ad break? Let's get the algorithm. We were almost at 1,000 people on TikTok, which is wild. We need to get it back up now. Oh, because we're not going to sleep yet. It's only 9:30 here. I've been going 13 hours. I'm not even tired yet. Hit that like button. Those that you support me and you like what I do, the simplest way that you can support is hit that like button. For those of you, it goes the same on YouTube. If you interact with the content, the algorithm pushes out the video. So the more you interact with it, the more you comment, the more you like, the more you share, the more the content gets pushed into the algorithm. So as I'm doing this, I'm going along, I would appreciate that a ton, and we can bring the gospel to people that don't know the Lord and hopefully get them in a Bible reading plan. That would be a dream come true. I'm doing this because I want you guys to seek God this year, okay? I know we need to get them on YouTube. That's the goal. We have 27 people on YouTube. We got 177 on TikTok. Right now, we were just around 1,000 on TikTok. So you guys got to join the Bible reading plan. We're gonna seek God together. Man, 2024 better watch out when people start seeking and calling upon the name of the Lord. I can guarantee if you do this plan, it will change your entire life. If you do this plan, I can guarantee it, because it's not my promise, it's God's promise. If you seek him, you will find him. I can promise you this will change your entire life. This will change your entire life, okay? Okay, this is why I'm pushing it to you. Now that we're done with our ad break, thanks to TikTok crashing, make sure you like that. Hit that like button like crazy. Comment, share it. And we're on Numbers 20, and we're on hour 13. If anybody comes in the chat and they're saying, hey, what is this? What's going on here? You tell them that clock is how many hours I've been live. And you let them know to join the Bible in a year plan. So those of you that are watching and been faithful, just let the newcomers know and point them in the right direction, because I will be locked in, eyes bloodshot at the verses. Okay. Numbers 20, the death of Miriam. And the people of Israel and the whole congregation came into the wilderness. I'm just going to keep this right here. And the people of Israel and the whole congregation came into the wilderness of Zin in the first month, and the people stayed in Kadesh, and the Miriam died there and was buried there. Now there was no water for the congregation, and they assembled themselves together against Moses and against Aaron. And the people quarreled with Moses and said, "Would that we had perished when our brothers perished before the Lord. Why have you brought the assembly of the Lord into the wilderness?" Man, this sounds so, it feels like I'm looking up and I'm like, did I just read this? Because it is so repetitive about how the people of Israel are constantly disobeying, that we should die here, both we and our cattle. And why have you made us come up out of Egypt to bring us to this evil place? It is no place for grain or figs or vines or pomegranates, and there is no water to drink. Praise God. Then Moses and Aaron went from the presence of the assembly to the entrance of the tent of meeting and fell on their faces. And the glory of the Lord appeared to them. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, "Take the staff and assemble the congregation, you and your brother, and tell the rock before their eyes to yield its water. So you shall bring water out of the rock for them and give drink to the congregation and their cattle." And Moses took the staff from before the Lord, and he commanded him, as he commanded him. Then Moses and Aaron gathered the assembly together before the rock, and he said to them, "Hear now, you rebels, shall we bring water for you out of this rock?" And Moses lifted up his hand and struck the rock with his staff twice, and water came out abundantly, and the congregation drank, and their livestock. And the Lord said to Moses and Aaron, "Because you did not believe in me to uphold me as holy in the eyes of the people of Israel, therefore you shall not bring this assembly into the land that I have given them. These are the waters of Meribah, where the people of Israel quarreled with the Lord, and through them he showed himself holy." Moses said to messengers from Kadesh to the king of Edom, "Thus says your brother Israel, you know all the hardship that we have met, how our fathers went down to Egypt, and we lived in Egypt a long time, and the Egyptians dealt harshly with us and our fathers, and we cried out to the Lord and heard our voice, and he heard our voice and sent an angel and brought us out of Egypt, and we were in Kadesh, a city on the edge of your territory. Please let us pass through your land. Will we not pass through the field or vineyard or drink water from a well? We will go along the king's highway, and we will not turn aside to the right hand or the left hand until we have passed through your territory." But Edom said to him, "You shall not pass through, lest I come out with a sword against you." And the people of Israel said to him, "We will go up the highway, and we will drink of your water and my livestock, and then I will pay for it. Let me only pass through on foot, nothing more." But he said, "You shall not pass through." And Edom came out against them with a large army and with a strong force. Thus Edom refused to give Israel passage through his territory. So Israel turned away from him. And they journeyed from Kadesh, and the people of Israel, the whole congregation, came to Mount Hor. The Lord said to Moses, Aaron at Mount Hor at the border of the land of Edom, "Let Aaron be gathered to his people. Shall he not appreciate the gifts?" Thank you, Danny. Thank you. "Shall not enter the land I have given to the people of Israel, because you rebelled against my command at the water of Meribah. Take Aaron and Eleazar his son and bring them out of Mount Hor, and strip Aaron of his garments and put them on Eleazar his sons, and Aaron shall be gathered to his people and shall die there." Moses did as the Lord commanded, and they went up in Mount Hor in the sight of all the congregation, and the people stripped Aaron of his garments and put them on Eleazar his son, and Aaron died there on the top of the mountain. Then Moses and Eleazar came down from the mountain, and when all the congregation saw that Aaron had perished, and all the house of Israel wept for Aaron for 30 days. When the Canaanite, the king of Arad, who lived in the Negeb, heard that Israel was coming back the way of Atharim, he fought against Israel and took some of them captive. And Israel vowed a vow to the Lord and said, if you will indeed give this people into my hand, then I will devote their cities to destruction. And the Lord heeded the voice of Israel and gave over the Canaanites, and they devoted them and the cities to destruction. So the name of that place was called Hormah. From Mount Hor, they sent out by, this is interesting, this is about the bronze serpent. We're in Numbers 21, guys. Numbers 21. Mount Hor, they set out by the way to the Red Sea to go from the land of Edom, and the people spoke against God and Moses. Why have you, oh my goodness, I'm telling you, doesn't this sound repetitive? This is like just what we read multiple times. They keep doing this. And the people spoke against God. They did it again. And Moses, why have you brought us up out of Egypt to die in the wilderness? For there is no food and no water, and we loathe this worthless food. Then the Lord sent fiery serpents among the people, and they bit the people, so that many people of Israel died. And the people came to Moses and said, we have sinned, for we have spoken against the Lord and against you. Pray to the Lord that he take away the serpents from us. So Moses prayed for the people, and the Lord said to Moses, make a fiery serpent and set it on the pole, and everyone who is bitten, when he sees it, shall live. Ooh, that's an interesting connection there. I'm not going to say it because I can't preach on here. So Moses made a bronze serpent and set it on a pole. And if a certain serpent bit anyone, he would look at the bronze serpent and live. And the people of Israel sent out and camped in Oboth, and they set out from Oboth and camped at Lai Abarim in the wilderness that is opposite Moab toward the sunrise. From there they set out and camped in the valley of Zerad. From there they sent out and encamped on the other side of the Arnon, which is the wilderness that extends from the border of the Amorites. For the Arnon is the border of Moab, between Moab and the Amorites. Therefore it is said in the book of wars of the Lord, Wahab and Supbaha, and the valley of Arnon, the slope of the valleys that extend to the seat of Ar, leans to the border of Moab. And from there they continued to Beer, and that is well, which the Lord said to Moses, gather the people together so that I might give them water. Then Israel sang this song, spring up, O well, sing to it, that the well that the princess made, that the nobles of the people dug with the scepter in their staffs. And from the wilderness they went out from Mattanah, and from Mattanah to Nahalil, and Nahalil to Bamoth, and Bamoth in the valley lying in the region of Moab by the top of Pisgah that looks down on the desert. Then Israel sent messengers to Sihon, king of the Amorites, saying, let me pass through your land. We will not turn aside into the field or vineyard. We will not drink the water of a well. We will go by the king's highway, but we have passed through your territory. But Sihon would not allow Israel to pass through his territory. He gathered all his people together and went out against Israel to the wilderness, and came to Jahaz and fought against Israel. And Israel defeated him with the edge of the sword and took possession of the land from Arnon to Jabbok. As far as the Ammonites, for the border of the Ammonites was strong, and Israel took all these cities, and Israel settled in all the cities for the Amorites, and Heshbon and all the villages, for Heshbon was the city of Sihon, the king of the Amorites, who had fought against the former king of Moab and taken all his land out of Egypt. And as far as Arnon, therefore the ballad singers say, come to Heshbon, let it be built, let the city of Sihon be established, for the fire came out from Heshbon, flame from the city of Sihon. It devoured Ar of Moab and swallowed the heights of Arnon. Woe to you, Moab! You are undone, people of Chemosh. He has made his sons fugitives and his daughters captive to an Amorite, Sihon. So he overthrew him. Heshbon as far as Dibon perished, and he laid waste as far as Nopah. A fire spread as Medeba. Jabbok, great name for our second child. Robin Angulo, reading with you. Thanks for doing this. I appreciate you. What convicted you to do this? What convicted me to do this is that I want people to know God like I know God. God spoke to me when I was in 10th grade and called me into ministry. I heard his voice and everything changed in my life. So many people do not know God. They know of God. This year, I don't want you just to read the Bible like so many people claim to do. I want you to perceive it and hear the voice of God and know his character. So I am reading the Bible in a day so you can be encouraged that it's really easy to do it in a year. And I promise you, when you do this, your whole life will change. When you seek God, when you read the Bible in order to seek the face of God, you will find him and your whole life will change. So Danny, what convicted me to do this was so that people would read the Bible and seek Jesus in 2024. And I want you to join our Bible in a year plan. My pastor, he is going to be doing a question live stream where you guys can filter in your questions. It'll be live. We're going to bring people on actually live camera so they can ask questions, and we'll have call-ins, and then we'll provide context for the next reading. But if you go to BETHELSROCK.org/Bible in a year, you can download your plan. And if you go to YouTube, Bethel's Rock, I'm live right now on there as well, and you can subscribe to the channel, and we are going to, like I said, be doing live streams every single week, Wednesday at 12 p.m. and answering all your questions. So it'll be super beneficial for you guys to actually understand what you're reading. The goal of why I'm doing this is there is nothing like the voice of God. Everything you waste your time doing, we waste our time watching Netflix, binging streamers, pranking people in public and doing just dumb things. We'll watch them for hours and wasting our life when this is the best investment we could ever make. This will change your life. The Bible will change your life. And it's not just the Bible like it's a magical book. It's who it's describing, the character of God, that when you come to know who he is, your life will absolutely change. So anyways, I watch a lot of movies, and so if I can spend a lot of time doing that, this is nothing. This is so much more rewarding. So that's my conviction. That's why I'm doing this. Hop over to the live stream on YouTube, subscribe to it. So next week, January 8th, when we start the plan, you don't miss a thing, okay? And let me know if you're doing it. I would love to hear from you guys. Let me know, hey, say, Pastor Alex or Alex, I'm doing the Bible in a year plan with you. I'm doing it. I'm in. I'm committed. Okay? I would love to hear that. What book are we in right now? Numbers 21. Numbers 21. Okay, we're ready? Now that the ad break's done, hit that like, hit those likes, smash that like button on TikTok. You can do so on YouTube as well. All right, let's do the Bible together. We'll see how far we can get. We're at 13 hours and 31 minutes. 13 hours and 31 minutes. Amen. Okay. Come to Heshbon, let it be built, let the city of Sihon be established. For fire came out from Heshbon, flame from the city of Sihon. It devoured Ar of Moab and swallowed the heights of Arnon. Woe to you, O Moab! You are undone, O people of Chemosh. He has made his sons fugitives and his daughters captive to an Amorite king, Sihon. So he overthrew them. Heshbon as far as Dibon perished, and we laid waste as far as Nepho. Fire spread as far as Medeba. Sounds like Medea. I'm committed. Amen, Lewis. Awesome. Robin's committed. Lewis is committed. Let's go. Thus Israel lived in the land of the Amorites, and Moses sent to spy out Jazer, and captured its villages and dispossessed the Amorites who were there. Then they turned and went up the way to Bashan, and I just want to say the OG king of Bashan came out against them, and he and his people to battle at Edrei. But the Lord said to Moses, "Do not fear him, for I have given him into your hand, and all his people in his land. And you shall do to him as you did to Sihon king of the Amorites, who lived in Heshbon. done. So they defeated him and his sons and all his people until he had no survivor left, and they possessed his land. Numbers 22. Numbers 22, 13 hours and 33 minutes. We've been doing this. Then the people of Israel sent out. Oh man, I need more tea. Then the people of Israel set out and camped in the plains of Moab beyond the Jordan at Jericho. And Balak the son of Zippor saw that all that Israel had done to the Amorites, and Moab was in great dread of the people. And because they were many, Moab was overcome with fear of the people of Israel. And Moab said to the elders of Midian, this horde will now lick up all that is around us, as the ox licks up the grass of the field. So Balak, the son of Zippor, who was the king of Moab at the time, sent messengers to Balaam and the son of Beor at Pethor, which is near the river in the land of Ammon. I guess I don't have to yell that loud. That might help my voice. I'm realizing because I have my headphones on, I'm like yelling super loud. I maybe can talk a little bit quieter. In the land of the people of Ammon, to call him, saying, Behold, a people has come out of Egypt. They cover the face of the earth, and they are dwelling opposite me. Come now, curse this people for me. Since they are too mighty for me, perhaps I shall be able to defeat them and drive them from the land, where I know that he whom you bless is blessed, and he whom you curse is cursed. So the elders of Moab and the elders of Midian departed with the fees for divination in their hand, and they came to Balaam and gave him Balak's message. And he said to them, Lodge here tonight, and I will bring back word to you. And the Lord speaks to me. So the princes of Moab stayed with Balaam, and God came to Balaam and said, Who are these men with you? And Balaam said to God, Balak the son of Zippor, the king of Moab, has sent me to saying, Behold, a people has come out of Egypt, and it covers the face of the earth. Now come curse them for me. Perhaps I shall be able to fight against them and drive them out. And God said to Balaam, You shall not go with them. You shall not curse the people, for they are blessed. So Balaam rose in the morning and said, The princes of Balak, go to your own land, and the Lord has refused to let me go with you. So the princes of Moab rose and went to Balak and said, Balaam refuses to come with us. Once again Balak sent princes more in number and more honorable than these. And they came, and Balaam said to him, Thus says the Balak the son of Zippor, Let nothing hinder you from coming to me. For I surely do you great honor, and whatever you say to me I will do. Come curse this people for me. But Balaam answered and said to the servants of Balak, Though Balak were to give me this house full of silver and gold, I could not go beyond the command of the Lord my God to do less or more. So you two, please stay here tonight, that I may know that what more the Lord will say to me. And God came to Balaam at night and said to him, If the men have come to call you, rise and go with them, but only do what I tell you. So Balaam rose in the morning and saddled his donkey and went with the prince of Moab. But God's anger was kindled because he went, and the angel of the Lord took his stand in the way as his adversary. Now he was riding on the donkey, and his two servants were with him. And the donkey saw the angel of the Lord standing in the road with the sword drawn in his hand. And the donkey turned aside out of the road and went into the field. And Balaam struck the donkey to turn into the road. Then angel of the Lord stood in a narrow path between the vineyards and the wall on the other side. And when the donkey saw the angel of the Lord, she pushed against the wall, against Balaam's foot against the wall, so he struck her again. And then the angel of the Lord went ahead and stood in a narrow place where there is no way to turn either to the left, to the right, or to the left. And when the donkey saw the angel of the Lord, she lay down under Balaam, and Balaam's anger was kindled, and he struck the donkey with his staff. Then the Lord said, Open the mouth of the donkey. And she said to Balaam, What have I done to you, that you have struck me these 3 times? And Balaam said to his donkey, Because you have made a fool of me. I wish I had a sword, for then I would kill you. And the donkey said to Balaam, Am I not your donkey, on which you have ridden all your life, long to this day? Is it my habit to treat you this way? He said, No. Then the Lord said, Open the eyes of Balaam, and he saw the angel of the Lord that was standing in the way, his sword drawn in his hand, and he bowed down and fell on his face. And the angel of the Lord said to him, Why have you struck your donkey these 3 times? Behold, I come out to oppose you, because your way is perverse before me. The donkey saw me and turned aside before these 3 times. If he had not turned aside from me, surely just now I would have killed you and let her live. Then Balaam said to the angel of the Lord, I have sinned, for I did not know that you stood in the road against me. Now therefore, if it is evil in your sight, I will turn back. And the angel of the Lord said to Balaam, Go with the men, but speak only what the word that I tell you. So Balaam went on with the princes of Balak. When Balak heard that Balaam had come, he went out to meet him at the city of Moab on the border formed by Arnon, the extremity of the border. And Balak said to Balaam, Did I send to call you? Why do you not come to me? Am I not able to honor you? Balaam said to Balak, Behold, I have come to you. Have I now any power of my own to speak anything? The word of God puts it in my mouth that I speak. Then Balaam went with Balak, and they came to Kiriath Huzoth, and Balak sacrificed oxen and sheep, and sent from Balaam and for his princes who were with him. And in the morning took Balaam and brought him up from Bameth Baal, and from there he saw a fraction of the people. Numbers 23. Appreciate you, Adam. Thank you. Which Bible is being read? ESV. Numbers 23 in the ESV. We're on 13 hours and 40 minutes. "13 hours and 40 minutes. We're approaching 14 hours, guys. We might finish. We're going to finish Numbers here soon. I don't feel like there's... Did someone tell me how many... Can someone tell me how many chapters are in Numbers? Anyone want to let me know what that is real quick? Yeah, Chris said Psalm's gonna be long. Yeah, I know. How many chapters is Numbers? God bless you, Monique. God bless you. 36. Oh, okay. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I might need a tea. I'm not tired at all. It's just like my throat is... Oh. Is there such thing as like a stretch to do? My throat is like... I'm gonna start. I'm for real. Probably gonna start whispering here, just to like preserve it. I know. I was drinking tea earlier. I just don't want to take another break, walk away from you guys to lose momentum. I was trying to do. I'm gonna try to finish Numbers 36, and then I'm gonna get more tea, because I was doing the tea and it was I was totally great. I didn't have any problems with my throat until now. Okay, 36. Just give me a second. How long have you been live? Dojo, I've been live for 13 hours and 43 minutes reading the Bible. Tea with honey and lemon. Appreciate you, Adam. Something with a little honey. Yep. I don't want to step away now because I just took a break. So I kind of want to combine my bathroom breaks with getting a drink at the same time. Appreciate the gift. Thank you, Kay. Thank you. All right. Robin said I can whisper. So if I talk like this, can you guys hear me? If I talk like this in this level, let me know if you can hear me if I talk like this. It's not too quiet if I talk like this, right? You guys can hear me if I talk like this? Okay. Let's do this. Let's do this, guys. And Balaam said to Balak, build for me here 7 altars, and prepare for me here 7 bulls and 7 rams. Balak did as Balaam had said, and Balak and Balaam offered on each bull, an altar on each bull and a ram. And Balaam said to Balak, stand beside your burnt offering, and I will go. Perhaps the Lord will come to meet me, and whatever he shows me, I will tell you. And he went to a bare height, and God met Balaam. And Balaam said to him, I have arranged the 7 altars, and I have offered to each altar a bull and a ram. And the Lord put a word in Balaam's mouth and said, return to Balak, and thus you shall speak. And he returned to him, and behold, he and the princes of Moab were standing aside in the burnt offerings. And Balaam took up his discourse and said, from Aram Balak has brought me the king of Moab. From the east of eastern mountains come, curse Jacob for me, and come denounce Israel. How can I curse whom God has not cursed? How can I denounce whom the Lord has not denounced? From the tops of the crags I see him, from the hills I behold him, a people dwelling alone and not counting itself among the nations. Who can count the dust of Jacob or number the 4th part of Israel? Let me die the death of an upright, and let me end like his. Let my end be like his. And Balak said to Balaam, what have you done to me? I took you to curse my enemies, and behold, you have done nothing but bless them. And he answered and said, must I not take care to speak what the Lord puts in my mouth? And Balak said to him, please come with me to another place from which you may see them. Shall you see only a fraction of them, and shall not see them all? Then curse them from there for me. And he took him to the field of Zephim, to the top of Pisgah, and built 7 altars, and offered a bull and a ram on each altar. And Balaam said to Balak, stand here beside the burnt offering, while I meet the Lord over there. And the Lord met Balaam, and put a word in his mouth, and said, return to Balak, and thus shall you speak. And he came to him, and behold, he was standing beside the burnt offering, and the princes of Moab with him. And Balak said, what has the Lord spoken? And Balak took up his discourse and said, arise, Balak, and hear. Give ear to me, O son of Zippor. God is not man that he should lie, or a son of man that he should change his mind. And has he said, and will he not do it? Or has he spoken, and will he not fulfill it? Behold, I receive a command to bless. He has blessed, and I cannot revoke. He has not beheld misfortune in Jacob, nor has he seen trouble in Israel. The Lord their God is with them, and the shout of a king is among them. God brings them out of Egypt, and is for them like the horns of the wild ox, for there is no enchantment against Jacob, no divination against Israel. Now it shall be said of Jacob and Israel, what has God wrought? Behold, a people, as a lioness it rises up, and as a lion it lifts itself. It does not lie down until it has devoured the prey and drunk the blood of the slain. And the Balak said to Balaam, do not curse them at all, and do not bless them at all. But Balaam answered Balak, did I not tell you all the Lord says that I must do? And Balak said to Balaam, come now, I will take you to another place for me there. Curse them for me there. So Balak took Balaam in top of the Peor, which overlooks the desert. And Balaam said to Balak, build for me here seven altars, and prepare for me 7 bulls and 7 rams. And Balak did as Balaam had said, and Balak did as Balaam had said, and offered a bull and a ram on each altar. 24. When Balaam saw that it pleased the Lord, to bless Israel, he did not go as other times to look for omens, but set his face toward the wilderness. And Balaam lifted up his eyes and saw Israel camping by tribe, and the Spirit of God came upon him, and he took up his discourse and said, the oracle of Balaam, the son of Beor, the oracle of the man whose eye is opened, and the oracle of the man who hears the word of God, who sees the vision of the Almighty, falling down with his eyes uncovered. How lovely are your tents, O Jacob, your encampments, O Israel, like palm groves that stretch afar, like the gardens beside a river, like aloes that the Lord has planted, like cedar trees. Beside the waters shall flow from this bucket, and his seed shall be in waters, and his king shall be higher than the Agag. His kingdom shall be exalted. God brings out of Egypt. It is for him like the horns of the wild ox. He shall eat up nations, his adversaries, and shall break their bones in pieces, and piece them through with his arrows. He crouched, he lay down like a lion, and a lioness who will rouse him up. Blessed are those who bless you, and cursed are those who curse you. And Balak's anger, he's like, dude, you're not doing your job. I'm telling you to curse them. You keep blessing them. What's up, Teresa? Appreciate you, John. And Balak's anger was kindled against Balaam, and he said, struck his hands together. And Balak said to Balaam, I called you to curse my enemies, and behold, you have blessed them 3 times. Therefore now to your own place, I said, I will certainly honor you. But the Lord has held you back from honor. And Balaam said to Balak, did I not tell your messengers whom you sent to me? If Balak should give me this house full of silver and gold, I will not be able to go beyond the word of the Lord to do either good or bad, or of my own will. What the Lord speaks, that I will speak. And now behold, I am going to my people. Come, I will let you know what the people will do to your people in the latter days. He took up his discourse and said, the oracle of Balaam, the son of Beor, the oracle of the man whose eye is open, the oracle of him who hears the words of God. He knows the knowledge of the Most High God, who sees the vision of the Almighty. Falling down with his eyes uncovered, I see him, but not now. Behold him, but not near. A star shall come out of Jacob, and a scepter shall rise out of Israel. It shall crush the forehead of Moab, and break down the sons of Sheth. Edom shall be dispossessed. Seir also his enemies shall be dispossessed. Israel is doing valiantly. And one for Jacob shall exercise dominion and destroy the survivors of the cities. Then he looked on Amalek and took up his discourse and said, Amalek was the first among nations, but it is under utter destruction. And he looked at the Kenite and took up his discourse and said, enduring is your dwelling place, and your nest is set in the rock. Nevertheless, Cain should be burned. And when Asher takes you away captive, and he took up his discourse and said, alas, who shall live when God does this? But ships from the Kittim, and shall afflict Asher and Eber, and he too shall come to utter destruction. Then Balaam arose, went back, and Balak went his way. We're at Numbers 25 going on. We're almost at 14 hours, guys. You guys are doing great. You guys are doing great. Doing a good job. This is meaningless if you guys don't do the Bible in a year. To be honest, that's really the only thing I care about. The numbers are great and everything, but it's really a waste to me in my eyes if you guys don't do the Bible in a year. If this doesn't encourage you, inspire you to do the Bible in a year. I believe in you guys. You guys can do it. I believe in you. BETHELSROCK.org/Bible in a year. You guys can do it. We're starting January 8th, and we're going all the way to December 31st. And we have a plan specifically for you already all laid out. It's already all laid out. So if you go to BETHELSROCK.org/Bible in a year, your plan is already there. On YouTube, I'm live, obviously, on YouTube, as you can see right there. For you on TikTok, I know a lot of you have jumped over. What's up, guys? On YouTube, if you guys are from TikTok, you can see right up here for the what I've been talking about, the Bible in a year. It's right here. It's in the top left of my screen at BETHELSROCK.org/Bible in a year. So at any time, just pop on over, download that plan real quick, subscribe obviously to what you're on right now on the live, and hit the notification button so you can stay updated when we are going to go live every week discussing what we just read. And I believe there's going to be tons of revelation, and God's going to do some incredible things this year if you participate in it. So okay. Okay, here we go. Again, we're 13 hours and 54 minutes. Numbers 25. While Israel lived in Shittim, the people began to whore with the daughters of Moab, and these invited the people to sacrifice of their gods, and people ate and bowed down to their gods. So Israel yoked himself to Baal of Peor, and the anger of the Lord kindled against Israel. And the Lord said to Moses, "Take all the chiefs of the people and hang them in the sun before the Lord, that the fierce anger of the Lord may turn away from Israel." And the Lord said to the judges of Israel, "Each one of you kill those of his men who have yoked themselves to Baal of Peor." And behold, one of the people of Israel came and brought a Midianite woman to his family, in sight of Moses and in sight of the whole congregation of the people of Israel, while they were weeping in the entrance of the tent of meeting. When Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, son of Aaron the priest, saw, he rose and left the congregation and took a spear in his hand, and went after the man of Israel into the chamber and pierced both of them, the man of Israel and the woman, through her belly. Thus the plague on the people of Israel was stopped. Nevertheless, those who died by the plague were 24,000. And the Lord said to Moses, "Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, son of Aaron the priest, has turned back my wrath from the people of Israel, in that he was jealous with my jealousy among them, so that I did not consume the people of Israel in my jealousy. Therefore, behold, I give my covenant of peace, and it shall be to him and his descendants after him, the covenant of perpetual priesthood, because he was jealous for his God and made atonement for the people of Israel." The name of the slain man of Israel who was killed with the Midianite woman was Zimri, the son of Salu, chief of father's house, belonging to Simeonites. And the name of the Midianite woman who was killed was Cosbi, the daughter of Zur, who was the tribal head of the father's house in Midian. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, "Harass the Midianites and strike them down, for they have harassed you with their wiles, in which they beguiled you in the matter of Peor, and in the matter of Cosbi, the daughter of the Midian, their sister, who was killed on that day in the plague on account of Peor." After the plague, the Lord said to Moses and said to the sons of Aaron, "Take a census of the congregation of all the people of Israel from 20 years old and upward, and the father's household, and all in Israel who are able to go to war. And Moses and Eleazar, the priest, spoke with them in the Moab by the Jordan at Jericho, saying, take a census of the people for 20 years old and upward, as the Lord commanded Moses. And the people of Israel came out of the land in Egypt, and Reuben the firstborn, the son of the sons of Reuben of Hanak, the clan of Hanakites, of Palu, the clan of Paluites, Hezron, the clan of Hezronites, of Carmi, the clan of Carmites. These are the clans of the Reubenites, and all those were 43,730. And the sons of Palu, Eliab, the sons of Eliab, Nemuel, Dathan, and Abiram. These are Dathan and Abiram, chosen from congregation, who contended against Moses and Aaron in the company of Korah, when they contended against the Lord, and the earth opened its mouth and swallowed them up together with Korah, when that company died, when the fire devoured 250 men, and they became a warning, but the sons of Korah did not die. The sons of Simeon, according to the clans of Nemuel, the clan of the Nemuelites of Jamin, the clan of the Jamanites of Jachin, and the clan of the Jachanites of Zerah, the clan of the Zerahrites of Shaul, the clan of Shaulites. These are the clans of the Simeonites, 22,200. The sons of Gad, according to the clans of Zephon, the clan of Zephonites of Haggai, the clan of Haggites of Shunai, the clan of Shunites of the Ozni, the clan of Oznites of Eri, the clan of Aranis of Arad, the clan of Erodites of Areli, the clan of Arelites. These are the clans of Gad that were listed, 40,500. And the sons of Judah were and Onan, and and Onan died in the land of Canaan. And the sons of Judah, according to their clans, were Shelah, the clan of Shelonites, Perez, the clan of Perizzites, the Zerah, the clan of Zerahrites, and the clans of Hezronites, Hamuel, the clan of Hamuelites. These are the clans of Judah, and they were listed 76,500. The son of Issachar, according to their clans, Tola, the clan of Toelites, of Puva, the clan of Punites, of Jashub, the clan of Jashubites, of Shimron, the clan of Shimronites. These are the clans of Issachar when they were listed, 64,300. The sons of Zebulun, according to their clans, of Sarad, the clan of Saradites, of Elon, the clan of Elonites, of Jehiel, the clan of Jehielites. These are the clans of Zebulunites, and they were listed 60,500. The sons of Joseph, according to their clans, Manasseh, the sons of Manasseh, of Machar, the clans of Macharites, and Machar was the father of Gilead, and of Gilead, the clan of Gileadites. So these are the sons of Gilead, of Lezar, the clan of Lezarites, of Helek, the clan of Hekelites, Azriel, the clan of Azraelites, and of Shechem, the clan of Shechemites, and of Shemida, the clan of Shemedites, of Hefer, the clan of Heferites. Now Zephaliad, son of Hefer, had no sons but daughters. And the names of the daughters, Zephirlad, were Mahilad, Noah, Hagla, Milcah, Tirzah. These are the clans of Manasseh, and those were listed 52,700. These are the sons of Ephraim, according to their clans, of Shuthelah, the clan of Shuhalites, the Bachar, the clan of Bacharites, the Tahan, the clan of Tahanites, and these are the sons of Shuhatelah, and Aran, the clan of Ehronites. These are the clans of the sons of Ephraim, and they were listed 32,000, and their sons of Joseph according to their clans. The sons of Benjamin according to their clans, of Bela, the sons of Baalites, of Ashba, the clan of Eshcolites, and Iram, the clan of Ehramites, of Shupavla, that wasn't even close to the word. I just threw out on that last one. If you guys were following along, I just was saying words at that point. Shephupham, the clan of the Shufamites, of Hupha, the clan of Hufamites. I don't know. And the sons of the Bela were Ard and Naaman of Ard, and the clan of Ardites, of Naaman, the clan of the Naamites. These are the sons of Benjamin according to their clans, and they were listed 45,600. 14 hours. We just hit 14 hours. 14 hours straight. $14 hours. These are the sons of Dan according to the clans of Shuham, the clan of Shuhamites. These are the clans of Dan according to their clans, all the clans of Shuhamites, and they were listed were 64,400. The sons of Asher according to the clans of Imnah, the clan of Imnites, of Ishva, the clan of Ishvites, the Berai, the clan of Beraites, or the of the sons of Berai, Hibar, the clan of Hirabrites, the Melchi, the clan of Melchalites, and the name of the daughter of Asher was Sarah. And these are the clans of the sons of Asher, and they were listed 53,400. The sons of Naphtali, according to their clans, of Jahizil, I'm just saying that because it's just fun. I don't even know if it's in there. And the clan of Jahizilites, of Guni, the clan of Gunites, of Jezar, the clan of Jezerites, of Galim, the clan of Shilamites, and these are the clans of Naphtali according to their clans, and those that were listed 45,400. This is the list of the people of Israel, 601,730. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, among these the land shall be divided for inheritance according to the number of names. To a large tribe you shall give a large inheritance, and a small tribe you shall give a small inheritance. Every tribe shall be given its inheritance in proportion to its list. But the land shall be divided by lot, according to the name of the tribes. By their fathers they shall inherit it. Their inheritance shall be divided according to the lot between the larger and the smaller. This was the list of the Levites according to their clans. Gershon, the clan of Gershonites. Of Kohath, the clan of Kohathanites. The Merah, the clan of the Merarites. These are the clans of Levi. The clan of Libnites, the clan of Hebronites, the clan of Mechalites, the clans of Mehushalites, the clan of the Korharites, and the Kohath was the father of Amram. The name of Amram's wife was Jochebed, the daughter of Levi, who was born to Levi in Egypt, and was bore to Amram, Aaron, and Moses, and Miriam, and their sister. And to Aaron was Nadab, Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar. But Nadab and Abihu died when they offered unauthorized fire before the Lord. And those listed were 23,000, every male from a month old and upward. For they were not listed among the people of Israel, because there was no inheritance given to them among the people of Israel. These were those listed by Moses, Eleazar, the priest, who listed the people of Israel in the plains of Moab by Jordan at Jericho. But among these that there was not one listed by Moses and Aaron the priest, who had listed the people of Israel in the wilderness of Sinai. For the Lord had said of them, they shall die in the wilderness, not one of them left, except Caleb the son of Jephunneh, Joshua the son of Nun. How we doing? 14 hours. Numbers 27. So we got 6 more. 6 more, and we finished another book of the Bible. We're almost done with the Pentateuch, kind of. We just got 1 more, and we finished the Pentateuch. Where are we at? We're at, here, I'll scroll up. Numbers 27. You'll see up there. Numbers 27. Appreciate you guys. I appreciate you. Thank you guys for joining. I'm doing this to encourage people to read their Bible. If I can do it in a day, you can read it in a year. So I'm making an attempt. Who knows if I'm going until failure. But I'm doing this. I'm doing something ridiculous like this because I want you to do the Bible in a year plan with me. I have a plan. If you go to our website, and it's free, you can read the Bible along with me. And we do a live stream every week on Wednesday. So go to our YouTube. We're live now. And you'll get the information, what you need to join that plan. And let me know when you do it. Got it. Cool. Then drew near. We feeling good? We feeling good, guys? Natasha, Brenda, Robin, Casey, let's go. Then drew near the daughters of Zelophehad, the son of Hepher, son of Gilead, son of Machir, son of Manasseh, from the clans of Manasseh, the son of Joseph. The names of his daughters were Mahai, Noah, Hoglah, Milcah, Tirzah, and they stood before Moses and before Eleazar the priest and before the chiefs and all the congregation at the entrance of the tent of the meeting, saying, Our father died in the wilderness. He was not among the company of those who gathered themselves together against the Lord in the company of Korah, but died for his own sin. He had no sons. Why should the name of the Lord be taken away from this clan because he had no son? Give to us a possession among our father's brothers. Moses brought their case before the Lord, and the Lord said to Moses, Daughters of Zelophehad are right. You shall give them a possession of an inheritance among their father's brothers, and transfer the inheritance of their father to them. And you shall speak to the people of Israel, saying, If a man dies and has no son, then you shall transfer his inheritance to his daughter. And if he has no daughter, then you shall give his inheritance to his brother. And if he has no brothers, you shall give his inheritance to his father's brother. And if his father has no brothers, then you shall give his inheritance to the nearest kinsman of his clan. Nearest of his clan, and he shall possess it, and he shall be for the people of Israel a statute and a rule, as the Lord commanded Moses. And the Lord said to Moses, Go up into this mountain of Abarim to see the land that I have given the people of Israel. And when you've seen it, you shall be gathered to your people as your brother Aaron was, because you rebelled against my word in the wilderness of Zin, when the congregation quarreled, failing to uphold me as holy at the waters before their eyes. These are the waters of Meribah, Kadesh, in the wilderness of Zin. Moses spoke to the Lord, saying, Let the Lord, the God of the spirits of flesh, appoint a man over the congregation, who shall go out before them and come in before them, who shall lead them out and bring them in, that the congregation of the Lord may not be as sheep who have no shepherd. So the Lord said to Moses, Take Joshua the son of Nun, a man in whom is the Spirit, and lay your hand on him. Make him stand before Eleazar the priest of all the congregation, and you shall commission him in their sight. You shall invest him with some of your authority, and all that the congregation of the people of Israel may obey. And he shall stand before Eleazar, before the priest, and you shall inquire for him by the judgment of Urim before the Lord. At his word you shall go out, and at his word they shall come in, and both all the people of Israel with him, the whole congregation. And Moses did as the Lord commanded. He took Joshua and made him stand before Eleazar and the priest and the whole congregation, and he laid his hands on him and commissioned him as the Lord directed through Moses. Thank you for the gifts. Thank you for the roses. Appreciate it. Thank you for the roses. Numbers 28. Numbers 28. Appreciate it, James. Appreciate it. We're going for it. We're going for it. I think if I can get through Numbers and I can get me a tea, I'm just to pour myself a quick tea, I should be good. And go to the bathroom again. Numbers 28. I'm like wide awake though. I'm not even tired. That's not even the issue. So I'm like I can feel I'm starting to lose my voice. I know. I don't know how to. Yeah, there's a bot in the comments. Let me just block the account. There we go. Numbers 28. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Command the people of Israel and say to them, My offering, my food for my food offerings, my pleasing aroma, you shall be careful to eat offer to me at its appointed time, and you shall say to them, this is the food offering that you shall offer to the Lord, the 2 male lambs a year without blemish, day by day as a regular offering. The one lamb you shall offer in the morning, and the other lamb you shall offer at twilight. Also a tenth of ephah of fine flour of grain offering, mixed with a quarter of hin of beaten oil. It is the regular burnt offering, which was ordained at Mount Sinai for a pleasing aroma, a food offering to the Lord. Its drink offering shall be a quarter of hin for each lamb. In the holy place you shall pour out a drink offering. Of a strong drink to the Lord. The other lamb you shall offer at twilight, like the grain offering of the morning, and it's like drink offering. You shall offer it as a food offering with a pleasing aroma to the Lord. On the Sabbath day, 2 lambs a year old without blemish, and 2 tenths of an ephah of fine flour for a grain offering mixed with oil, and its drink offering. This is the burnt offering of every Sabbath, besides the regular burnt offering and its drink offering. At the beginning of your months, you shall offer a burnt offering to the Lord, 2 bulls from the herd, 1 ram, 7 male lambs a year old without blemish, also 3 tenths of an ephah of fine flour for a grain offering mixed with oil for each bull, and 2 tenths of a flour for a grain offering mixed with oil for 1 ram, and a tenth of fine flour mixed with oil as a grain offering for every lamb. Burnt offering with pleasing aroma, a food offering to the Lord. Their drink offering shall be a half of hin of wine for a bull, and a third of a hin for a ram, and a quarter of a hin for a lamb. This is a burnt offering of each month throughout the months of the year, and also 1 male goat for a sin offering to the Lord. It shall be offered besides the regular burnt offering and its drink. On the 14th day of the month is the Lord's Passover, and on the 15th day this month is a feast. 7 days shall be unleavened bread shall be eaten. On the first day there shall be a holy convocation. You shall not do any ordinary work, but offer a food offering, a burnt offering to the Lord, 2 bulls from the herd, 1 ram, and 7 male lambs is a year old. See, they are without blemish. Also their grain offering of flour mixed with oil, 3 tenths of an ephah shall you offer for a bull, and 2 tenths for a ram. A tenth shall you offer for each of the 7 lambs. Also 1 male goat for a sin offering to make atonement for you. You shall offer these beside the burnt offering of the Lord of the morning, which is a regular burnt offering. In the same way you shall offer daily for 7 days the food offering with a pleasing aroma to the Lord. It shall be offering besides the regular burnt offering and its drink offering. And on the seventh day you shall have a holy convocation. You shall not do any ordinary work. On the first day of fruits, when you offered a grain offering of the new grain to the Lord, the feast of weeks, you shall have a holy convocation, and you shall not do any work, but offer a burnt offering with pleasing aroma to the Lord. 2 bulls from the herd, 1 ram, 7 male lambs a year old, also their grain offering of fine flour mixed with oil, 3 tenths of an ephah for each bull, 2 tenths for 1 ram, a tenth for each of the 7 lambs with 1 male goat to make atonement for you. Besides the regular burnt offering and its grain offering, you shall offer them in drink offering, and their drink offering. See that they are without blemish. On the first day of the 7th month, you shall have a holy convocation. You shall not do any ordinary work. It is a day for you to blow trumpets, and you shall offer a burnt offering for a pleasing aroma to the Lord, 1 bull from the Lord, 1 ram, 7 male lambs a year old without blemish, also their grain offering of a fine flour mixed with oil, 3 tenths of an ephah for the bull, 2 tenths for the ram, and 1 tenth for each of the 7 lambs with 1 male goat, and for a sin offering to make atonement for you, besides the offering burnt of the new moon and its grain offering, and the regular burnt offering and its grain offering, and their drink offering according to the rule for them for a pleasing aroma, a good offering to the Lord. On the 10th day of the 7th month, you shall have a holy convocation and afflict yourselves. You shall do no work, but you shall offer a burnt offering to the Lord, a pleasing aroma. 1 bull from the herd, 1 ram, 7 male lambs a year old. See that they are without blemish, and their grain offering shall be of fine flour mixed with oil, 3/10 of an ephah for the bull, 2/10 of 1 ram, 1/10 of each of the 7 lambs. Also make 1 goat offering, a goat for a sin offering, besides the sin offering of atonement, and the regular burnt offering and its grain offering and their drink offerings. On the 15th day of the 7th month, you shall have a holy convocation. You shall not do any ordinary work, and you shall keep a feast to the Lord 7 days, and you shall offer a burnt offering, to a food offering with a pleasing aroma to the Lord. 13 bulls from the herd, 2 rams, 14 male lambs a year old. They shall be without blemish, and their grain shall grain offering of fine flour mixed with oil, 3/10 of an ephah for each of the 13 bulls, 2/10 for each of 2 rams, and 1/10 for each of of the 14 lambs, and also 1 male goat for a sin offering, besides the regular burnt offering, its grain offering, and its drink offering. On the 2nd day, 12 bulls from the herd, 12 rams, 14 male lambs a year old, without blemish, with the grain offering and the drink offering for the bulls, and for the rams, and for the lambs, and the prescribed quantities. Also 1 male goat for a sin offering, besides the regular burnt offering and its offering and their drink offerings. On the 3rd day, 11 bulls, 2 rams, 14 male lambs a year without blemish, with grain offering and drink offerings for their bulls, for their rams, and for their lambs. It is the prescribed quantity. Also 1 male goat for a sin offering, besides the regular burnt offering and his grain offering and as a drink offering. On the 4th day, 10 bulls, 2 rams, 14 male lambs a year old, without blemish, with the grain offering and the drink offerings for the bulls, for the rams, and for the lambs, in the prescribed quantities. Also 1 male goat for a sin offering, besides the regular burnt offering, its grain offering, and its drink offering. On the 5th day, 9 bulls, 2 rams, 14 male lambs a year, without blemish, with the grain offering and the drink offerings for the bull, for the rams, and for the lambs, in the prescribed quality. Also 1 male goat for a sin offering, besides the regular burnt offering and its grain offering and its drink offering. On the 6th day, 8 bulls, 2 rams, 14 male lambs a year, without blemish, and the grain offering and the drink offering for the bulls and the rams and the lambs in the prescribed quantities. Also 1 male goat for a sin offering. Also regular burnt offering and a grain offering and its drink offerings. On the 7th day, 7 bulls, 2 rams, 14 male lambs a year old, without blemish, with the grain offering and the drink offering for the bulls, for the rams, and for the lambs in the prescribed quantities. Also 1 male for a sin offering, besides the regular burnt offering, its grain offering, and its drink offering. On the 8th day, you shall have a solemn assembly. You shall not do any ordinary work, but you shall offer a burnt sacrifice. You shall offer a burnt offering, a food offering with a pleasing aroma to the Lord. 1 bull, 1 ram, 7 male lambs a year, without blemish, and the grain offering and the drink offering for the bull, for the ram, and the lambs in the prescribed quantities. Also 1 male goat for sin offering, besides the regular burnt offering and its grain offering and its drink offering. These you shall offer to the Lord at your appointed feast, in addition to the vow offerings and your free will offerings, for your burnt offerings and your grain offerings, for your drink offerings, for your peace offerings. So Moses told the people of Israel, just as the Lord commanded Moses. I got 3 more chapters and we have finished Numbers. Not too shabby, because that's the first 5 books of the Bible, which are huge. That's the Pentateuch that we're approaching on. We're close. We're not close. We're close. It's the small wins. The small wins. I'm taking it chapter by chapter, and I'm celebrating. I'm putting up my monuments and celebrating. So I'm celebrating because I get to go to the bathroom when I finish this chapter. So That's what I'm really excited for. That's going to be my celebration. And I'm going to make myself a tea. So, Numbers 30. We got 3 more chapters. Okay. Join our Bible in a Year plan. If I can read the Bible in a day, you can read it in a year. Go to my YouTube channel at Bethel's Rock Church. Subscribe to it. Make sure that you follow the Bible reading plan that we start on Monday, January 8th. You will start and you will be able to finish December 31st. And trust me, it is a lot easier than trying to do it in one sitting. I'm doing this to inspire you that it is possible for you to read your Bible, and we are going to be partnering with you in order to do that. If you are doing that, I want you to text in the chat, I'm in, or count me in. I'm all in 2024. BETHELSROCK.org /Bible in a year. You can download your plan, or you can just go to our YouTube channel, subscribe, and then you're just going to get the notification, because we're going to be going live every Wednesday talking about the reading that you had just read. So you'll be able to ask questions for us, and then we're going to give resources and context for the next week's reading. And so it'll be something you'll be able to touch base every week and keep you honest to follow and see the plan through till the end of the year. So I want you to let me know through the chat. I want you to just say, I'm in. So if you're doing that, I'll be reading, but I just want to see who's all in. I'd love to see the chat flood with I'm in, or count me in as far as the Bible reading plan. Let me know if you've downloaded it and you're subscribed to the YouTube channel. I don't really care about numbers as long as the numbers mean that disciples are being made. The goal of why I'm doing this is because I believe God wants to speak to you, and when you seek him, you will find him. And so I want you to come to our YouTube channel, and we're going to seek God together in 2024. Awesome. I see people saying I'm here for it. I'm in. If you're like, Alex, I'm really confused of how I even do that, just message me, shoot me a message. I'll make sure to get back to each and every one of you who message me. If you have a question about how do you get in touch with the Bible in a Year plan. If you go to the YouTube, it's really easy. It's literally in the corner of my screen, where the playlist of every live that we will have that you can go back and watch from the week's reading. So you'll be able to touch base and be able to listen to that if you missed the live. And we have the Bible reading plan that you can download. So you can download that, print that off, and there's a checklist that you can check off for each day, each reading that you need to do. Okay? Awesome. Christine says, I'm in. Amen, amen, amen. So again, yeah, follow me and you'll see it. No, it doesn't cost any money. Costs no money. No money. It's absolutely free. I appreciate that, Mitchell. Thank you for that. Mitchell posted the link, BETHELSROCK.org /Bible in a year. I'm in. Okay. Here we go. Moses spoke to the heads of the tribes of the people of Israel, saying, this is what the Lord said. The Lord has commanded, if a man vows to the Lord and swears an oath to bind himself to a pledge, he must not break his word. He shall do according to all that proceeds out of his mouth. If a woman vows a vow to the Lord and binds herself to the pledge within her father's house in her youth, and her father hears of her vow and of her pledge by which she has bound herself, and says nothing to her, then all her vows shall stand, and every pledge by which she has bound herself shall stand. But if her father opposes on the day that he hears of it, no vows of hers, no pledge by which she has bound herself shall stand, and the Lord will forgive her, because her father opposed her. If she marries a husband while under vows and under thoughtless utterances of her lips by which she has bound herself, and her husband hears of it and says nothing to her on the day that he hears, then her vows shall stand, and her pledges by which she has bound herself shall stand. But if on the day that her husband comes to hear of it, he opposes her, then he makes her void of it, makes void her vow that was on her, and the thoughtless utterance of her lips by which she bound herself, and the Lord will forgive her. But any vow of a widow or a divorced woman, anything by which she has bound herself, shall stand against her. And if she vowed in her husband's house, or bound herself by the pledge with an oath, and her husband heard of it and said nothing to her, and did not oppose her, then all her vows shall stand, and every pledge to which she bound herself shall stand. But if her husband makes them null and void on the day that he hears them, then whatever proceeds out of the lips concerning her vows or concerning her pledge of herself shall not stand. Her husband has made them void, and the Lord will forgive her. And any void and any binding oath to afflict herself, her husband may establish, or her husband may make void. But if her husband says nothing to her day to day, then he establishes her vows or all her pledges that are upon her. He established them because he said nothing to her on that day that he heard of them. But if he makes them null and void after he had heard of them, then she shall bear her iniquity. These are the statutes the Lord commanded Moses about a man and his wife, and about a father and his daughter while she is in her youth within her father's house. 14 hours, 28 minutes. We are on Numbers 31. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, "Avenge the people of Israel on the Midianites. Afterward you shall be gathered to your people." So Moses spoke to the people, saying, "Our man from among you for the war, that you may go against Midian to execute the Lord's vengeance against Midian. You shall send 1,000 from each of the tribes of Israel for war." So there they provided. It's going to make me ask. TikTok's asking me if I'm a robot. No, I'm not a robot. Verification to continue. Sweet. So Moses spoke to the people, saying, "Our men and women, you shall send 1,000 men." There were provided out 1,000 of Israel, and 1,000 from each tribe, 12,000 armed for war. And Moses sent them to war, 1,000 from each tribe. Together Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the priest, with the vessels of the sanctuary and the trumpets of the alarm in the hand, they warred against Midian as the Lord commanded Moses, and killed every male. They killed the kings of Midian with the rest of slain, Evie, Rechem, Zur, Hur, and Reba. A single mom who works too hard. That's what I thought when I read that. Reba, I don't know if that's how you say it. The 5 kings of Midian, and they also killed Balaam, the son of Beor, with the sword. And the people of Israel took captive the women of Midian and their little ones, and they took as plunder all their cattle, the flocks, and all their goods, and all their cities and places where they lived, and all their encampments they burned with fire, and took all the spoil of the plunder and all the plunder, but both of man and beast, when they brought the captives and the plunder to the spoil to Moses and Eleazar the priest and the congregation of the people of Israel at the camp on the plains of Moab and Jordan at Jericho. Moses and Eleazar the priest and all the chiefs of the congregation went to meet them outside the camp. And Moses was angry with the officers of the army, of the commanders of thousands, of commanders of hundreds, who had come from service in the war. And Moses said to them, "Have you let all the women live? Behold, these women on Balaam's advice caused the people of Israel to act treacherously against the Lord in the incident of Peor. And so the plague came among the congregation of the Lord. And now therefore kill every male among the little ones, and kill every woman who has known man by lying with him. But all the young girls who have not known man by lying with him, keep alive for yourselves, and camp outside the camp 7 days. Whoever of you that has killed any person, and whoever has touched any slain, purify yourselves and your captives. And on the 3rd day and on the 7th day you shall purify every garment, every article of skin, all work of goat's hair, and every article of wood." Then Eleazar the priest said to the men in the army who had gone to battle, "This is the statute of the law that the Lord commanded Moses. Only the gold, the silver, the bronze, the iron, the tin, the lead, everything he could stand the fire, you shall pass through the fire, and you shall be clean. Nevertheless it shall be purified in the water and with the water for impurity, and whatever cannot stand the fire, you shall pass through the water. You must wash your clothes on the 7th day, and you shall be clean, and afterward you may come into my camp." Then the Lord said to Moses, "Take the count of plunder that was taken, both of man and of beast, and you and Eleazar the priest and the heads of the fathers' houses of the congregation, and divided the plunder into 2 parts, and the congregation of the warriors that went out to battle, and the congregation and the levy for for the Lord, a tribute from the men and women who went out to battle. 1 out of 500 of the people and of the oxen and with the donkeys and with the flocks take it from their half and give it to Eleazar the priest as a contribution to the Lord. And from the people Israel shall take 1 drawn out of 50 of the people of the oxen, of the donkeys, and of the flocks, of all cattle, and give it to the Levites, who keep guard over the tabernacle of the Lord. And Moses and Eleazar the priest did as the Lord commanded Moses. Now the plunder remaining of the spoil that the army took was 675,000 sheep, 72,000 cattle, and 61,000 donkeys, and 32 persons in all. Women who had not known man by lying with them, and the half, the portion of those who had gone out in the army, numbered 337,500 sheep. And the Lord's tribute of the sheep was 675, and the cattle were 36,000, of which the Lord's tribute was 72. And the donkeys were 30,500, and the Lord's tribute was 61. The persons 16,000, of which the Lord's tribute was 32 persons. And Moses gave the tribute, of which the contribution for the Lord, to Eleazar the priest. The Lord commanded Moses from the people of Israel's behalf, which Moses separated from that of man who served in the army. Now the congregation's half was 337,500 sheep, 36,000 cattle, and 30,500 donkey, and 16,000 persons. From the people of Israel's half, Moses took one of every 50, both of persons and of beasts, and gave them to the Levites who kept guard over the tabernacle of the Lord, as the Lord commanded Moses. Then the officers who were over the thousands of the army, the commanders of thousands and the commanders of hundreds, came near to Moses and said to Moses, "Your servants have counted the men of war who are under our command. There is not a man missing from us, and we have brought the Lord's offering. What each man found: articles of gold, armlets, bracelets, signet rings, earrings, beads, to make atonement for ourselves before the Lord." And Moses and Eleazar and the priests received from the gold and all the crafted articles and all the gold of contribution that they were presented to the Lord from the commanders of the thousands and the commanders of the hundreds was 16,750 men. And the army had taken plunder for himself, and Moses and Eleazar the priest had received gold from the commanders of thousands and of hundreds, and brought it into the tent of meeting as a memorial for the people of Israel before the Lord. Oh, I really gotta go to the bathroom. Oh my goodness. I really want to finish this. We have 2 chapters. Two chapters. Okay. Now people of Reuben and the people of Gad had a very great number of livestock, and they saw the land of Jazar and the land of Gilead, and behold, the place was a place for livestock. So the people of Gad and the people of Reuben came and said to Moses, Eleazar the priest and the chiefs of the congregation, Athra, Dibon, Jazar, Nimrah, Heshbon, Eliah, Sebam, Nebo, and beyond the land that had struck down before the congregation of Israel is a land for livestock, and your servants have livestock. And they said, if we have found favor in your sight, let this land be given to your servants for a possession. Do not take across the Jordan. But Moses said to the people of Gad and to the people of Reuben, shall your brothers go to war while you sit here, while you discourage the heart of the people of Israel from going over into the land the Lord has given them? Your fathers did this when I sent them into Kadesh and Barnea to see the land, where they went up to the valley of Eshcol and saw the land, and were discouraged in heart for the people of Israel from going to the land of the Lord has given them. And the Lord's anger kindled on that day, and swore, saying, surely none of them of the men who came out of Egypt from the 20 years old and upward shall see that I swore to give to Abraham, to Isaac, to Jacob, because they have not wholly followed me. None except Caleb the son of Jephunneh, the Kenizzite, and Joshua the son of Nun, for they have wholly followed the Lord. And the Lord's anger was kindled against Israel. And he made them wander in the wilderness 40 years, until all the generations had done evil in his sight, and the Lord was gone. Behold, you have risen in your father's place, and a brood of sinful men do increase still more fierce anger of the Lord against Israel. For if you turn away from following him, he will again abandon them in the wilderness, and he will destroy all his people. Then they came near to him and said, we will build sheepfolds here for our livestock and for our cities and for our little ones, but we will take up arms and ready to go before the people of Israel until we have brought them to their place. And our little ones shall live in the fortified cities because of the inhabitants of the land. We will not return to our homes until we reach the people of Israel had gained his inheritance, for we will not inherit with them on the other side of the Jordan beyond, because our inheritance has come to us. So Moses said to them, if you do this, you will take up arms to go before the Lord for the war, and every armed man of you will pass over the Jordan before the Lord until he has driven out all his enemies from before him, and the land is subdued before the Lord. And after that you shall return to be free of obligation to the Lord and to Israel, and to this land shall be your possession, because the Lord before the Lord. But if you do not do so, behold, you have sinned against the Lord, and be sure your sin will find you out. Build cities for your little ones and folds for your sheep, and do what you have promised. And what the people of Gad and the people of Reuben said to Moses, your servants will do as the Lord commands. Our little ones, our wives, our livestock, our cattle shall remain there in the cities of Gilead, but your servants will pass over, every man who is armed for war before the Lord to battle, as my Lord orders. So Moses gave command concerning them to Eleazar the priest, and to Joshua son of Nun, and to the heads of the father's house of the tributes of the people of Israel. And Moses said to them, if the people of Gad and the people of Reuben, every man who is armed to battle before the Lord, will pass through with you to Jordan, and the land shall be subdued before you, you shall give them the land of Gilead for a possession. However, if they do not pass over with you armed, they will have possessions among you in the land of Canaan. And the people of Gad and the people of Reuben answer, what the Lord has said to your servants, we will do. We will pass over armed before the Lord into the land of Canaan in the possession of our inheritance, and remain with us until and beyond the Jordan. And Moses gave to them, to the people of Gad and to the people of Reuben, and to the half tribe of Manasseh, and the son of Joseph, the kingdom of Sihon, king of Amorites, and the kingdom of Og, king of Bashan, and the land and cities with their territories, and the cities of their land throughout the country. And the people of Gad brought Dibon, Elterah, Ararah, Echeroth, Shofan, and Jezar, Jogabeth, Beth Minrah, Beth Haran, fortified cities and folds for sheep. And people of Reuben built Heshbon, Eliah, Keterathim, Nebo, and Beliamin. Their names were changed, and Simbama, as they gave other names to cities they built. And the sons of Machir, sons of Manasseh, went to Gilead and captured it and dispossessed the Amorites who were in it. And I love that word, dispossessed. That is a cool word. Man, they dispossessed them. They didn't just conquer them. They dispossessed the people of that land. Dang, that's cool. Anyways, the Amorites who were in it. And Moses gave Gilead the Machir, the son of Manasseh, and he settled in it. Jair, the son of Manasseh, went and captured their villages and called the Havath Jair, and Nobah went and captured Kenath and its villages and called it Nobah after his own name. Okay, I got one more. Okay. I got Numbers 33, and we finished this book. We finished then 4 books. Who is this Debbie Downer in the chat right now? Okay. I am going to the bathroom after I finish this, and I'll be back. One more chapter. He's not even absorbing what he's reading. Be quiet. We are doing this to get people to read the Bible over a year. I am doing this as a challenge. And yes, I actually am understanding what I'm reading. But that's not the point of what I'm doing it for. I'm doing it to encourage you to read your Bible in a year. And there's been already multiple people that have committed and decided that they are going to do that this year. So the goal of this, I hope that you would know that me reading for 14 hours and 40 minutes isn't for my own personal devotional time. We're doing this to encourage and inspire those to read the Bible and devote this next year to God and seeking after Him. Cool. I got one more chapter. That's awesome, Liz. She said, I'm absorbing. Awesome. You know, AT, it's a lot easier to talk than to do. He said 14 hours and he's only on book 4. I would love to see you try. Please send me the link when you do it. I would love to see you try 14 hours reading and sitting here. I would love to see it. Please send me the link when you do it. The trolls are coming alive. Okay, but I got time today. Don't worry. I got time today. Don't come at me with that an hour 14 and 40 minutes. What do you think this is? Numbers 33. I got the last chapter of Numbers right here. Ready, guys? We're going to do it. Okay, let's do this. Boom, boom. Okay. These are the stages of the people of Israel when they went out in the land of Egypt by their companies under the leadership of Moses and Aaron. Moses wrote down their starting places, stage by stage, by command of the Lord. These are the stages according to the starting places. They set out for Ramesses in the first month of the 15th day of the first month on the day after the Passover. And the people of Israel went triumphantly in the sight of all the Egyptians, while the Egyptians were bearing all their firstborn whom the Lord had struck down among them. On their gods also the Lord executed judgment. The people of Israel set out from Ramesses and camped at Succoth. And they set out from Succoth and camped at Etham, which is on the edge of the wilderness. And they set out of Etham and turned back to Pith-Hahiroth, which is the east of Baal-Zephon. And they encamped before Migdal. And they set out before Herath. And passed through the midst of the sea into the wilderness. Sorry, I got to talk into the mic. And passed into the sea into the wilderness of Etham and camped at Marah. And they set out from the Marah and came to Elam. And Elam, there were 12 springs of water and 70 palm trees. And they camped there. And they set out from Elam and camped by the Red Sea. And they set out from the Red Sea and camped in the wilderness of Sin. And they set out from the wilderness of Sin and camped at Dophkah. And they set out from Dophkah and camped at Alush. And they set out from Alush and camped at Rephidim, where there was no water for the people to drink. And they set out from Rephidim and camped in the wilderness of Sinai. And they set out from the wilderness of Sinai and camped at Kibroth Hattaavah. And they set out from Kibroth Hattaavah and camped at Hazeroth. And they set out from Hazeroth and camped at Rithmah. And they set out at Rithmah and camped at Rithmah Perez. And they set out from Rithmah Perez and camped at Libnah. And they set out from Libnah and camped at Rissah. And they set out from Rissah and camped at Kethaloth. And they set out from Kethaloth and camped at Mount Shapur. And they set out from Mount Shapur and camped at Haradah. And set out from Haradah and camped at Makhaleth. And they set out from Makhaleth and camped at Tahath. And they set out from Tahath and camped at Terah. And they set out from Terah and camped at Mitkah. And set out from Mitkah and camped at Hashemona. And they set out from Hashemona and camped at Maseroth. And they set out from Maseroth and camped at Ben Jachan. And they set out from Ben Jachan and camped at Horah Hagadagid. And they set out from Hor Hagadadid and camped at Jotbatha. And they set out from Jotbatha and camped at Abranah. And they set out from Abranah and camped at Ezion Gebar. And they set out from Ezion Gebar and camped in the wilderness of Zin. And they set out from Kadesh and camped at Mount Hor on the edge of Edom. And Aaron the priest went up from Mount Hor at the command of the Lord and died there in the 40th year after the people of Israel had come out of the land of Egypt on the first day of the 5th month. And Aaron was 123 years old when he died on the Mount Hor. And the Canaanite king of Arad, who lived in the Negeb in the land of Canaan, and heard that the coming of the people of Israel, they sent out from Mount Hor and camped at Zalmunna. And they set out from Zalmunna and camped at Punin. And they sent out from Punin and camped at Oboth. And they sent out from Oboth and camped at Lai Abarim in the territory of Moab. And they set out from Liam and camped at Debon Gad. And they set out from Debon Gad and camped at Alman Debagathheim. And they sent out from Halmain Debagathheim and camped in the mountains of Abarim and before Nebu. And they set out from the mountains of Abarim and camped in the plains of Moab by the Jordan at Jericho. And they camped by the Jordan by Beth Jeshemoth as far as Abel Shittim in the plains of Moab, driving out the and the Lord spoke to Moses in the plains of Moab by the Jordan at Jericho, saying, "Speak to the people of Israel and say to them, when you pass over the Jordan in the land of Canaan, then you shall drive them out, all the inhabitants of the land from before you. You shall destroy all their figured stones and destroy all their metal images and demolish all their high places. And you shall demolish all of the land and settle in it, for I have given you the land to possess it. And you shall inherit the land by the land according to your clans. To a large tribe you shall give a large inheritance, and to a small tribe you shall give a small inheritance. Wherever the lot falls for anyone, that shall be his. According to the tribes of your fathers you shall inherit. But if you do not drive out the inhabitants of the land from before you, then those of them whom you let remain shall be as barbs in your eyes and thorns in your side, and they shall trouble you in the land where you are to dwell, and I will do to you as I thought to do to them." Oh, someone told me that there was only 33. Oh, guys. Oh, guys. Oh, I was deceived. Oh my goodness. Oh, that was false hope. I thought I was done right there. I was going to go to the bathroom. Okay. Someone told me 33. Okay. The Lord spoke, saying, "Commander of the people of Israel, and say to them, when you enter the land of Canaan, and this is the land that shall fall to your inheritance, the land of Canaan has defined by its borders. Your south shall be the formed wilderness of Zin alongside Edom, and your southern border shall run from the end of the Salt Sea on the east, and your border shall turn to where was I? And the Salt Sea on the east, and your border shall turn south of the ascent of the Akarabim and cross to the Zin, and its limit shall be south of Kadesh Barnea, and then it shall go out to Hazar Adar and pass along to oh, you did say 36. Well, I just didn't read. Asmon, and the border shall turn from Asmon and the brook of Egypt, and its limit shall be at the sea. For the western border you shall have great sea, and in its coast this shall be your western border, and shall be your northern border. From the great sea you shall draw a line to Mount Hor. From the Mount Hor you shall draw a line to Lebeth Hamath, and the limit of the border shall be Zadad, and the border shall extend to Ziphron, and its land shall be Hazar Anan, and shall be the northern border. You shall draw a line from your eastern border, and from Hazar Shaphan and the border shall go down from Shaphan to Riblah on the east side of Ain, and the border shall go down from each to reach. Oh, I just lost where I was. And it's reached to the shoulder of the sea of the Chinneroth of the east, and the border shall go down to Jordan, and shall be at the Salt Sea, and shall be your land as defined its borders all around. Moses commanded the people of Israel, saying, "This is the land that you shall inherit by lot, which the Lord has commanded to give you to the 9 tribes and to the half tribe. For the tribe of the people of Reuben by father's house, and the tribe of the people of Gad by their father's house, have received their inheritance, and all and also have the half tribe of Manasseh and their 2 tribes of the half tribe have received their inheritance beyond the Jericho, east of Jericho toward the sunrise. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, These are the names of the men who shall divide the land to you in inheritance: Eleazar the priest, and Joshua the son of Nun. And you shall take the chief priest and divide the tribe to the land of inheritance. These are the names of the men of the tribe of Judah: Caleb the son of Jephunneh, of the tribe of the people of Simeon, the Shemuel the son of Amhumid, and of the tribe of Benjamin, Eliad the son of Chishlon; of the tribe of the people of Dan, a chief of Buki the son of Jogli; of the people of Joseph; of the tribe of people of Manasseh, a chief, Haniel the son of Ephod; and of the tribe of the people of Ephraim, a chief, Kemuel the son of Shiftan; and of the tribe of the people of Zebulun, a chief, Elizaphan the son of Parnach; of the tribe of the people of Issachar, a chief, Palatiel the son of Azan; and of the tribe of the people of Asher, the chief of Ahud the son of Shalomi; of the tribe of the people of Naphtali, a chief, the Pedahil the son of Amud. And there are the men of the Lord commanded to divide his inheritance for the people of Israel in the land of Canaan. And the Lord spoke to Moses in plains of Moab by the Jordan at Jericho, saying, Command the people of Israel to go give to the Levites some of the inheritance of their possession as cities for them to dwell in, and you shall go live with the you shall give to the Levites pasture land around the cities. The cities shall be with theirs to dwell in, and their pasture land shall be with their cattle, and for their livestock and their beasts, and the pasture lands of the cities will which you shall go, and to the Levites shall reach down from the wall of the city outwards 1,000 cubits, and all around you shall measure outside the city and outside 2,000 cubits, and on the south side 2,000 cubits, and on the west side 2,000 cubits, and on the north side 2,000 cubits, and on the city being in the middle shall belong to them as pasture land of their cities. And the cities that you shall give to the Levites shall be the 6 cities of refuge, where you shall permit the manslayer to flee. In addition to them you shall give 42 cities, and the cities that you give to the Levites shall be 48 in their pastures. And for the cities you shall give from the possession of the people of Israel, from the larger tribes you shall take many, and the smaller tribes you shall take few, each in proportion to the inheritance that it inherits, shall give the cities to the Levites. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the people of Israel, and saying to them, When you cross the Jordan into the land of Canaan, then you shall select the cities to be cities of refuge for you, and the manslayer who kills any person without any intent flee. Do it. I gotta go to the bathroom so bad. May die until he stands before the congregation for the judgment. And the cities you shall give be your 6 cities of refuge. You shall give 3 cities beyond the Jordan, and 3 cities in the land of Canaan, and be the cities of refuge. And the people of Israel, and for the stranger and for the sojourner among them, that anyone who kills the person without any intent may flee there. But if he struck him down with an iron object, that he died, and he is a murderer, the murderer shall be put to death. And if he struck down with a stone, a tool that would cause death, and he died, he is a murderer, the murderer shall be put to death. Or if he struck him down with a wooden tool that he would cause death, and he died, and he is a murderer, the murderer shall be put to death. The avenger of blood shall be put the murderer to death, and he meets him, he shall put to death. And if he pushed him out of the hatred, or hurled something at him, lying in wait so that he died, or an enmity struck down with his hand so that he died, then he struck the blow. Then he who struck the blow shall be put to death. He is a murderer. The avenger of blood shall be put the murderer to death when he meets him. And if he pushed him suddenly without enmity, or hurled him anything at him without lying in wait, or used a stone that could cause death, and without seeing him dropped on him, so that he died, though he was not his enemy and did not seek his harm. And then the congregation shall judge between manslayer and the avenger of blood in accordance with these rules. And the congregation shall rescue the manslayer from the hand of the avenger of blood, and the congregation shall restore him to the city of refuge to which he has fled, and shall live in it until the death of the high priest who is anointed with holy oil. But if the manslayer shall at any time go beyond the borders to the city of refuge which he fled, and the avenger of the blood finds him outside the boundaries in his city of refuge, and the avenger of blood kills the manslayer, he shall not be guilty of blood, for he must remain in the city of refuge until the death of the high priest. But after the death of the high priest, the manslayer may return to the land of his position, and the things he shall be for a statute and a rule for you throughout your generations in all your dwelling places. If anyone kills a person, the murderer shall be put to death on evidence of the witnesses, but no person shall be put to death on the testimony of one witness. Moreover, you shall accept no ransom for the life of a murderer who is guilty of death, but he shall be put to death. And you shall accept no ransom for him who has fled to the city of refuge, so that he may return to dwell in the land before the death of the high priest. You shall not pollute the land in which you live, for blood pollutes the land, and no atonement can be made for the land, for the blood that is shed in it, except by the blood of the one who shed it. You shall not defile the land in which you live, in the midst of which I dwell, for I, the Lord, dwell in the midst of the people of Israel. Last chapter of Numbers. Here we are. What's up, Jen? What's up, Jen Besnett? Thank you. Thank you. This is the last one, and then I get to go to the bathroom. The head of the father's houses of the clan of the people of Gilead, the son of Machir, the son of Manasseh, from the clans of the people of Joseph, came near and spoke before the Lord, spoke before Moses and before the chiefs, and the head of the father's house of the people of Israel. They said, "The Lord commanded my Lord to give the land for inheritance by lot to the people of Israel, and my Lord was commanded by the Lord to give the inheritance of Zephalahed, our brother, to his daughters. But if they are married to any of the sons of the other tribes of the people of Israel, then their inheritance will be taken from the inheritance of our fathers and are added to the inheritance of the tribes into which they marry. So it will be taken away from the lot of our inheritance. And when the Jubilee of the people of Israel comes, when their inheritance shall be added to the inheritance of the tribe into which they marry, and the inheritance will be taken from the inheritance of the tribe of their fathers." And Moses commanded the people of Israel according to the word of the Lord, saying, "Tribe of the people of Joseph is right, and this is what the Lord commands concerning the daughters of Zephalahed: let them marry and whom they think is best. Only they shall marry within the clan of the tribe of their father. Their inheritance of the people of Israel shall not be transferred from one another, for every one of the people of Israel shall hold on to the inheritance of the tribe of his fathers, and every daughter who possesses an inheritance to the tribe of his people shall be a wife to one of the clan of the tribe of her father, so that every one of the people of Israel may possess the inheritance of his fathers. And so no inheritance shall be transferred from one tribe to another, for each of the tribes of the people of Israel shall hold on to his own inheritance. The daughter of Zephalahed did as the Lord commanded Moses. For Mahalal, Tirzah, Hoglah, Milcah, and Noah, the daughters of Zephalahed, were married to the sons of their father's brothers. They were married into the clans of the people of Manasseh, the sons of Joseph, and their inheritance were made in the tribes of their father's clan. These are the commandments and the rules that the Lord commanded through Moses to the people of Israel in the plains of Moab, by the Jordan, at Jericho. Boom shakalaka, Deuteronomy. I get to go to the bathroom. Praise God. I am going to mute this mic and I'm going to play music for you guys. And I will be back and we're going to be starting Deuteronomy. Oh my goodness. thought you guys would join a little change in and listen to some music as I'm making my tea. TikTok, I can't really mute your mic, but YouTube, I was setting the vibes. I can't tell you how excited I was I was really bummed out because I thought numbers ended at 33. You should be able to hear me now. I was really bummed out because I thought that numbers ended at 33. And so I'm rushing through. I'm like, okay, I can make it to 33, and then I can just take a quick break, make myself a tea, and go to the bathroom. And then 33 happened, and I'm thinking it's done, and I hit the next, and it's 34, and then I click again, and it's 35, 36, and I'm, oh man, I cannot tell you how defeated I was. But we did it, and we got Deuteronomy. This will be a good one. I haven't even cracked my energy drink yet. Let's go, Steve. Oh, man. Christian wants ASMR. Imagine if it was oh, I can't even remember what it's called. I'm not even gonna try to remember what the brand is called. Nature Valley. Imagine if it was a Nature Valley bar. Hey, we just dropped like 6 people after I did some ASMR. Christian, they were not fans of that. It's the wrong crowd to do that to. Okay. We're gonna have an ASMR ministry. I can't hear what it sounds like. I'm gonna put my headphones on to see if it, so then I really can. See, you guys on TikTok are missing this. You're missing this ASMR. I could be an ASMR influencer. I just know on TikTok lives, they got like 3,000 people watching at one time. It's crazy. Okay. Anyone want to look up for me how many chapters Deuteronomy is? So I can know in my brain what I'm aiming for. Anybody, let's see the first person to get it. How many chapters in Deuteronomy? Anybody want to help me out? 34. 34. Mitchell was the first one. Weirdly though, I'm really not tired at all. It was the whole bathroom thing for me that was about to make me quit. But this is a breeze. Reading God's word is a breeze. That's a breeze. What are you talking about? You can't give God 15 minutes of the day. Come on, guys. The word of God is alive and active. It's alive and active. It's like honey. What was the prophet Ezekiel? He literally ate the word. He literally ate the scrolls, and it was sweet like honey. I'm just praying. I'm praying God that he keeps me in the same energy throughout the night. I have a lot of confidence now. We'll see how the night goes. I'll tell you what. Midnight in a church, in an empty church, is super creepy. You think that would be the safest place you'd want to be, but it's super creepy. The long hallways with the red exit signs. I went out to the bathroom and I had my fists clenched. Okay. You guys ready to get back into it? You guys ready? We got the TikTok time zone falling asleep. We're dropping like, oh man, in YouTube, we're dropping like flies. People are going to sleep. It's already 11:27. It's 11:27 here in Minnesota, and we're on hour 15. Hour 15. I at least have 8 more hours in me. I still have at least 8 more hours in me. It's 3:27 p.m. in Australia. Okay, quick shout out before we begin. This will give me a little bit of extra time for my tea to cool down and to eat my Nutri-Grain bar. Quick little quiz. I want to see in TikTok and in the chat on YouTube, how long have you guys been watching? I said it way earlier, and there had been people that have been watching the entire thing. I know the who has been watching since the beginning. I know there's Natasha still here. The Dibbings, I'm pretty sure, are still here. Put down how long you've been watching. I'm just curious. Before I jump in. 15 minutes. Someone put, thank you for being a light in the darkness. Keep up the great content. I appreciate you. Thank you. How long? Since 8 a.m. Natasha's been here since 8 a.m. Briella is about 30 minutes. Where we at? Over 10 hours. ZJ is over 10 hours. Brielle says she started on TikTok and jumped over to the YouTube stream. I'm Just Him has been here for since 12:15. Since 12:15. Carson Kaysen's been here 4 hours. Ricardo asked where the Bible is. I'm reading it off my computer screen, and it's on my YouTube. So if you go to YouTube, you'll literally see me, and it'll be on the other side of my screen that you'll be able to follow along. Riri was here at mid-Exodus. That was a hot minute ago. Off and on all day, like about 5 hours or so. The Wydells. Let's go. You guys are in the trenches with me. In the trenches with me. Okay. Okay. Lewis is 6 hours. Casey came here from TikTok, which has been over 4 hours. 15 hours and 17 minutes. Join us as we read the Bible this year in 2024. BETHELSROCK.org/Bible in a year. Go to the YouTube that I put right here. For you on YouTube, obviously, right here. You on TikTok, go to Bethel's Rock on YouTube. Subscribe and follow along this year as we read through the Bible together. And let me know once you downloaded the reading plan. I would love to see you say, I downloaded it, I got it, I'm in. Okay. How do you stay up this long? I honestly don't know. It is enjoyable though. It's not like a drag reading the Bible. It's just interesting, especially like reading it in one sitting. There's other things that stick out that I didn't notice before, just going through it straight, because it's all fresh in my memory. So it's just built upon each. So it actually interests me. So it makes it kind of easy to do what we're doing. Okay. Ready? Deuteronomy 1, the command to leave Horeb. These are the words that Moses spoke to Israel beyond the Jordan in the wilderness, in the Arabon, opposite Suf, between Paran and Tophel. It is 11 days' journey from Horeb by the way of Mount Seir to Kadesh Barnea. In the 40th year, on the first day of the 11th month, Moses spoke to the people of Israel according to all the Lord has given him, and the commandment to them after he had defeated Sihon, the king of the Amorites, who lived in Heshbon, and on the Og, the king of Bashan, who lived in Ashtaroth and in Edrei. Beyond the Jordan in the land of Moab, Moses undertook to explain this law, saying, The Lord our God said to us at Horeb, You have stayed long enough at this mountain. Turn and take your journey and go to the hill country of the Amorites, and to the neighbors in the Asbara, in the hill country, in the lowland, in the Negev, and by the sea coast, in the land of the Canaanites and Lebanon, as far as the great river, the river Euphrates. See, I have set the land before you. Go in and take possession of the land the Lord swore to your fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, and to give them their offspring after them. At that time I said to you, I am able to bear you by myself. The Lord your God has multiplied you, and behold, you are today as numerous as the stars of heaven. May the Lord, the God of your fathers, make you 1,000 times as many as you are, and bless you. And he has promised you. How can I bear myself the weight of the burden in your strife? Choose for your tribes wise, understand and experienced men. I will appoint them as your heads. And you answered me, the Lord, the thing that you have spoken is good for us to do. So I took the heads of the tribes, wise and experienced men, and sent them over you. Commanders of thousands, commanders of hundreds, commanders of 50s, commanders of 10s, officers throughout your tribes, and I charge your judges at that time. Hear the cases between your brothers, and judge righteously between a man and his brother, or the alien who is with him. You shall not be impartial in judgment. You shall bear the small and great alike. You shall be intimidated by anyone, for the judgment is God's. You shall not be intimidated by anyone. The judgment is God's. And the case that is too hard for you, you shall bring to me, and I will hear it, and I commanded you at the time all things that you should do. Then we set out from Horeb and went through all the great and terrifying wilderness that you saw on the way to the hill country of the Amorites. And the Lord our God commanded us that we came to Kadesh Barnea, and said to you, You will have you have come to the hill of the country of the Amorites, which the Lord our God is giving us. See, the Lord your God set the land before you. Go up and take possession. As the Lord, the God of your fathers, has told you, do not fear or be dismayed. Then all of you came near to me and said, let us send men before us, that you may explore the land for us and bring us word of the way by which we must go in the cities into which we shall come. The thing seemed good to me, and I took 12 men, from one man from each tribe, and they turned and they went up to the hill country, and they came to valley of Eshcol and spied it out. And they took in their hands some fruit of their land and brought it down with us and brought us word again. And it is a good land that the Lord our God is giving us. Yet you would not go up, but rebelled against the command of the Lord your God. And you murmured in your tents and said, but because the Lord hated us and he has brought us out of the land of Egypt to give us, because the Lord hated us when he has brought us out of the land of Egypt to give us into the land of the Amorites to destroy us. Where are you going? Our brothers have made our hearts melt, saying, the people are greater and taller than we are. The cities are great and fortified up to heaven. And besides, we have seen the son of Anakim there. Then I said to you, do not be in dread of or afraid of them. The Lord your God goes before you. God goes before you, will himself fight for you, just as he did for you in Egypt and in the wilderness, where you have seen the Lord your God carried you as a man carried his son all the way that you went until you came to this place. Yet in spite of his word, you did not believe the Lord your God, who went before you in the way to seek in a place and pitch your tents, and fire by night and clouds by day, to show you by the way you should go. And the Lord heard the words and was angered, and he swore, not one of these men of this evil generation shall see the good land that I swore to give your fathers, except Caleb the son of Jephunneh. I say that different every single time. I don't even know how to pronounce that. And he shall see it, and to whom the children I will give the land on which he has trodden, because he has wholly followed the Lord. Even with me, the Lord was angry on your account and said, you shall not go in there. Joshua the son of Nun, who stands before you, he shall enter it. Encourage him for Israel to inherit it. And as for your little ones, you said you shall become prey, and your children who today have no knowledge of good and evil, they shall go in there, and them I will give it, and then they shall possess it. But as for you, turn in the journey into the wilderness in the direction of the sea and the Red Sea. Then you answered me, we have sinned against the Lord. We ourselves will go up and fight, just as the Lord our God has commanded us. And every one of you fastened on your weapons of war and thought it easy to go up into the hill country. And the Lord said to me, say to them, do not go up and fight, for I am not in your midst, lest you be defeated before your enemies. So I spoke to you, then you would not listen, but you rebelled against the command of the Lord and presumptuously went up into the hill country. Then the Amorites who lived in the hill country came out against you and chased you, as bees do, and beat you down in the Seir and as far as Hormah, and then you returned and wept before the Lord. But the Lord did not listen to your voice or give ear to you. So you remained at Kadesh many days, the days that you remained there. Deuteronomy 2. Then we turned and journeyed into the wilderness, into the direction of the Red Sea, as the Lord told me, and as for many days we traveled around Mount Seir. Then the Lord said to me, you have been traveling around this mountain country long enough. Turn northward and command the people you are about to pass through the territory of your brothers and the people of Esau who live in Seir. They will be afraid of you, so be very careful. Do not contend with them, for I will not give you any of their land, no, not so much as for the sole of the foot to tread on, because I have given Mount Seir to Esau as a possession. You shall purchase food from them with money that you may eat, and you shall also buy water from them with money that you may drink. For the Lord your God has blessed you in all the work of your hands. He shall know you're going through this great wilderness. These 40 years the Lord your God has been with you. You have lacked nothing. So we went on away from our brothers, the people of Esau who lived in Seir, away from Arabah, rode from Elath and Ezion Gabar, and we turned and went into the direction of the wilderness of Moab. And the Lord said to me, do not harass Moab or contend with them in battle, for I will not give you any of their land for a possession, because I have given Ar to the people of Lot for a possession. The Amim formerly lived there, a people great and many and tall as the Anakim, and like the Anakim they are also counted as Rephaim. The Moabites called them Amim, and the Horites also lived in Seir formerly, but the people of Esau dispossessed them and destroyed them from before them and settled in their place, as Israel did, to the land of the possession to which the Lord gave to them. Now rise and go over to the brook of Zered, and so we went over the brook of Zered in the time from our leaving in Kadesh and Barnea until we crossed. The brook Zered was 38 years, until the generation, that is, the men of war, had perished from the camp, as the Lord had sworn them. For indeed the hand of the Lord was against them, to destroy them from my camp, until they had perished. So as soon as the men of war had perished and were dread from among the people, the Lord said to me, today you are to cross the border of Moab at Ar, and when you approach the territory of the people of Ammon, do not harass them or contend with them, for I will not give you the land of those people of Ammon as their possession, because I have given it to the sons of Lot for a possession. It also counted as a land of Rephaim, and Rephaim formerly lived there, but the Ammonites called them Zamzumim, people great and as tall as Anakim. But the Lord destroyed them before the Ammonites, and they dispossessed them and settled in their place. And he did for the people of Esau who live in Seir when he was destroyed, the Horites before them, and dispossessed them and settled in their place even to this day. And for the Avim who lived in villages as far as Gaza, the Kaphatorim who came from Kafdar, destroyed them and settled in their place. Rise up, set out on your journey, and go in the valley of Arnon. Behold, I have given you in your hand the Sihon, the Amorite king of Heshbon, and his land. Begin to take possession of and contend with him in battle. The day will begin to be put dread of the fear of you on the peoples who are under the whole heaven, who shall hear the report of the Lord, and shall tremble to be in anguish because of you. So I sent messengers from the wilderness of Kadamath and Sihon the king of Heshbon with the words of peace, and saying, let me pass through your land. I will go unto the road. I will turn aside neither to you nor neither to the right nor to the left. You shall sell me food for money that I may eat, and give me water for money that I may drink. Only let me pass through on foot, as the sons of Esau who live in Seir and the Moabites who live in Ard did for me, until I go over to the Jordan, into the land of the Lord our God is giving to us. But Sihon the king of Heshbon would not let us pass by him. For the Lord your God hardened his spirit and made his heart obstinate, that he may not give him into your hand, as he is this day. And the Lord said to him, behold, I've begun to give Sihon and his land over to you. Begin to take possession, and that you may occupy this land. Then Sihon came out against us, and he and all his people, to battle at Jahaz. And the Lord our God gave him over to us, and we defeated him and his sons and all his people. And we captured a city at that time and devoted to destruction every city, men, women, and children. We left no survivors, only the livestock we took as spoil for us, for ourselves, with the plunder of the cities that we captured. From Arar, which is on the edge of the valley of the Arnon, and from the city that is in the valley as far as Gilead, there was not a city too high for us. The Lord our God gave us into all our hands. Only to the land of the sons of Ammon you did not draw near, that is, the banks of the river Jabbok, and the cities of the hill country, whatever the Lord our God has forbidden us. Then when we turned and went up to Bashan, and the Og, the king of Bashan, came out against us, he and his people, to battle of Adri. But the Lord said to him, do not fear, for I have given him and all his people and his land into your hand, and you shall do to him as you do to Sihon the king of Amorites, who lived in Heshbon. So the Lord our God gave into the hand Og, also the king of Bashan and all his people, and we struck him down until there was no survivor left. And we took all his cities at that time, and there was not a city that we did not take from them. Take from them 60 cities, the whole region of Argob, the kingdoms of Og and Bashan. All those were cities fortified with high walls, gates, and bars, besides very many unwalled villages. And we devoted them to destruction, as we did to Sihon the king of Heshbon, devoting to destruction every city, men, women, and children. But all the livestock and the spoil of the cities we took as our plunder. So we took the land at that time out of the hand of 2 kings of the Amorites who were beyond the Jordan, from the valley of Arnon, the Mount Hermon. The Sidonians call Hermon Saroian, while the Amorites call it Senir. And all the cities of the tableland, and all the Gilead and Bashan, as far as Salcah and Edrei, cities of the kingdom of Og and Bashan. For only Og, the king of Bashan, was left the remnant of Rephaim. Behold, the bed was a bed of iron, is it not, in Rabbah, with of Ammonites. 9 cubits was its length, and 4 cubits its breadth, according to the common cubit. When we took possession of the land at time and gave it to the Reubenites and the Gadites and the territory at Arar, which is on the edge of the valley of Arnon, and half the hill country of Gilead with its cities, the rest of Gilead and all of Bashan, the kingdom of Og, that is, all the region of Argob, I gave to half the tribe of Manasseh. And all that of the portion of Bashan is called the land of Rephaim. Jair, the Manassite, took all the regions of Argob, that is Bashan, as far as the border of the Geshurites. And the Maccathites, all called the villages after his own name, Havatha Jair, as it is to this day. To Makar I have gave Gilead, and to the Reubenites and to the Gadites I gave the territory from Gilead as far as the valley of the Arnon, which is the middle of the valley as a border, as far as the river of Jabbok, and the border of the Ammonites, and Arabath, with the Jordan as the border, from the Chinerath as far as the sea of Arabath, the salt sea under the slopes of Pisgah on the east, as I commanded you at that time, saying, the Lord your God has given you land to possess. All your men of valor shall cross over, armed before your brothers, the people of Israel. Only your wives, your little ones, and your livestock. I know that you have much livestock, much livestock shall remain in the cities that I have given you, until the Lord gives you rest to your brothers as to you. They also occupy in that land the Lord God gives them beyond the Jordan, that each of you may return to his possession, which I have given you. And I commanded Joshua at that time, your eyes have seen all the Lord God has done to these two kings. So you will the Lord do to all the kingdoms into which you are crossing. You shall not fear them, for it is the Lord your God who fights for you. And I pleaded with the Lord at that time, saying, O Lord God, you have only begun to show your servant your greatness and your mighty hand. For what God is there in heaven or on earth, who can do such works and the mighty acts as yours? Please let me go over and see the good land beyond the Jordan, that good hill country in Lebanon. But the Lord was angry with me because of you would not listen to me. And the Lord listened to me enough. From you did not speak to me of this matter again. Do not speak to me of this matter again. Go up on top of Pisgah and lift up your eyes westward and northward and southward and eastward, and look at it with your eyes. You shall not go over this Jordan, but charge Joshua and encourage and strengthen him, for he shall go over at the head of this people and shall put them as a possession of the land they shall see. So we remained in the valley opposite of Beth Peor. Deuteronomy 4. Deuteronomy 4. Thanks, Alex. Appreciate you, brother. And now, O Israel, listen to the statutes and the rules that I am teaching you, and do them, that you may live and go in and take possession of the land that the Lord, the God of your fathers, is giving you. You shall not add the word that I command you, nor take from it. And you shall keep the commandments of the Lord your God that I command you. Your eyes have seen what the Lord did at Baal Peor. For the Lord your God destroyed from among you all the men who followed Baal of Peor. But you who held fast to the Lord your God are all alive today. See, I have taught you statutes and rules that the Lord my God commanded me, that you should do them in the land, and that you are entering to take possession of it. Keep them and do them, for they will be your wisdom and understanding in the sight of the peoples, who, when they hear of the statutes, will say, surely this great nation is wise and an understanding people. For what great nation there is that has a God so near to it as Lord our God is to us whenever we call upon him. And what great nation is there that the statutes and rules so righteous as all this law that I set before you today? Only take care and keep your soul diligently, lest you forget the things that your eyes have seen, unless you depart from your heart all the days of your life. Make them known to your children and your children's children, in the day on you stood before the Lord your God at Horeb. The Lord said to me, gather the people to me, that I may let them hear my words, so that they may learn to fear me all the days of their lives, all the days they live on earth. And they may teach their children so. And you came near and stood at the foot of the mountain, while the mountain burned with fire, and the heart of the heaven wrapped in darkness, cloud and gloom. Then the Lord spoke to you out of the midst of the fire. You heard the sound of words, but saw no form. There was only a voice, and he declared to you his covenant, which he commanded you to perform, that is the 10 Commandments. And he wrote them on 2 tablets of stone. And the Lord commanded me at this time to teach you statutes, rules, and you might do them in the land that you are going to possess. Therefore, watch yourselves very carefully, since you saw no form on the day of the Lord spoke to you at Horeb out of the midst of the fire. Beware lest you act corruptly by making a carved image for yourself in the form of any figure, in the likeness of male or female, in the likeness of any winged bird that flies in the air, in the likeness of anything that creeps on the ground, in the likeness of the fish that is in the water under the earth. And beware lest you raise your eyes to heaven, and when you see the sun and the moon and the stars and all the host of heaven, you will be drawn away and bow down to them and serve them, things that the Lord God has allotted to all the people under the whole heaven. But the Lord has taken you and brought you out of the iron furnace, out of Egypt, to be a people, his own inheritance, as you are this day. Furthermore, the Lord was angry with me because of you, and he swore that I should not cross the Jordan, that I should not enter the good land that the Lord your God is giving you for an inheritance. For I must die in this land. I must not go over the Jordan, but you shall go over and take possession of the good land. Take care lest you forget the covenant of the Lord your God, which he made with you, and make a carved image, the form of anything the Lord and make a carved image, the form of anything that the Lord God has forbidden you. For the Lord your God is a consuming fire, a jealous God. When you father children and children's children, and have grown old in the land, if you act corruptly by making a carved image in the form of anything, and by doing what is evil in the sight of the Lord, you provoke him to be angry. To anger, I call heaven and earth to witness against you today, and that you will soon utterly perish before from the land, and you are going over the Jordan to possess. You will not live long in it, but be utterly destroyed. And the Lord will scatter you among the peoples, and you will be left few in number among the nations, where the Lord will drive you. And there you will serve gods of wood and stone, and the work of human hands, that neither see nor hear, nor eat nor smell. But for you will seek the Lord your God, and you will find him. You can seek the Lord your God, and you will find him. if you search after him with all your heart, with all your soul, when you are in tribulation and all these things come upon you, and in the latter days you will return to the Lord your God and obey his voice. For the Lord your God is a merciful God. He will not leave you or destroy you or forget the covenant with your fathers that he swore to them. For ask now of the days that are past, which were before you, since the day that God created and made on the earth, and ask from one end of heaven to the other, whether such a great thing as this has ever happened or was heard of. Did any people ever hear the voice of God speaking out of the midst of a fire, as you have heard, and still live? Or has any God ever attempted to go and take a nation for himself from the midst of another nation by trials, by signs, by wonders, and by war, and by a mighty hand and an outstretched arm, and by great deeds of terror, and all which the Lord your God did for you in Egypt before your eyes? To you it was shown that you might know that the Lord is God. There is no one besides him. Out of heaven he let you hear his voice, that he might discipline you. And on the earth he let you see his great fire. You heard his words out of the midst of the fire. And because he loved your fathers and chose your offspring after them, and brought you out of Egypt with his own presence by his great power, driving out before you nations greater and mightier than you, to bring you in to and to give you the land of your inheritance as it is today. Know therefore today and lay it to your heart that the Lord is God, who in God in heaven above and the earth beneath. There is no other. Therefore you shall keep the statutes of the commandments which I command you today, that it may go well with you and with your children after you, that you may prolong the days in your land, and that your Lord God is giving you for all time. Then Moses set apart 3 cities in the east and beyond the Jordan, that the manslayer might flee there. Anyone who kills his neighbor unintentionally, without an enmity with him in the time past, he may flee to one of these cities to save his life. Bezir in the wilderness of the tableland for the Reubenites and the Ramoth and the Gilead and the Gadites and the Golan and the Bashan and the Manassites. This is the law that Moses set before the people of Israel. These are the testimonies, the statutes, the rules which Moses spoke to the people of Israel when they came out of Egypt. Beyond the Jordan, in the valley opposite of Beth Peor, in the land of Sihon, the king of Amorites, who lived at Heshbon, whom Moses and the people of Israel defeated when they came out of Egypt. They took possession of this land in the land of Og, the king of Bashan, the 2 kings of Amorites, who lived the east beyond the Jordan from Arar, which is the edge of the valley of Arnon, as far as the Mount Siron. This is that is Hermon, together with all of Arabah at the east side of the Jordan, as far as the sea of Arabah, under the slopes of Pisgah. Deuteronomy 5. Whoa. I'm doing this to encourage you to join our Bible in a Year plan. You want to know more about that? Go to my YouTube channel, BETHELSROCK Church. We are going to be doing a live stream every week this year that'll follow along with our Bible in a Year plan, and you can download that. I posted the link on YouTube. So if you want to check that out and you're like, dude, I want to do that. I want to learn how to read my Bible, and I want someone to keep me accountable to do it. There you go. If I can read the Bible in one day, you can read it in 1 year. Deuteronomy 5, we are on 15 hours and 45 minutes. So hot. And Moses summoned all Israel and said to them, Hear, O Israel, the statutes and the rules that I speak in your hearing today. And you shall learn them and be careful to do them. And the Lord our God made a covenant with us in Horeb, not with our fathers did the Lord make this covenant, but with us, who are all of us here today. The Lord spoke with you face to face at the mountain out of the midst of the fire, while I stood between the Lord and you at that time to declare to you the word of the Lord. For you were afraid because of the fire, and you did not go up into the mountain. He said, I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. You shall have no other gods before me. You shall not make for yourself a carved image, or of any likeness, or anything that is in the heaven above, or is on the earth beneath, that is in the water under the earth. You shall not bow down to them or serve them. For I am the Lord your God. I am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers on the children, on the third and fourth generation of those who hate me, but showing steadfast love to the thousands of those who love me and keep my commandments. You shall not take the name of the Lord your God in vain, for the Lord God will not hold him guiltless who takes his name in vain. Observe the Sabbath day to keep it holy, as the Lord your God commanded you. 6 days you shall labor and do all your work, but the seventh day is a Sabbath to the Lord your God. On it you shall not do any work, you or your son or your daughter or your male servant or your female servant or your ox or your donkey or your livestock or your sojourner who is within your gates, that your male servant and your female servant may rest as well as you. You shall remember that you were a slave in the land of Egypt. The Lord your God brought you out of there with a mighty hand and an outstretched arm. Therefore the Lord your God commanded you to keep the Sabbath day. Honor your father and mother. The Lord your God commanded you, that your days may be long and it may go well for you in the land that your God is giving you. You shall not murder. You shall not commit adultery. You shall not steal. You shall not bear false witness. You shall not covet your neighbor's wife. And you shall not desire your neighbor's house, and his field, or his male servants, or his female servants, his ox, or his donkey, or anything that is your neighbor's. These words the Lord spoke to all your assembly at the mountain out of the midst of the fire, the cloud and the thick darkness, with a loud voice, and added no more. And he wrote them on 2 tablets of stone and gave them to me. And as soon as you heard the voice in the midst of the darkness, while the mountain was burning with fire, you came near to me, all the heads of your tribes and the elders, and you said, Behold, the Lord our God has shown us his glory and greatness, and we have heard the voice out of the midst of the fire. This day we have seen God speak with man. We have seen God speak with man, and man still live. Now, therefore, why should we die? For this great fire will consume us. If we hear the voice of the Lord our God anymore, we shall die. For is there of all flesh that has heard the voice of the living God speaking out in the midst of fire as we have, and still lived? Go near and hear all that the Lord our God will say, and speak to us that the Lord our God will speak to you, and we will hear and do it. And the Lord your word. Oh my goodness. Oh. Now my brain's kind of feeling it. Oh my goodness, I can't even read. Deuteronomy 5. Deuteronomy 5. Thank you, Natasha. Thanks for sticking around for 15, almost 16 hours. God bless you. Thanks, Fat Kyle, for the roses. Appreciate you. Yeah, good slap on some eye drops, bro. I feel that. That would have been smart. I didn't think about that. It's hard. It's like, I think I'm going to take a break looking for that for a second, sip some tea. I was reading stuff, and literally my brain wasn't even like computing what I was even saying. They weren't even hard words, like the genealogy that I was reading. Yeah, Haley. YouTube will only archive 12 hours. So I left it up to you guys and asked you, should I archive it so then you guys can go back and watch them? But that would mean I would need to stop the stream at 12 hours or just continually go without stopping. And people voted that they wanted me to stop at around 11 hours before, so we could have it archived so they could go back and just see. So that's why this one is part 2 on YouTube. Appreciate the follows, guys. Thank you for all you guys watching. Appreciate you guys. Oh. Someone said, I wished I owned a church. I'd be so rich. I think that's the funniest statement. I gotta save my voice though. You done reading? No. I just gotta take a second. I just gotta look away from the screen for 1 second. Then I'll jump back on it. Then my eyes look. I won't be getting any sleep tonight. We're gonna see how far I can go. We're on Deuteronomy 5. Deuteronomy 5, we are 15 hours and 55 minutes in. ESV I've been reading in. If you go to the YouTube, you can see it. I have it on this side of the screen. It's like on the other side of the screen. We got some nice background music playing, and you'll be able to see the chat on top as well. So if you want to pop over, you can. And I'm doing this. I am doing this so that you would read your Bible this year. We have a Bible reading plan. If you go to our YouTube channel, we're going to be going live every week in accordance with the Bible reading plan. So you guys can follow along and know what to read, how much to read each day, so that you can start January 8th and be finished by December 31st. And the goal is that you would actually know what you read, and know the promises of God, know the character of God, and start to recognize the voice of God in your own life. So if you want to be a part of a Bible in a year plan, and you're like, dude, I want to learn how to read the Bible. Like, I would love that. Either just message me and say, I don't know how to do that. Show me. You can just message me on TikTok. We are over on our YouTube channel. You can do that. And when you go over to our YouTube channel, just subscribe and you'll see the info that will take you to the Bible in a Year plan. And the page will also be where we host our playlist for the Bible in a Year previous lives that we have done, so that you guys, while you're keeping in reading from front to back, that you'll have a video to go along with it, so you better understand what you are reading. So as soon as he heard the voice of the out of the midst of the darkness, while the mountain was burning with fire, you came near to me, and all the heads of your tribes and your elders, and you said, behold, the Lord our God has shown us glory in greatness, and we have heard his voice in the midst of the fire. This day we have seen God speak with man, and man still live. Now therefore, why should we die? For this great fire will consume us. If we hear the voice of the Lord our God any more, we shall die. For who is there of all flesh who has heard the voice of the living God speaking out of the midst of the fire as we have? How do I find the plan? Haley, go to this right here, and you'll be able to download the plan. BETHELSROCK.org/Bible in a Year. Type that in. At the bottom of the page, it says download plan. Go near and hear all that the Lord our God will say, and speak to us that the Lord our God will speak to you, and we will hear and do it. And the Lord heard your words, and when you spoke to me, and the Lord said to me, I have heard the words of his people, which they have spoken to you. They are right in all that they have spoken. Oh, that they had such a heart as this anyways, to fear me and to keep all my commandments, that it might go well with them and their descendants forever. Go and say to them, return to your tents, but you stand here by me. And I will tell you the whole commandment and statutes and the rules that you shall teach them. They may do them in the land that I'm going to giving them to possess. You shall be careful, therefore, to do as the Lord God has commanded you. You shall not turn aside to the right hand or to the left. You shall walk in all the way that the Lord your God has commanded you, that you may live, that it may go well for you, and that you may live long in the land that you shall possess. Deuteronomy 6. Now this is the commandment, that the statutes and the rules and the Lord your God commanded me to teach you, and that you may do them in the land in which you are going over to possess it, that you may fear the Lord your God, you and your sons your son's son, by keeping all his statutes and by commandments which I command you all the days of your life, and that your days may be long. Hearing therefore, O Israel, and being careful to do them, that it may go well with you, and that you may multiply greatly, as the Lord, the God of your fathers, has promised you, in a land flowing with milk and honey. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. You shall love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, with all your might. And these words that I command you today shall be on your heart. You shall teach them diligently to your children. You shall talk of them when you sit in the house, when you walk by the way, and when you lie down, and when you rise. And you shall bind them as a sign on your forehead. They shall be as frontlets between your eyes. You shall write them on the doorpost of your house and on the gates. And when the Lord your God brings you into the land he swore to your fathers, and to Abraham and Isaac and Jacob, to give you, with the great and good cities that you did not build, and house full of good things that you did not fill, and the cisterns that you did not dig up, and vineyards of the olive trees that you did not plant, or when you eat and are full, Then take care lest you forget the Lord, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. It is the Lord your God you shall fear, him who you shall serve, and by his name you shall wear. You shall not go after other gods, the God of the peoples who are around you. For the Lord your God in the midst, he is a jealous God, lest the anger of the Lord your God be kindled against you, and he destroy you from the face of the earth. You shall not put to the test the Lord your God. You shall not put to test the Lord your God, as you tested him in Massa. You shall diligently keep the commandments of the Lord your God, and his testimonies and his statutes which he commanded you. And you shall do what is right, and do what is good in the sight of the Lord, that it may go well with you, and that you may go in and take possession of the good land. And the Lord swore to give it to your fathers, by thrusting out all your enemies from before you, as the Lord has promised. When your son asks you in time to come, what is the meaning of the testimonies and statutes and the rules that the Lord our God has commanded you, then you shall say to your son, we were Pharaoh's slaves in Egypt, and the Lord God brought us out of the land of brought us out of Egypt with a mighty hand, and the Lord shows signs and wonders, great and grievous, against Egypt and against Pharaoh and all his household before our eyes. And when he brought us out from there, that he might bring us and give us the land that he swore to give our fathers, and the Lord commanded us to do all these statutes, to fear the Lord our God for our good always, that he might preserve us alive. And we are this day, and it will be righteousness for us, if we are careful to do this commandment before the Lord our God, he has commanded us. Deuteronomy 7, a chosen people. And the Lord God brings you into the land that you are entering to take possession of it, and clears away many nations before you, the Hittites, the Girgashites, the Girgashites, and Amorites, the Canaanites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and Jebusites, 7 nations, more numerous and mightier than you. And when the Lord your God gives them over to you, and you defeat them, then you must devote them to complete destruction. You shall make no covenant with them, and show no mercy to them. You shall not intermarry with them, giving your daughters to their sons, and taking their daughters for your sons. And they would turn away your sons for following me to serve other gods. Then the anger of the Lord would be kindled against you, and he would not destroy you quickly. Thus shall you deal with them. You shall break down the altars and dash the pieces, the pillars, and chop down their asherim. Burn their carved images with fire, for you are a people holy to the people of the Lord your God. The Lord your God has chosen you to be a people for his treasured possession. And all the peoples who are on the face of the earth, it was not because of you. It was not because you were more in number than any other people that the Lord has set his love on you and chose you. For you were the fewest of all people, but it is because the Lord loves you and is keeping the oath that he swore to your fathers, that the Lord has brought you out of the mighty hand and redeemed you from the house of slavery, from the land of Pharaoh, king of Egypt. Know, therefore, the Lord your God, the faithful God, who keeps the covenant and steadfast love with those who love him and keep his commandments to 1,000 generations, and repays to their face those who hate him by destroying them. He will not slack with one who hates him. He will repay to his face. You shall therefore be careful to the commandments and statutes and the rules that I command you today. And because you listen to these rules and keep them, and keep them, the Lord your God will keep you. The covenant and steadfast love that he swore to your fathers, he will love you, bless you, and multiply you. He will also bless the first of your womb and the fruit of your ground, the grain and your wine and your oil, the increase of your herds, the young of your flock, and the land that he swore to your fathers to give you. You shall be blessed of all people, above all people. There shall not be male or female barren among you or among your livestock. And the Lord take away from you your sickness and none of the evil diseases among you which you knew and inflict on you, but he will lay on them and all who hate you. And you shall consume all the peoples. The Lord your God will give over to you. Your eye shall not pity them, neither shall you serve their gods, for this would be a snare to you. If I say to if you say in your heart, then these nations are greater than I, how can I dispossess them? You shall not be afraid of them, but you shall remember Lord your God did to Pharaoh and to all Egypt, and the great trials with that your eyes saw. The signs, the wonders, the mighty hand, the outstretched arm by which the Lord your God brought you out, so will the Lord your God do to all peoples of whom you were afraid. And moreover, the Lord your God will send hornets among them, and those who are left and hide themselves from you are destroyed. You shall not be in dread of them, for the Lord your God is in your midst, a great and awesome God. The Lord your God will clear away these nations before you little by little. You may not take an end of them at once, lest the wild beasts grow too numerous for you. But the Lord your God will give them over to you and throw them into a confusion until they are destroyed. And he will give their kings into the hand, and you shall make their name perish from under heaven. No one shall be able to stand against you until you have destroyed them. The carved images of their gods you shall burn with fire. You shall not covet the silver or the gold that is on them, or take for it yourselves, lest you be ensnared by it. For it is an abomination to the Lord your God, and you shall you shall not bring an abominable thing into your house and become devoted to destruction. Like it, you shall utterly detest it and abhor it, for it is devoted to destruction. Deuteronomy 8. The whole one second. Oh my goodness. All right, I was wanting to save this. I got no nails. I wanted to save the energy drink because I still got a long way. Yeah. So that's how many hours I've been going so far. 16 hours, 10 minutes. How long do you think it's going to take? I don't know. I'm going to do it until I fail, and until failure, until I literally can't anymore. Jared, you try streaming for 16 hours reading. Then come back and talk to me. Oh. Someone said so snippy. Someone on TikTok said so snippy. Dude said it's trolling. It's always the people that troll, and then when you reply back, they say, "Oh, chill, bro." Like, how come I can't? I got time today, man. I'm on a 15 hour. I got a 16-hour stream. I got time today. Don't act like the victim. Don't play victim around here. If you're gonna dish it out, you better take it. Okay. Thank you, Anthony. Thank you, John. Appreciate it, Brenda. We're going for it. I'm letting this tea mixed with energy drink kick in a little bit. I drank a coffee in the morning. This is not the beginning. This is 16 hours. So I was trying to wait because I still got some time, but I'm like already falling asleep at 12, which is not good. All right, I feel like I'm locked in now. I feel like I got my second win. I feel like I'm good. Okay, here we go. Ooh. Okay, there we go. The whole commandment I command you today, you shall be careful to do, that you may live and multiply and go in and possess the land that the Lord swore to you to give to your fathers, and you shall remember the whole way that the Lord your God has led you. Excuse me. And you shall remember the whole way to the Lord your God led you these 40 years in the wilderness, that he might humble you, testing you to know what was in your heart, whether you keep his commandments or not. And he humbled you and let you hunger and fed you with manna, which you did not know, nor did your fathers know, that he might make you know that the man does not live by bread alone, but man lives by every word that comes from the mouth of the Lord. God, I pray that is true, and I ask that be in my life right now. That comes from the mouth of the Lord. Your clothing did not wear out on you, or foot did not swell those 40 years. Know then in your heart that as a man disciplines his son, the Lord your God disciplines you, and you shall keep the commandments of the Lord. Your God shall be walking in his ways, and by fearing him, for the Lord your God is bringing you into a good land, a land of brooks of the water, of fountains and springs, flowing out into the valleys and hills, in the land of wheat and barley, of vines and fig trees, of pomegranates, and land of olive trees and honey, a land in which you will eat bread, and without scarcity, in which you will lack nothing, a land whose stones are iron, and all those who are and out of whose hills you can dig copper, and you shall eat and be full, and you shall bless the Lord your God for the good land he has given you. Take care lest you forget the Lord your God by keeping his commandment and rules and his statutes, which I command you today, lest when you have eaten and are full and have built good houses and live in them, when your herds and flocks multiply, and your silver and gold is multiplied, and all that you have is multiplied, then your heart is lifted up, and forget the Lord your God, who has brought you to the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. who has led you through the land of terrifying wilderness, who is fiery serpents and scorpions, and whose thirsty ground where there was no water, who brought you out of the flinty rock, who fed you in the wilderness with manna your fathers did not know, that he might humble you and test you to do you good in the end. Beware lest you say in your heart, my power and my might and my hand have gotten me this wealth. You shall remember the Lord your God, for it is he who gives you the power to get wealth, that he may conform his covenant that he swore to your fathers, as it is this day. And if you forget the Lord your God and go after other gods and serve them and worship them, I solemnly warn you that you shall surely perish like many nations that the Lord makes perish to before you. You shall perish because you would not obey his voice of the Lord your God. Number 9, Deuteronomy 9. Deuteronomy 9. We're in Deuteronomy 9. I can't remember how many. I think it was, someone said 36 chapters or 33. I can't remember now. Someone told me earlier how many chapters there are. Hear, O Israel, you are to cross over the Jordan today and go and dispossess the nations greater and mightier than you, cities great and fortified up to heaven, a people great and tall, the sons of Anakim, whom you know, of whom you have heard it said, who can stand before the sons of Anak. Know therefore that today he who goes before you as a consuming fire is the Lord your God. He will destroy them and subdue them before you. So you shall drive them out and make them perish quickly, as the Lord has promised you. Do not say in your heart, after the Lord your God has thrust them out before you, it is because my righteousness that the Lord has brought me into possess this land. Whereas it is because of the wickedness of these nations the Lord is driving them out before you. Not because of your righteousness or your uprightness of heart are you going in to possess the land, but because of the wickedness of these nations the Lord God is driving them out before you, and that he may confirm the word that the Lord swore to you, your fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. Know that therefore the Lord your God is not giving you this good land to possess because you are righteous, for you are a stubborn people. Remember and do not forget of how you provoked the Lord your God to wrath in wilderness. From the day you came out of the land of Egypt until you came to this place, you have been rebellious against God. Even at Horeb, you provoked the Lord to wrath, and the Lord was so angry with you that he was ready to destroy you. And when I went up to the mountain to receive the tablets of stone, the tablets of the covenant the Lord made with you, I remained on the mountain 40 days and 40 nights, and neither ate bread nor drank water. And the Lord gave me the 2 tablets of stone written on the finger of God, and on them were all the words that the Lord had spoken with you on the mountain in the midst of the fire. On that day of the assembly, and at the end of the 40 days and the 40 nights, the Lord gave me 2 stone tablets, the tablets of the covenant. The Lord said to me, arise, go down quickly from here, for your people you have brought out of Egypt have acted corruptly. They have turned aside quickly out of the way that I commanded them, and they have made themselves a metal image. Furthermore, the Lord said, I have been this people, and behold, I have seen this people, and behold, it is a stubborn people. Let me alone, that I may destroy them and blot out their name from under the sun, and I will make out of you a nation mightier than and greater than they. So I turned and I came down from the mountain, and the mountain was burning with fire, and the 2 tablets of the covenant were in my 2 hands. And I looked, and behold, you had sinned against the Lord your God. You had made yourselves a golden calf. You had turned aside quickly from that which the Lord commanded you. So I took 2 of the 2 tablets, I threw them out of the 2 hands and broke them before your eyes. Then I lay prostrate before the Lord as before before. 40 days and 40 nights I neither ate nor drank water because of the sin that you had committed in doing what was evil in the sight of the Lord, to provoke him to anger. For I was afraid of the anger and hot and displeasure that the Lord bore against you, so that he was ready to destroy you. But the Lord listened to me also, and the Lord was so angry with Aaron that he was ready to destroy him. And I prayed for Aaron at the same time. So I took the sinful thing, the calf that you had made, and burned it with fire and crushed it, grinding it very small until it was fine as dust, and threw the dust of it into the brook that ran down from the mountain at Taberah and at Massa. And at Kabaroth Katavah, you provoked the Lord to wrath. And when the Lord sent you from Kadesh Barnea, saying, go up and take possession of the land that I will give you, then you rebelled against my commandment of the Lord your God, and did not believe him or obey his voice. You have been rebellious against the Lord from the day that I knew you. So I lay prostrate before the Lord for 40 days and 40 nights, because the Lord had said he would destroy you. And I prayed to the Lord, Lord, O God, not to destroy your people and your heritage, whom you have redeemed through your greatness, whom you have brought out of Egypt with a mighty hand. Remember your servants Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Do not regard the stubbornness of this people, or their wickedness of their sin, lest their land from which you brought us say, because the Lord was not able to bring them into the land that he had promised, and because he hated them, he had brought them out and put them to death in the wilderness. For they and are your people and your heritage, whom you brought out by great power and by an outstretched arm. Deuteronomy 10. At that time the Lord said, cut for yourselves 2 stone tablets at first, of the stone like the first, and come up to me on the mountain and make an ark of wood, and I will write on the tablets of the words that were on the first tablets that you broke, and you shall put them in the ark. So I made an ark of acacia wood and cut 2 tablets of stone like the first, and went out up from the mountain on with 2 tablets in my hand, and he wrote on the tablets in the same writing as before, and he wrote on the tablets the same writing as before, the 10 commandments that the Lord had spoken to you on the mountain in the midst of the fire on the day of the assembly, and the Lord gave them to me. Then I turned and came down from the mountain and put the tablets in the ark that I had made, and there they are as the Lord commanded me. The people of Israel journeyed from Beroth and Ben Jacan to Moserah. There Aaron died, and there he was buried, and his son Eleazar ministered as a priest in this place. From there they journeyed to Golgotha, from Golgotha to Jebatoah, and land with brooks of water. At that time the Lord set apart the tribe of Levi to carry the ark of the covenant of the Lord, to stand before the Lord, to minister to him, and to bless in his name to this day. Therefore the Levi has no portion or inheritance with his brothers. The Lord is his inheritance, as the Lord your God had said to him. I myself stand on the mountain as at the first time 40 days and 40 nights, and the Lord listened to me that time also. The Lord was unwilling to destroy you, and the Lord said to me, arise and go on your journey and ahead of the people, so that they may go and possess the land which I swore to their fathers to them. And now Israel, what does your Lord your God require of you? But to fear the Lord, to walk in his ways, to love him, to serve the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, and to keep his commandments as the statutes of the Lord, which I am commanding you today for your good. Behold, to the Lord your God belong heaven and the heaven of heavens, the earth and all that's in it. Yet the Lord set their heart in love on your fathers, and chose their offspring after them, you above all peoples, and you on this day. Circumcise therefore the foreskin of your heart, be no longer stubborn, for the Lord your God is God of gods and Lord of lords, the great, the mighty, and the awesome God, who is not partial and takes no bribe. He executes justice for the fatherless and the widow, and loves the sojourner. Give him food and clothing, love the sojourner. Therefore, for you were sojourners in the land of Egypt. You shall fear the Lord your God, you shall serve him and hold fast to him by By his name you shall swear. He is your praise. He is your God. He has done for you these great and terrifying things that your eyes have seen. Your fathers went down to Egypt, 70 persons, and now the Lord your God has made you as numerous as the stars of heaven. Deuteronomy 11, you shall therefore love the Lord your God and keep his charge, his statutes, his rules, and his commandments, and consider today, since I am speaking to your children who have not known or seen it, consider the discipline of the Lord your God and the greatness of his mighty hand and his outstretched arm, his signs and his deeds that he had did in Egypt to Pharaoh the king of Egypt, and said to all the land, and what he did to the army of Egypt and all his land, and what he did to the army of Egypt, to the horses and to the chariots, how he made the water of the Red Sea flow over them as they pursued after you, and how the Lord has destroyed them in that day, and what he did to you in the wilderness until you came to this place, and when he did to Dathan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, the sons of Reuben, how the earth opened its mouth and swallowed them up with their household, their tents, and everything living that followed them in the midst of all Israel. For your eyes have seen all the great work of the Lord that he did. You shall therefore keep the whole commandment that I command you today, that you may be strong, going over to possess, and that you may live long in the land, and the land swore to your fathers, and give to them the offspring, a land flowing with milk and honey. For the land that you were entering, take possession of it, like the land of Egypt from which you have come, where you sowed your seed and irrigated it, like a garden of vegetables. But the land that you are going over to possess is a land of hills and valleys, and which drinks water by rain and from heaven, and the land the Lord your God cares for. The eyes of the Lord your God are always upon it, from the beginning to the year to the end of the year. And you will indeed obey my commandments. And I will command you today to love the Lord your God and to serve with all your heart, with all your soul. And he will give the rain of your land in its season, and the early rain and the later rain, and you may gather in your grain with all the wine and your oil, and you will give grass to the fields of your livestock, and you shall eat and be full. Take care lest your heart be deceived, and you turn aside and serve other gods and worship them. Then the anger of the Lord will be kindled against you, and he will shut up the heavens, so there will be no rain, and the land will yield no fruit, and you will perish quickly, all the good land that the Lord is giving you. You shall therefore lay up the words of mine in your heart and in your soul, and you shall bind them as a sign on your hand. This shall be as frontlets between your eyes, and you shall teach them to your children, talking of them when you are sitting in your house, and when you are walking by the way, and when you lie down, and when you arise, you shall write them on the doorposts of your house and on the gates, and that your days of our children may be multiplied in the land the Lord swore to your fathers to give them, as long as the heavens are above the earth. For if you will be careful to do this commandment that I command you, loving the Lord your God, walking in all his ways, and holding fast to him, then the Lord your God will drive out all these nations before you, when you will dispossess nations greater and mightier than you. Every place on which the sole of your foot treads shall be yours. Your territory shall be from the wilderness to Lebanon, and from the river to the Euphrates, from the western sea. No one shall be able to stand against you. The Lord your God will lay fear of you and dread of you of the land that you shall tread, as he promised. See, I am setting before you today a blessing and a curse. A blessing if you obey the commandments of the Lord your God, which I command you today, and the curse if you do not obey the commandments of the Lord your God, but turn aside from the way I am commanding you today. So go after other gods that you have not known. And when the Lord your God brings you into the land that you are entering to take possession of it, you shall set the Lord on the Mount Gerizim and curse on the Mount Ebal, and they not beyond the Jordan. Are they not beyond the Jordan, west of the road toward going down toward the going down of the sun, in the land of the Canaanites who live in Arabah, opposite Gilgal, beside the oak of Morah? For you are to cross over the Jordan and take possession of the land. that the Lord your God is giving you. When you possess it and live in it, you shall be careful and do all your statutes and the rules that I'm setting before you today. These are Deuteronomy 12. I'm going to take a quick drink. Deuteronomy 12. Sometimes the Bible makes God seem like an imposing dictator. So this is the interesting thing. God is God. He's the creator of the heavens and the earth. You and me are dust of the earth. If you read with the lens that, the God of the universe, it's really a democracy. I get to just kind of choose and kind of make the God that I really want to make. We really lack a reverence or a respect or an honor really of any authority. Especially as Americans, there is no respect of authority, even as people that are over us. But it's crazy because that heart has seeped into a lack of reverence and a fear of the Lord. We don't fear the Lord. We, in our arrogance, will say, God is, I have the moral high ground on God. I can run the universe better than God. And I'm a 24-year-old, but people literally will judge the character of God and act like they can do better. God's running the world. You can't even run your whole own life. God is, if you read this, you see the arrogance and the stubbornness and the disobedience of the people of Israel. God doesn't need to put up with them, but he upholds his side of a covenant made to their forefathers out of love for them. His patience is not like anybody else. When you read the Bible, there is no reason God should even need to put up with us silly human beings that wreak havoc over his creation and his world. We are so destructive and so arrogant in destroying things that God created, and then we point fingers at God and say it's his fault. He's a jerk. He's a dictator. The truth is, he is a king. He is not a president that one elects. God is the king of the universe. And what should a man say to God to tell him how he should run the universe? To that, I would ask the person that would judge the character of God and his morality, where were you when the earth's foundations were formed? Do you know where were you at the beginning of the foundations of earth? Where were you when God first put breath in the lungs of a human that he created from the dust of the earth? Anyways, there is a humility that we, in America, I have debates constantly with people that have this arrogance in talking about God. And this is the heart that we take. It's because we live in a democracy and we live in a world that is no respect of character and no respect of authority. And that transitions into our fear of the Lord. God of the universe, human, but we act like somehow we have it figured out and we can do better than God. Trust me, we do not hold a candle to the morality of God. We do not compare. Anyways, enough of that tangent that I just made on. Okay, Deuteronomy 12. These are the statutes and the rules that you shall be careful to do in the land of the Lord, the God of your fathers has given you to possess. All the land that you live on the earth, you shall surely destroy. All the places where the nations whom you shall dispossess served their gods on high mountains and on hills and on every green tree. You shall tear down their altars and dash it into pieces, and their altars, and burn the Asherim with fire. You shall chop down the carved images by their gods and destroy their name of that place. You shall not worship the Lord your God in that way, but you shall seek the place that the Lord your God will choose out, and seek for your tribes to put his name and make his habitation there. There you shall go, and there you shall bring your burnt offering and sacrifices, your tithes and your contribution that you present, your vow offerings, your free will offerings, and the firstborn of your herd and your flock. And there you shall eat before the Lord your God, and you shall rejoice, you and your households, and that you shall undertake it, in which the Lord your God has blessed you, and you shall do according to all we are doing here today, everyone doing whatever is right in his own eyes. For you have not as yet to come to the rest and to the inheritance of the Lord your God is giving you. But when you go over to the Jordan, in the land the Lord your God is giving to you to inherit, and when he gives you the rest from all your enemies around, and that you live in safety, then to the place that the Lord your God will choose to make his name dwell there, there you shall bring all that I command you, your burnt offering, your sacrifices, your tithes, your contribution, your present, your finest vow offerings that you would vow to the Lord, and you shall rejoice before the Lord your God, and to make your son and your daughters and your male and female servants and the Levite that is within your town, since he has no portion or inheritance with you. Take care that you do not offer your burnt offering at any place that you see, but at the place that the Lord you choose in one of the tribes. There you shall offer your burnt offerings, and you shall do that I am commanding you. Excuse me. However, you may slaughter and eat meat within any of your towns as much as you desire, according to the blessing of the Lord your God, with which he has given you. The unclean and the clean may eat of it, of the gazelle and of the deer. Only you shall not eat the blood. You shall pour it out on the earth like water, and you shall not eat within your towns the tithe of your first of your grain, or of your wine, or of your oil, the firstborn of your herd, of your flock, or any of your vow offerings that you vow, or your free will offerings, or the contribution that you present. But you shall eat them before the Lord your God, in the place the Lord your God will choose, and your son and your daughter and your male and female servants and the Levite who is with you in your town shall rejoice before the Lord your God. Is that you undertake take care of that. You do not neglect the Levite as long as you live in your land. The phrase God-fearing has never really sat with me. It doesn't need to sit with you. To fear God, you don't have to agree with the fear of God, but you better fear the Lord. That's just wisdom. It's not, this is the thing. We have this democracy mindset. Like it's where I'm the king, I'm the consumer, and we have a world that is catered. We live in a world that's catered to us as the consumers. Everybody's competing for attention as far as videos and content. Everybody's competing for our business. Everybody's competing for us. Everybody's competing for our vote. We are a consumeristic society, and it's all about us. And so when it comes to worship of God, I have to decide, is he really worthy of my worship? I don't know. Did he really do this? I don't really know if I like that. Like, I want to pick this one. I don't know if I like that one. I don't know if that you know, that might not work in my how I would like to run the world. It doesn't matter. God is not groveling. The God of the universe does not have to grovel before you and say, oh, please worship me. It's for your benefit that you fear the Lord and you worship him. And it's God and his humility that he would bow down to his creation and offer a new and living way of salvation for their own destructive ways, so that they would be saved from it. You don't have to agree with the fear of the Lord. God is not looking for your agreement. God is the king of the universe. He is looking for your submission. Submit to the rule of the king. Anyways, there's another tangent, answering a question. If that's so, that's kind of a sad existence. No, it's not. It's sad if you like to play God because you no longer get to play God, because God takes the throne of your heart and he decides right and wrong. It's not a sad existence. It's sad if you want to be prideful and you want to live your own life the way that you want to live rather than submit. But when you submit and you give your life over to God, it is far better, because God is a far better ruler of your life than you are. The author of life knows best how it should be lived, rather than a 20-something-year-old or a 30-something-year-old. God is a far better ruler of our life. And the good thing and the interesting about our God, the one that created us, he loves us. He loves us. Anyways, okay. We're going to keep going. So my life isn't worth anything as an individual, just as an instrument or a devout worshiper. You've got worship understood wrong. Worship is a fellowship, a connection with God. It's a relationship. You were created not to even be separate from God. You were created to always be in relationship with him as his creation. You wouldn't say that with your parents. Oh, was I created just to be their son? My life is nothing more than just to be my father's son. My life was nothing more to be than to be a husband to my wife. My nothing, you know what I mean? It's a relationship. And God of the universe, if you truly understand and humble yourself and understand who God is and how immense he is, and you come to that humility where you're a born again, it's not something you got to think about, and it's not something you dread. But when you die to the first thing before you accept Christ or you come to the feet of Jesus and to God is you need to deny yourself. You need to humble yourself and repent and say, God, you can have it all. And God can begin to work on that weird concept that you have of him, this misconception of him being some vengeful and egotistical God. And he can begin to work on that. But no one can understand God and no one can please God without his spirit. And first, to receive his spirit, you have to believe in his son. But the things of God are foolishness to those who are of just the flesh. Anyways, I just wanted to answer those couple questions by that specific person, because you have been in this live long and God loves you and he wants a relationship with you. If you really weren't interested in seeking after God, there's no way you would be on this long as you have been. So I'm not answering questions, but I want to answer his because he's been here so long. So anyways, God loves you. He can have a relationship with you, but bro, you need to humble yourself. You are not the God of the universe. God has humbled himself to even have a relationship with you. God is the one that stooped low to offer you a relationship. You better take the offer because you're the winner in the relationship. Anyways, okay. The unclean and the clean may eat of it, as of the gazelle and of the deer. Only you shall not eat the blood and shall pour it out like we were right here actually. You shall eat them before the Lord your God, and place the Lord your God will choose you and your son and your daughter, your male servant and your female servant, the Levite who is with you in the towns. You shall rejoice in the name of the Lord the God that you undertake. Take care what you do not neglect the Levite as long as you live in your land. When your Lord your God enlarges your territory as he has promised you, and say, I will eat meat because you crave meat, you may eat meat, whatever you desire. If the place that is the Lord your God will choose to put his name, there is too far from you, then you may kill any of your herd or your flock, which the Lord has given you as I have commanded you, and you may eat within your towns and whenever you desire, just as the gazelle or the deer is eaten, you may eat of it. The unclean of the clean alike may eat of it. Only be sure that you do not eat the blood, for the blood is the life, and you shall not eat the life with the flesh. You shall not eat it. You shall pour it out from the earth like water. You shall not eat of it. that all may go well with you and your children after you, when you do what is right in the sight of the Lord. But the holy things that are due from you, your vow offerings, you shall take, and you shall go to the place that the Lord will choose, and offer your burnt offerings, the flesh and the blood, on the altar of the Lord your God. The blood of your sacrifices shall be poured out in the altar of your Lord your God. Put flesh you may eat. Be careful to obey all these words that I command you, that it may go well with you, that it may go well with your children after you forever, when you do what is good and what is right in the sight of the Lord. When the Lord your God cuts off before the nations whom you go in to dispossess, and dispossess them and dwell in their land, take care that you do not be ensnared, that you be not ensnared to follow them after they have been destroyed before you, and that you did not inquire about their gods, saying, how did these nations serve their gods, that I may also oh man, it's this fizzy drink. Appreciate the subscription. We got another subscriber. I appreciate you. Thank you, Prudence, for subscribing. And after have been destroyed before you, and you do not inquire about their gods, saying, how did these nations serve their gods, that I may also do the same. You shall not worship the Lord your God in that way. Every abominable thing the Lord God hates, they have done for their gods, for they even burn their sons and their daughters and the fire to their gods. Everything that I command you, you shall be careful to do. You shall not add or take from it. Deuteronomy 13. 16 hours, 47 minutes. Oh, Lord, help me. I feel so shaky. Thank you. I appreciate that. Don't mind if we could have an interview, Prudence says. What do you mean? Right now I'm reading this is a Bible live stream. Message me. If a prophet or a dreamer of dreams arises among you and gives you a sign or a wonder, and the sign or wonder that he tells you comes to pass, and if he says, let us go after other gods, which you have not known, and let us serve them, you shall not listen to the word of that prophet or that dreamer of dreams. For the Lord your God is testing you, and to know whether you love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul. You shall walk after the Lord your God, and fear him, and keep his commandments, obey his voice, and you shall serve him and hold fast to him. But the prophet or that dreamer of dreams shall be put to death, because he has taught rebellion against the Lord your God, and brought you out of the land of Egypt, who had redeemed you out of the house of slavery, to make you to leave the way in which the Lord your God commanded you to walk. So you shall purge evil from your midst. If your brother, the son of your mother, or the son of your daughter, or the wife you embrace, or your friend, who is as your own soul, entices you secretly, let us go and serve other gods. which neither you nor your fathers have known, some of the gods of the peoples who are around you, whether near you or far from you, from the one end of the other to the other, you shall not yield to him or listen to him, or shall your eye pity him, nor shall you spare him. Nor shall you conceal him, but you shall kill him. Your hand shall be at first against him to be put to death, afterward the hand of all the people. You shall stone him to death with stones, because he has sought to draw you away from the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery, and out of Israel. And all Israel shall hear and fear, and never again do any such wickedness. And you shall stone him to death with stones, and sought to draw away you from the Lord, and brought you out of the house of, and we already read that. And all Israel shall hear and fear, and never again do any such wickedness as this among you. If you hear in one of your cities that the Lord your God is giving you to dwell there, that the certain worthless fellows have gone out among you, and have drawn away the inhabitants of their city, saying, let us go and serve other gods, which you have not known, then you shall inquire and make search and ask diligently, and behold, if it be true and such an abomination has been done among you, you shall certainly put the inhabitants of that city to the sword, devoting it to destruction, all those who are in it, and its cattle with the edge of the sword. You shall gather it all by spoil into the midst of its open square, and burn the city, and spoil the fire as a whole burnt offering to the Lord your God. It shall be a heap forever. It shall not be built again. None of the devoted things shall stick to your hand, that the Lord may turn from the fierceness of his anger, and show you mercy, and have compassion on you, and multiply you as he swore to your fathers, if you obey the voice of the Lord your God, keeping all the commandments that I'm commanding you today, and doing what is right in the sight of the Lord your God. Deuteronomy 14, you are the sons of the Lord your God. You shall not cut yourselves or make any baldness on your foreheads for the dead, for you are a people holy to the Lord your God, and the Lord has chosen you to be a people for his treasured possession, and all of the peoples who are on the face of the earth. You shall not eat any abomination. These are the animals you may eat: the ox, the sheep, the goat, the deer, the gazelle, the roebuck, the wild goat, the ibex, the antelope, the mountain sheep. Every animal that parts the hoof, has the hoof cloven in two, and chews the cud among the animals you may eat. Yet those that chew the cud or have the hoof cloven you may not eat: the camel, the hare, and the rock badger, because they chew the cud but do not part the hoof, and they are unclean for you. And the pig, because it parts the hoof but does not chew cud, it is unclean for you. Their flesh you shall not eat. Their carcasses you shall not touch. Of all that are in the waters, you may eat these. Whatever has fins and scales you may eat, and whatever does not have fins and scales you shall not eat. That is unclean for you. You may eat all the clean birds, but these are the ones that you shall not eat: the eagle, the bearded vulture, the black vulture, the kite, the falcon, or any kind of or every raven of any kind, the ostrich, the nighthawk, the seagull, the hawk of any kind, the little owl, the short-eared owl, the barn owl, and the tawny owl, and the carrion vulture, the cormorant, the stork, the heron of any kind, the hoopoe, and the bat, and all the winged insects are unclean for you. They shall not be eaten. All the winged things that you may eat, all clean winged things that you may eat. You shall not eat anything that has died naturally. You may give it to the sojourner who is within your towns, that he may eat it, or you may sell it to a foreigner. But you are a people holy to the Lord your God. You shall not boil a young goat in its mother's milk. You shall tithe all the yield of your seed that comes from the field year by year, and before the Lord your God in the place that you will choose to make his name dwell there, you shall eat the tithe of your grain, of your wine, and your oil, and your firstborn of your herd and your flock, that you may learn to fear the Lord your God always. And if the way is too long for you, that you are able to carry the tithe when the Lord your God blesses you, because the place is too far from you, which the Lord your God chooses to set his name there, then you shall turn it into money, and bind up money into your hand, and go into the place the Lord your God has chooses, and spend the money for whatever you desire, oxen, sheep, or wine, or strong drink, whatever the appetite craves. And you shall eat there before the Lord your God, and rejoice, you and your household. You shall not neglect the Levite who is within your towns, for he has no portion or an inheritance with you. At the end of every 3 years you shall bring out all the tithe of your produce in the same year, and lay it up within your towns. And the Levite, because he has no portion or inheritance with you, the sojourner, the fatherless, the widow, who are within your towns, shall come and eat and be filled. The Lord your God may bless you in the work of your hands and all that you do. Whew. Man, my eyes are looking whack. They look like super bloodshot on my phone, but you can't really tell on the screen. Look like I'm strung out or something. Algorithm made us join. Yeah, what are you guys doing at, we got a random influx of people. What are you guys doing up at 1 a.m.? We're 16 hours and 57 minutes. 16 hours and 57 minutes into our live stream. If I can read the Bible in a day, you can read it in a year. I'm going until failure. 7 a.m. in the UK. What's up, Megan? Why aren't you reading? Because I've been reading for 16, almost 17 hours. I'm taking a little bit of break. Is that okay? I hope that's okay with you. Jared, go ahead and reach out to me, brother. Go ahead and reach out to me. I'd love to talk with you. If you're genuinely seeking and you're curious and you got questions, I can imagine you are. I don't know who would stay as long as you are if they weren't interested. I'm willing to talk with you. I'd love to talk with you. We are doing a Bible in a year plan. I'm live on YouTube right now for all of you that just came in. I'm doing a Bible in a year plan. Yeah, you can text me, B-Rock Belong. If you want to do that, you can text me and you can get the Bible in a year plan, or you can go to the YouTube and it's right on there. And so you'll be able to find it. And so it's BETHELSROCK.org/Bible in a year. When you go there, you can download the plan. And the reason why I'm doing this is to encourage you to join that plan. We are going to be doing a live stream every week. And it'll be to answer your questions that you have about that week's reading. We're going to be doing live interviews and bringing on people to ask questions and having observations about the reading. And it'll go through that plan, following that plan. So if you go to the YouTube and you'll see the BETHELSROCK.org/Bible in a year, subscribe to that so you can be a part of the lives and be able to ask those questions that you have and join along and be held accountable to read the entire Bible. We're starting this upcoming Monday, January 8th, and we will be finishing, the plan will take you starting January 8th and you will finish December 31st. And so when you download the plan, you can print that off, and there's a checklist for each day and what each reading will require, so you can finish on time. But we'll be doing a live stream every Wednesday at 12 p.m. to answer all of your questions and give you resources and help you understand how to read scripture. But I'm live right now on Bethel's Rock if you look on YouTube. That's what I'm saying. It's been like this all day. We really got 800 people out of nowhere. It's crazy. It's the weirdest times the algorithm just like hits. Earlier there was like the highest we've gotten it was 1,400 on TikTok, the highest, but then it just fluctuates like crazy. Bro, just read. Bro, just join the Bible in a Year plan. I'll read when you join. Okay, here we go. Okay. No, I've been going. I'm 17 hours in. 17 hours in. Okay. Yeah, this is that's not obviously the time. That's how long I've been reading. Where do I find this Bible plan? If you go to the YouTube, I have it right here. People in here can also, if you guys want to help me out and tell them how to find the Bible in a Year plan, those that have been here, if you can help point people in the direction as I continue to read. For the brother that asked me, how do you find the Bible in a Year plan? Just there's a couple things. Make sure you go to this YouTube, subscribe, because that's how we are going to be following along throughout the year each week, right? Okay. And then go to BETHELSROCK.org/Bible in a Year, and that's how you download your plan. And you'll see it on the screen once you go to the YouTube. BETHELSROCK.org/Bible in a Year, and you can download the plan on there absolutely free. Okay? Got it. At the end of every 7 years, you shall grant a release. And this is the manner of the release. Every creditor shall release what he has lent to his neighbor. He shall not exact it of his neighbor, his brother, because the Lord's release has been proclaimed. Of a foreigner you may exact it, but whatever of yours is with your brother, your hand shall release. But there will be no poor among you, for the Lord will bless you in the land that the Lord your God is giving you for an inheritance to possess. If only you will strictly obey the voice of the Lord your God, being careful to do all he has, all this commandment that I command you today. For the Lord your God will bless you as he has promised you, and he shall lend to you many nations, but you shall not borrow, and you shall not rule over many nations, but they shall not rule over you. If among you one of your brothers should become poor in any of your towns within your land, and the Lord your God is giving you, you shall not harden your heart, or you shall not harden your heart. Where was it? Or shut your hand against your poor brother, but you shall open your hand to him and lend him sufficient for his need. Whether it may be, whatever it may be, take care lest there be an oh, what in the world? Are you guys seeing that? It was like erasing. Okay, that was super weird. Am I seeing things? When I'm scrolling, it's like erasing my text. That was weird. Okay. But you shall open your hand to him and lend him sufficient for his need, whatever it may be. Take care lest there be an unworthy thought in your heart, and you say, the 7th year, the year of the release is near, and your eye look grudgingly on your poor brother, and you give him nothing, and he cried to the Lord. And he cried to the Lord against you, and you be guilty of sin. You shall give to him freely, and your heart shall not be grudging when you give him, because for this the Lord your God will bless you in your work and in all that you undertake. For there will be never... Oh, reading way too long. Okay. You shall... where was I? For there will never cease to be a poor in the land, therefore I command you, you shall open wide your hand to your brother, to the needy, and to the poor in the land. If your brother, a Hebrew man, or a Hebrew woman is sold to you, he shall serve you 6 years, and in the 7th year you shall let him go free from you. And when you let him go free from you, you shall not let him go empty-handed. You shall furnish him liberally out of your flock, out of your threshing floor, and out of your winepress, as the Lord your God has blessed you. You shall give to him. You shall remember that you were a slave in the land of Egypt, and the Lord your God redeemed you. Therefore I command you this today. But if he says to you, I will not go out from you, because he loves you and your household, since he is well off with you, then you shall take an awl and put it through his ear in the door, and he shall be your slave forever. And to your female slave you shall do the same. It shall not seem hard to you when you let them go free from you, for at half the cost of a hired worker he has served you 6 years. So the Lord your God will bless you in all that you do. All the firstborn males that are born of your herd and flock you shall dedicate to the Lord your God. You shall do no work for the firstborn of your herd, nor shear the firstborn of your flock. You shall eat it, you and your household, before the Lord your God, year by year, at the place that the Lord will choose. But if we're with you on this journey, that's where we're doing 16 hours. But if it has any blemish, or lame or blind, or has any serious blemish whatever, you shall not sacrifice it to the Lord your God. You shall eat it within your towns. The unclean and the clean alike may eat it, as though it were a gazelle or a deer. Only you shall not eat its blood. You shall pour it out on the ground like water. Observe the month of Abib, and keep the Passover to the Lord your God. For in the month of Abib the Lord your God brought you out of Egypt by night, and you shall offer the Passover sacrifice to the Lord your God from the flock or the herd at the place that the Lord your God will choose to make his name dwell there. You shall eat no leavened bread with it. 7 days you shall eat with it unleavened bread, the bread of affliction, for you came out of the land of Egypt in haste, that all the days of your life you may remember the day when you came out of the land. You shall eat no leavened bread with it. 7 days you shall eat it with unleavened bread, the bread of affliction, for you came out of the land of Egypt in haste, and all the days of your life you may remember the day when you came out of the land of Egypt. No leaven shall be seen with you in all your territory for 7 years, nor shall any of your flesh that you sacrifice on the evening of the first day remain all night until morning. You may not offer the Passover sacrifice when any of your towns that the Lord your God has given you. But at the place that the Lord your God will choose to make his name dwell in it, there you shall offer the Passover sacrifice in the evening at sunset at the time you came out of Egypt, and you shall cook it and eat it and place it at the Lord your God will choose. And in the morning you shall turn and go into your tents. For 6 days you shall eat unleavened bread, and on the 7th day there shall be a solemn assembly to the Lord your God, and you shall do no work on it. You shall count 7 weeks. Begin to count the 7 weeks from the time the sickle is first put to the standing grain. Then you shall keep it, the feast of weeks, to the Lord your God, with tribute of free will offering from your hand, which you shall give as the Lord your God blesses you. And you shall rejoice before the Lord your God, you and your son and your daughter, your male servant and your female servant, the Levite who is within your towns, the sojourner, the fatherless, and the widow who are among you, at the place that the Lord your God will choose to make his name dwell. You shall remember that you were a slave in Egypt, and you shall be careful to observe these statutes. The Feast of Booths, you shall keep the Feast of Booths 7 days, and when you have gathered in the produce from within your threshing floor and your winepress, you shall rejoice in your feast, you and your son and your daughter. Your male servant and your female servant, the Levite, the sojourner, the fatherless, and the widow who are within your towns for 7 days, you shall keep. Where was it? You shall keep the feast of your Lord at the place that the Lord will choose, because the Lord your God will bless you in all your produce and the work of your hands, so that you will be altogether joyful. 3 times a year, all your male and females shall appear before the Lord your God at the place there he will choose. At the feast of unleavened bread, at the feast of weeks, at the feast of booths, they shall not appear before the Lord empty-handed. Every man shall give as he is able, according to his blessing of the Lord that God has given him. You shall appoint judges and officers over your towns that the Lord your God is giving you, according to your tribes, and they shall be the judge, the people with the righteous judgment. You shall not pervert justice. You shall not show partiality. You shall not accept a bribe, for a bribe binds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of the righteous. Justice and only justice shall you follow, that you may live and inherit the land from which the Lord your God is giving you. Your eyes hurting? A little bit. Does he get to sleep? I want to challenge myself. I want to see how far I can go. I'm going to go until failure. You shall not plant any tree as an Asherah beside the altar of the Lord your God you shall make, and you shall not set up a pillar with the Lord, which the Lord your God hates. Oh, went a little bit too far. Deuteronomy 17. Has it really been 17 hours? Yes. There's people in the chat that have been here from the jump. This clock has started from the beginning. You can see on the YouTube I have a part 1, and now I'm on part 2, but you can see where it started. So it's recorded. Yep, 17 hours. 17 hours. And if I can do this in a day, you can do it in a year. Are there any rules to this challenge? There's no rules to this challenge. I just made it up. So there's not. The goal was I'm gonna try to read the entire Bible, but I'm gonna do it until failure. I don't think anybody, when I was looking up who's ever done this, I haven't seen. There's no one that's ever done this before. There's only someone that's finished the New Testament, and I've already surpassed how many hours he was streaming for, reading it straight through. So I've already beat his stream. But I was looking, when God put this on my heart, I hadn't seen anyone do a live stream where this is like all the way through. So I've already beat the only person that I saw try to do this in the New Testament, and I'm just going to keep going until I fail. So we'll see how far I can get. Didn't you lose because you stopped? I'm still reading the entire Bible, and the stream's still going. How can I lose when I made the challenge? You shall not sacrifice to the Lord your God an ox or a sheep, in which there is a blemish. Any defect, whatever, for that is an abomination to the Lord your God. If there is found among you with any of the towns that the Lord your God is giving you a man or a woman who does what is evil in the sight of the Lord your God, and transgressing his covenant, and has gone and served other gods and worship them, or the sun or the moon or any other host of heaven, which I have forbidden, and it is told to you, and you hear of it, when you then you shall inquire diligently. And if it is true and certain that such an abomination has been done in Israel, then you shall bring out of your gates that man or woman who has done this evil thing, and you shall stone the man or woman with stones on the evidence of 2 witnesses or 3 witnesses. Of one who is to die shall be put to death, and the person shall be put to death on the evidence of 1 witness, and the hand of the witness shall be the first against him to put him to death, and afterward the hand of all people. So you shall purge the evil from your midst. If any case arises requiring the decision between 2 kind of homicide and another, one kind of legal right in another, or any kind of assault in another, in any case within your towns that is too difficult for you, then you shall arise and go up in the place of the Lord your God will choose. And you shall come to the Levitical priests and to the judge who is in the office in those days, and you shall consult them, and they shall declare to you the decision. Then you shall do according to what they declare to you from that place that the Lord will choose, and you shall be careful to do according all they direct you, according to the instructions that they instruct you, and according to the decision which they pronounce to you. And you shall not turn aside from the verdict of that they declare to you, either to the right or to the left. The man who acts presumptuously by not obeying the priest who stands to minister there before the Lord your God, or to the judge, the man shall die. So you shall purge the evil from Israel, and all Israel shall hear and fear and not act presumptuously. When you come into the land the Lord your God is giving you, and you possess it and dwell in it, and then I will set a king over me like all the nations that are around me, and you may indeed set a king over you, whom the Lord your God will choose. One from among your brothers you shall set as king over you. You may not put a foreigner over you who is not your brother. Only he must not acquire many horses for himself, or cause the people to return to Egypt in order to acquire many horses, since the Lord has said to you, you shall never return that way again. And he shall not acquire many wives for himself, lest his heart turn away, nor shall he acquire for himself excessive silver or gold. And when he sits on the throne of this kingdom, he shall write for himself in a book of the law approved by the Levitical priests, and it shall be with him, and shall be read in it all the days of his life. And he learned to fear the Lord his God, and by keeping all the words of his law and his statutes, and doing them, that his heart may not be lifted above his brothers, and that he may not turn aside from the commandment either to the right or to the left, and so that he may continue long in his kingdom, and he and his children in Israel. Okay. Deuteronomy 18. I'm going to turn on some music for you guys that are watching on YouTube, and I am going to go to the bathroom. Oh, I got. Let me. stomach doesn't really feel good. Okay. I'm 17 hours and 23 minutes in. I know, I was good before that. I did some push-ups and ran around a little bit after I went to the bathroom. The energy drink got shaken up a little bit. So far, what I've gathered about Deuteronomy is that it's mainly about obedience to God's teaching and the consequence for disobedience. Well, think about it like this. So when people talk about, you know, God placing laws because he has an ego or he just needs people to worship him, God is fully satisfied with just being who he is. He didn't need us. He doesn't have an ego where he needs to be worshiped. But did you know that this is what's crazy? This is what God had brought to my brain. It was actually when we were at the Ark Museum. The very fiber of how the world was created was by the word of God. It was spoken and the world was created, right? So the entire world, everything that is seen, was created by the word of God, okay? Okay. To disobey the word of God is to go against the very fiber of how the world exists. When God gives us commands, when God asks us to obey, every time you see, he says, if you guys were with me in Exodus, it was that if you would keep my commands, you would be blessed. There would be no plagues among you. There would be no disease. To stay obedient to God's law is to live a blessed life. To disobey is to choose death because it's a consequence. It goes against the very fiber of how the world operates that was constructed by his word. To disobey God is to go against the very nature of the universe's order of things. It's literally spoken by God. And so Deuteronomy and what you're reading and what you see all throughout scripture is humankind and their stubbornness and their pride rebelling against the word of God. When the word of God and his commands, if they would obey, it would lead to them living a blessed life. But we don't see it that way. God does not have an ego. He doesn't need your guys' worship. He doesn't need the worship of humans. The word of God in which you obey is for your benefit, that you would be blessed. It will go well for you if you obey the Lord. Because remember, he's not just your own personal sky daddy. He also is the creator of the heavens and the earth, the author of life. And the author of life knows best how it should be lived. Anyways, okay, I'm back. I'm kicked back into it. There's a different way to look at it. A different way to look at it. It's perspective. There's always different perspectives. And you can choose to live like the world in the flesh that is opposed to the God and hates God, or you can choose to have the mindset of the kingdom and a kingdom perspective, that God is your king and God is good and he is patient and steadfast in love and he is in the right. And if there is something that I don't understand, if there's something that I assume that he's in the wrong, I'm not going to assume he's wrong because all his ways are right. So if there's something I don't get, I'm going to assume that I just don't understand or I am in the wrong. And God will give me a revelation to understand that later. But when we don't understand things, we just attribute God being wrong. Anyways, another tangent about the sovereignty of God and his morality. a really smart thing not to do is to question the morality of God. Deuteronomy 18. You guys ready? We're going back into it. We're going back into it. Getting into it. 17 hours and 28 minutes. Deuteronomy 18. The Levitical priests and all the tribe of Levi shall have no portion of inheritance with Israel. They shall eat the Lord's offering as their inheritance. They shall have no inheritance among their brothers. The Lord is their inheritance, and he promised them. And this shall be the priests due from their people, the people. From those offering a sacrifice, whether an ox or a sheep, they shall give to the priest the shoulder and 2 cheeks and the stomach, the first fruit of the grain and of your wine and your oil, and the first fleece of your sheep you shall give him. Oh, man. The first fruits of your grain and your oil and your wine and of your oil, the first fleece of your sheep you shall give him, for the Lord your God has chosen him out of your tribes to stand and minister in the name of the Lord, him and his sons for all time. If a Levite comes from any of your towns out of Israel where he lives, that he may come when he desires to place that the Lord will choose, ministers in the name of the Lord his God, like all his fellow Levites who stand to minister there before the Lord, that he may have equal portions to eat. Besides what he receives from the sale of his patrimony. The meaning of Hebrew is uncertain. Patrimony. Not sure if I'm saying that right. And when you come into the land that the Lord your God is giving you, you shall not learn to follow the abominable practices of those nations. They shall not be found among you anyway. I appreciate the gift. Thank you for that. Appreciate the heart. That's awesome. Or Prudence. Shout out Prudence. Anyone who practices divination or tells fortunes or interprets omens, medium or a necromancer, anyone who inquires of the dead, whoever does these things is an abomination to the Lord, and because of the abominations the Lord your God is driving them out before you. The former peoples of the Lord of the place that Israel is about to conquer is being driven out because their wicked and evil practices in the land that they currently occupy. For these nations which you are about to dispossess, listen to the fortune tellers and to the I can't say that, diviners, I don't know. But as for you, the Lord your God has not allowed you to do this. The Lord your God will raise up for you a prophet like me from among you, from your brothers, and is to him you shall listen, just as you desired of the Lord your God at Horeb on that day of the assembly, when you said, let me not hear again the voice of the Lord, or see the great fire of more, lest I die. And the Lord said to me, they are fit, they are right in what they have spoken. I will raise up for them a prophet like you among their brothers, and I will put my words in his mouth, and he shall speak to them as I command him. And whoever will not listen to my words that he shall speak in my name, I will myself require it of him. But the prophet who presumes to speak a word in my name that I have not commanded him to speak, or who speaks in the name of other gods, the same prophet shall die. If you say in your heart, how may we know the word of the Lord has not spoken? When a prophet speaks in the name of the Lord, if the word does not come to pass or come true, that is the word the Lord has not spoken. The prophet has spoken in it presumptuously. You need not be afraid of him. When the Lord your God cuts off the nations whose land your God is giving to you, and you dispossess them and dwell in their cities and in their houses, you shall set apart 3 cities for yourselves in the land that your Lord your God is giving you to possess. You shall measure the distances and divide them into 3 parts, area of the land that the Lord your God gives you as a possession, so that any man and manslayer can flee to them. This is the possession for the manslayer, who by fleeing there may save his life. If anyone kills his neighbor unintentionally without having hated him in the past, and when someone goes into the forest and with his axe cuts down wood, and his hand swings the axe to cut it down a tree, and his head slips from the handle and strikes his neighbor so that he dies, he may flee to one of the cities, lest the avenger of the blood in hot anger pursue the manslayer, overtake him because the way is long, and strike him fatally, though the man did not deserve to die, since he had not hated his neighbor in the past. Therefore I command you, you shall set apart these cities, and if the Lord your God enlarges your territory, and he has sworn to your fathers and gives you all the land that he promised to give to your fathers, provided you are careful to keep all his commandments, which I command you today, by loving the Lord your God and by walking ever in his ways, then you shall add 3 other cities to these 3, lest innocent blood should be shed in the land of the Lord your God is giving you for an inheritance, so the guilt of bloodshed be upon you. But if anyone hates his neighbor and lies in wait for him and attacks him and strikes him fatally so that he dies, and that he flees into one of the cities, and the elders of the city shall take him from there and hand him over to the avenger of blood so that he may die, your eye shall not pity him, but you shall purge the guilt of innocent blood from Israel, so that it may be well with you. You shall not move your neighbor's landmark from which the men of old have set in the inheritance that you will hold in the land that your Lord your God is giving you to possess. A single witness shall suffice against a person for any crime or any wrong in connection with the offense that he has committed. Only on the evidence of 2 witnesses or 3 witnesses shall a charge be established. If a malicious witness arises to accuse a person of wrongdoing, then both parties to the dispute shall appear before the Lord, before the priests, and the judges who are in the office those days. The judges shall inquire diligently, and if the witness is a false witness and accused his brother falsely, then you shall do with him as the Lord meant to do with his brother, and you shall purge the evil from your midst, and the rest shall hear and fear, and shall never again commit any such evil among you. Your eye shall not pity, and it shall be life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, and foot for foot. I'm just going to sit here a second. Deuteronomy 20. When you go out to war against your enemies and see horses and chariots and any army larger than your own, you shall not be afraid of them, for the Lord your God is with you, who brought you up out of the land of Egypt. And when you draw near to the battle, the priest shall come forward and speak to the people, and shall say to them, Hear, O Israel, even today you are drawing near the battle against your enemies. Let not your heart faint. Do not panic. Do not fear or panic, or be in dread of them. For the Lord your God is he who goes with you to fight for you against your enemies, to give the victory. Then the officer shall speak to the people, Is there any man who has built a new house who had not dedicated it? Let him go back to his house, lest he die in the battle of another man dedicate it. Is there any man who has planted a vineyard and has not enjoyed its fruit? Let him go back to his house, lest he die in the battle and another man enjoy its fruit. Is there any man who is betrothed betrothed the wife and has not taken her, let him go back to his house, lest he die in the battle, another man take it. And the officer shall speak further to the people and say, is there any man who is fearful and faint-hearted? Let him go back to his house, unless he make the heart of his fellows melt like his own. And when the officers have finished speaking to the people, when the commanders shall be appointing to the head of this people, when you draw near to a city and fight against it, offer terms of peace to it. And if it responds to you peaceably and it opens to you, then all the people who are found in it shall do forced labor for you, and they shall serve you. But if it makes no peace with you, makes war against you, you shall besiege it. And when the Lord your God gives it into your hand, you shall put all the males to the sword. But the women and the little ones, the livestock and everything else in the city, all its spoil, you shall take as plunder for yourselves, and you shall enjoy the spoil of your enemies, which the Lord your God has given you. Thus you shall do to all the cities that are very far from you, which are not cities of nations here, but in the cities of the people that are the Lord your God is giving you as an inheritance. You shall save alive nothing that breathes, but you shall devote them to complete destruction. The Hivites, the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, the Jebusites, the Lord your God has commanded that they may not teach you according to their abominable practices they have done for their gods, and so sin against the Lord your God. When you besiege a city for a long time, making war against it in order to take it, you shall not destroy its trees by wielding an axe against them. You may eat from them, but you shall not cut them down. Are the trees in the field human? They should be besieged by you. Only the trees that you know are not trees for food you may destroy and cut down. They may besiege against the city that makes war with you until it falls. Deuteronomy 21. And the land of the Lord your God is giving you possess someone is found slain, lying in the open country, and is not known who killed him, then your elders and your judges shall come out, and they shall measure the distance to the surrounding cities, and the elders of the city is nearest to the slain man shall take a heifer that has never been worked out and has not pulled in a yoke. And the elders of the city shall bring the heifer to a valley with the running water, which is neither plowed nor sown, and shall break the heifer's neck there in the valley. When the priests, the sons of Levi, shall come forward, for the Lord your God has chosen them to minister to him, and the Lord bless. One second. How many words are we at? I have no idea. I need to get like a sandwich in me or something, I think. I need like some food. It's weird. Like this. I literally felt like I was gonna like vomit right there for a second. I shouldn't have done the energy drink. I should have stuck with the black tea. One second. I'll keep going. I'll keep going in a second. My stomach just like really hurt there. All right, I'm gonna finish this one. I'm gonna warm some of my food up. I'm gonna eat a little bit. I'll bring it right back. I'll just keep eating as I go. Yeah, it was weird. That's why I usually don't drink energy drinks, because it makes it's like I think it's all the sugar and stuff, and it makes my stomach just feel super weird. So I'd been drinking black tea, which was actually great and helped my voice, and it had a little bit of caffeine in it, but it wasn't super sugary. And so now I got nothing in my stomach, and I don't know. I'm pretty sure it was that Rain energy drink. I shouldn't have done it. My gut told me not to, but I was falling asleep, and now I regret it. So I'm going to put something in my stomach. I'm going to eat a little bit after we finish this, and we'll get right back to it. The Lord God has chosen them to minister to him, and God blessed in the name of the Lord. And by their word, every dispute and every assault shall be settled, and all the elders of the city nearest to the slain man shall wash their hands over the heifer whose neck was broken in the valley. They shall testify, our hands did not shed his blood, nor did our eyes see it shed, except atonement. Our Lord your God, for your people Israel, whom you have redeemed, did not set the guilt of the innocent belong in the midst of your people Israel, so that their blood guilt be atoned for. So you shall purge the guilt of the innocent blood from your midst. And when you do what is right in the sight of the Lord, when you go out to war against your enemies, and the Lord your God gives them into your hands, and you take them captive, and you see among the captives a beautiful woman that you desire, take her to be your wife, and you bring her home to the house, you shall shave her head and pare her nails, and she shall take off the clothes in which she was captured, and shall remain in your house and lament her father and her mother for a full month. After that you may go into her and be her husband, and she shall be your wife. But if you no longer delight in her, you shall let her go where she wants, but you shall not sell her for money, nor shall you treat her as a slave, since you have humiliated her. If a man has two wives, the one loved and the other unloved, and both the loved and the unloved have borne him children, if the firstborn son belongs to the unloved, then on the day when he assigns his possessions as an inheritance to his sons, he may not treat the son of the loved as the firstborn in preference to the son of the unloved, who is the firstborn, but he shall acknowledge the firstborn, the son of the unloved, by giving him a double portion of all that he has, for he is the first fruits of his strength. The right of the firstborn is his. If a man has a stubborn and rebellious son who will not obey the voice of the Lord, the voice of his father or voice of his mother, and though they discipline him, will not listen to them, then his father will say, then his father and his mother shall take a hold of him and bring him out of the elders in the city gate where he lives, and they shall say to the elders, this is our son, is stubborn and rebellious, and he will not obey our voice. He is a glutton and a drunkard. Then after all the men in the city shall stone him to death with stones. So you shall purge the evil from your midst, and all Israel shall hear and fear. And if a man has committed a crime punished by death, and he is put to death, and you hang him on a tree, his body shall not remain all night in the tree, but you shall bury him the same day. For a hanged man is cursed by God. You shall not defile your land that the Lord God is giving to you for an inheritance. Okay. Sorry to take another break. I just need to get some food in me. I'm going to just go heat this real quick, and I'll be right back. Enjoy this break for those that are watching on YouTube. constantly praying through all of this. Every time I go to the bathroom, before I did this, weeks before I've done this. I would not be doing this if it wasn't by the Spirit. Man. Mac and cheese is amazing. It is really weird being here this late at night. It is dead quiet. Someone said, why did I think that was cornflakes? Why don't you put music on in the background? It's because I have music on YouTube. So on YouTube, I have a playlist of instrumental music that I picked out, and it's playing in the background. But then I didn't want it to echo so you guys can hear it. But then I have music specifically for the YouTube, so I don't want it to conflict. I just shared a link on Instagram to invite friends to join the challenge. Amen, brother. Prudence is killing it, man. Prudence subscribed. He's in the chat. He signed up for the Bible plan. Let's go, brother. Love you, Bryce. Jared hymns. To be honest, Jared, I don't really know many hymns. You'll have to help me out with that. Help me out with some hymns. Oh, I'm a woman, a lady. Sorry. You don't have a username picture, so I didn't know. My apologies. Sister. Someone had questions about the last verse I read. Oscar, God bless you, and actually reading the Word of God and not just saying that you do so and then spend time on various worldly desires. Yeah, that was a big L I took trying to drink that. That energy drink was not a good choice. I should have trusted my gut. This is starting to feel better though. Aaron, this is insane. Going to sleep. Love you, bro. Love you too. Why are you going to sleep at 2 a.m., man? Oh, man. What was the question about the verse that we were just reading? Yeah, the Old Testament laws are very extreme. I thought it just said for disobedience and drinking, but I may have misheard. I'm not sure what the verse exactly you were talking about. Wow, and in South Africa, we are 10:10 a.m. We are 2:11 a.m. here. Denise says try lemon water. That would be smart. I don't know where I'm going to get a lemon, though. All I have is honey. But the mac and cheese, you know, is doing good for me right now. What were the son's what the son's crimes were? I don't know. You guys let me know in the chat what we just read. 20. I think it was last chapter. You guys, are you talking about in Deuteronomy 21? Can someone put in the chat, what were the son's crimes in the last chapter? I cannot think at the moment. I remember reading it, but now I forget after I just took that break. There was a couple sins from the son. Okay, I'm starting to feel better. Okay. All right, I'm sorry, guys. I would have liked to just continue to just keep going. I hate that I got to keep taking breaks. I'm annoying myself by doing it. I'm just gonna hammer this though. A good champion's breakfast. Who needs Wheaties when you got mac and cheese for the morning? Christy just woke up. Dang. Okay. Pounded it. I want to get up. I want to finish this before any other breaks take place. Deuteronomy, we got to finish the Pentateuch. I believe we can do it. I believe we can. Oh yeah. I feel like a new man now. I feel like a new man. Marina said gluttony and disrespecting his parents, the sin of the rebellious son. Jared and Lizard. Okay. We're going in. Yeah, oh man, I can't do, I'm a baby when I'm sick. I'm such a whiner. Now I feel better though. Okay. I was about to say December 22. Deuteronomy 22. We're about to get on it. And I'm going to finish this. I'm not going to take a break until I finish Deuteronomy. You shall not see your brother's ox or his sheep going astray and ignore them. You shall take them back to your brother. If he does not live near you and you do not know who he is, you shall bring it home to your house, and it shall stay with you until your brother seeks it. Then you shall restore it to him, and you shall do the same with his donkey or with the garment or with anything lost of your brother's which he loses and you find. You may not ignore it. You shall see your brother's donkey or his ox fallen down by the way and ignore them. You shall not. You shall help him and lift him up again. And the woman shall not wear a man's garment, nor shall a woman put a woman's cloak. Man put on a woman's cloak. For whoever does these things is an abomination to the Lord your God. If you come across a bird's nest in any tree or on the ground of young ones or eggs of the mothers sitting on the young or on the eggs, you shall not take the mother with the young. You shall let the mother go, but the young you may take for yourself, that it may go well with you and that you may live long. When you build a new house and I just love how God is actually, it's not just concerned about behavioral things, but about the order of his creation and caring even for the birds in the nest. Like, and the goat, you shall not boil the baby goat and the mother of its milk. Like there's an order of things of how God works. I think we forget that he cares about his creation. That it may go well with you and you may live long. When you build a new house, you shall make a parapet for your roof. I have no idea what that is. That you may not bring the guilt of the blood upon your house if anyone should fall away from it. You shall not sow your vineyard with two kinds of seed, lest the whole yield be forfeited. The crop that you have sown and the yield of the vineyard you shall not plow with an ox, and a donkey together. You shall wear cloth of wool and linen mixed together. You shall make yourselves tassels on the four corners of the garment with which you cover yourself. If any man takes a wife and goes into her and then hates her and accuses her of misconduct and brings a bad name upon her, saying, I took this woman, and when I came near to her I could not find in her evidence of virginity, then the father of the young woman and her mother shall take and bring out the evidence of her virginity to the elders to the city and the gate. And the father of the young woman shall say to the elders, I gave my daughter to this man to marry, and he hates her. And behold, he has accused her of misconduct, saying, I did not find in your daughter evidence of virginity. And yet this is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. And they shall spread the cloak before the elders of the city. And then the elders of the city shall take the man and whip him. And they shall find him 100 shekels of silver and give them to the father of the young woman, because he has brought a bad name upon a virgin of Israel, and she shall be his wife. And he may not divorce her all the days, but if this thing is true, the evidence of the virginity was not found in the young woman, then they shall bring out the young woman in the door of the father's house, and the men of her city shall stone her to death with stones, because she has done an outrageous thing in Israel by whoring in her father's house. So you shall purge the evil from your midst. If a man is found lying in the wife of another man, if a man is found lying with the wife of another man, both of them shall die. And the man who lay with the woman and with the woman, so shall purge evil from Israel. If there is a betrothed virgin and a man meets her in a city and lies with her, then you shall bring them both out to the gate of the city, and you shall stone them to death with stones. And the young woman, because she did not cry for help, because she was in the city, and the man because he violated his neighbor's wife. So you shall purge the evil from your midst. But if in the open country a man meets a young woman who is betrothed, and the man seizes her and lies with her, then the only man who lay with her shall die. But you shall do nothing to the young woman. She has committed no offense punishable by death. For this is the case of the man that attacking and murdering his neighbor, because he met her in open country, and though the betrothed young woman cried for help, there was no one to rescue her. If a man meets a virgin who is not betrothed and seizes her and lies with her, and they are found, then the man who lay with her shall give to the father of the young woman 50 shekels of silver, and so shall be his wife, because he has violated her. He may not divorce her all his days. A man shall take his father's wife, so a man shall not take his father's wife, so that he does not uncover his father's nakedness. Sweet. Okay, Deuteronomy 23. No one whose testicles are crushed or whose male organ is cut off shall enter the assembly of the Lord. No one born of a forbidden union may enter the assembly of the Lord. Even to the 10th generation, none of his descendants may enter the assembly of the Lord. No Ammonite, Moabite may enter the assembly of the Lord. Even to the 10th generation, none of them may enter the assembly of the Lord forever, because they did not meet with you with bread and water on the way when you came out of Egypt, because they hired against you Balaam the son of Beor, Pethor of Mesopotamia, to curse you. But the Lord your God would not listen to Balaam. Instead of the Lord your God turned the curse into a blessing, because the Lord your God loved you. You shall not seek their peace or prosperity all the days forever. You shall not abhor an Edomite, for he is your brother. You shall not abhor an Egyptian, because you were a sojourner in his land. Children born to them in the 3rd generation may enter the assembly of the Lord. When you are encamped against your enemies, you shall keep yourself from every evil thing. If any man among you becomes unclean because of nocturnal emission, and then he shall go outside the camp. He shall not come out inside the camp, but when evening comes, he shall bathe himself in water. As the sun sets, he may come inside the camp. You shall have a place outside the camp, and you shall go out to it, and you have a trowel with your tools, and you will sit down outside, and you shall dig a hole with it, and turn back and cover up your excrement, because the Lord your God walks in the midst of your camp to deliver you and give up your enemies before you. Therefore your camp must be holy, so that he may not see anything indecent among you and turn away from you. You shall not give up his master a slave who has accepted from his master to you. He shall dwell with you in your midst in the place that he shall choose within one of your towns, wherever it suits you. You shall not go wrong with him. None of the daughters of Israel shall be a cult prostitute. None of the sons of Israel shall be a cult prostitute, and shall not bring the fee of a prostitute or wages of a dog into the house of the Lord your God in payment for any vow, for both of these are an abomination to the Lord your God. You shall not charge interest on loans to your brother, interest on money, interest on food, interest on anything that is lent for interest. You may charge a foreigner interest, but you may not charge your brother interest, that the Lord your God may bless you in all that you undertake in the land that you are entering to take possession of it. If you make a vow to the Lord your God, you shall not delay fulfilling it, for the Lord your God will surely require it of you, and you will be guilty of sin. But if you refrain from vowing, you will be not guilty of sin. You shall be careful to do what has passed your lips, for you have voluntarily vowed to the Lord your God, for that you have voluntarily to the Lord your God what you have promised with your mouth. If you go into your neighbor's vineyard, you may eat of your fill of grapes, and as many as you wish, but you shall not put any in your bag. If you go into your neighbor's standing grain, you may pluck the ears with your hand, but you shall not put a sickle between you and your neighbor's standing grain. Deuteronomy 24, when a man takes a wife and marries her, if then she finds no favor in his eyes because he has found some indecency in her, and he writes a certificate of divorce and puts in her hand and sends her out of the house, and she departs out of his wife, and she goes and becomes another man's wife, and the latter man hates her and writes a certificate of divorce, and puts it in her hands and sends her out of the house, or if the latter man dies who took her to be his wife, then her former husband who sent her away may not take her again to be his wife after she had been defiled, for that is an abomination before the Lord. And you shall not bring the sin upon the land that the Lord your God is giving for an inheritance. There's an interesting correlation between, again, the sin that they're committing and the land that they're obtaining. That you shall not bring sin in the land that you are going to possess. The people formerly the people that were in the land before them were driven out because of the sins that they committed. It said the land basically had vomited them out. Isn't that interesting? I don't know. As I'm reading this straight through, I don't know if you guys are noticing that. I find that even more interesting. It's sticking out to me more. I don't think we don't really think of sin like that, I don't think. Miscellaneous laws. When a man is newly married, he shall not go out from the army or be liable for any public duty. He shall be free at home for 1 year to be happy with his wife, whom he has taken. No one shall take a mill or an upper millstone in pledge for that. Would be taking a life in pledge. If a man is found stealing one of his brothers of the people of Israel, and if he treats him as a slave or sells him, then he shall, and then that thief shall die. So you shall purge the evil from your midst. Take care in the case of leprous disease to be careful to do according to all the Levitical priests shall direct you as I commanded them. So you shall be careful to do. Remember what the Lord your God did to Miriam, and what on the way as you came out of Egypt. And when you make your neighbor a loan of any sort, you shall not go into his house and collect his pledge. You shall stand outside, and the man to whom you make the loan shall bring the pledge out to you. And if he is a poor man, he shall not sleep in his pledge, and he shall restore to him the pledge as the sun sets, that he may sleep back in his cloak and bless you. And it shall be righteousness for you before the Lord your God. You shall not oppress the hired worker who is poor and needy, whether he is one of your brothers or one of the sojourners who is in your land within your towns. You shall give him wages to do the same on the same day before the sun sets, for he is poor and counts on it, lest he cry against you to the Lord, and you be guilty of sin. Fathers shall not put to death because fathers shall not be put to death because of their children, nor children be put to death because of their fathers. Each one shall be put to death because for their own sin. You shall not pervert justice due to the sojourner or to the fatherless, or take a widow's garment in pledge. But you shall remember you were a slave in Egypt, and the Lord your God redeemed you from there. Therefore I commend you to do this. I command you to do this. Did you reap your harvest in your field and forget a sheaf in the field, that you shall not go back to get it? It shall be for the sojourner and the fatherless and the widow, that the Lord your God may bless you in all the work of your hands. When you beat your olive trees, you shall not go over them again. And it shall be of the sojourner, the fatherless, and the widow. When you gather the grapes of your vineyard, you shall not strip it afterward. And it shall be for the sojourner, the fatherless, and the widow. You shall remember that you were a slave in the land of Egypt. Therefore I command you to do this. Deuteronomy 5. Thank you for the roses. Thank you for the roses. I appreciate you. Dang, that's a lot of roses. That is a lot of roses. 50 something roses. Wow, thank you. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. And they keep going. 82, 83, 84, 85, 86. Wow, thank you so much. Appreciate you. Deuteronomy 25. If there is a dispute between men, and they come into a court, and the judges decide between them, acquitting the innocent and condemning the guilty, then if the guilty man deserves to be beaten, the judge shall cause him to lie down and be beaten in his presence with a number of stripes in proportion to the offense. 40 stripes may be given, but not more, lest if one should go on to beat him with more stripes than these, your brother be degraded in your sight. You shall not muzzle an ox when it's treading out the grain. If brothers dwell together and one of them dies and has no son, the wife of the dead man shall not be married outside the family to a stranger. Her husband's brother shall go into her and take her as his wife and perform the duty of a husband's brother to her, and the first son whom she bears shall succeed to the name of his dead brother, that his name may not be blotted out of Israel. And if the man does not wish to take his brother's wife, then his brother's wife shall go up to the gate of the elders and say, my husband's brother refuses to perpetuate his brother's name in Israel. He will not perform the duty of a husband's brother to me. Then the elders to his city shall call him and speak to him, and if he persists, saying, I do not wish to take her, then his brother's wife shall go up to him in the presence of the elders, and put his sandal off his foot and spit in his face, and he shall answer and say, so shall it be done to me, the man who does not build up his brother's house. And the name of his house shall be called Israel, and the house of him who had the sandal pulled off. When the men fight with one another and the wife of the one who draws near to the rescue, her husband, in the hand of whom is beating him, and puts out her hand and seizes him by the private parts, then you shall cut off her hand. Your eye shall have no pity. You shall not have in your bag two kinds of weights, a large and a small. You shall not have in your house two kinds of measure, a large and a small, a full of flare. Weight that you shall have full of flare, and measure to you measure you shall have, that your days may be long in the land of the Lord your God is giving to you. For all you do who do such things or act dishonestly are an abomination to the Lord your God. Remember what Amalek did to you on the way as you came out to Egypt, how he attacked you on the way when you were faint and weary, and cut off your tail those who were lagging behind you, because he did not fear God. Therefore then the Lord your God has given you rest from all your enemies around you, and the land that the Lord God is giving to you as an inheritance to possess. You shall blot out the memory of Amalek from under heaven. You shall not forget. Okay. When you come into the land that the Lord your God is giving to you for an inheritance, and have taken possession of it and live in it, you shall take some of the first of all the first fruit of the ground which you harvest from your land, and the Lord your God is giving you, and you shall put it in a basket, and you shall go to the place that the Lord your God will choose to make his choose to make his name and to dwell there. And there shall go to the priest who is in the office at that time and say to him, I declare today to the Lord your God that I have come into the land that the Lord swore to our fathers to give us. Then the priest shall take the basket from your hand and set it down before the altar of the Lord your God, and you shall make response before the Lord your God. A wandering Aramean was my father, and he went down into Egypt and sojourned there, few in number, and there he became a nation great, mighty, and populous. And the Egyptians treated us harshly and humiliated us and laid us on us a hard labor. Then we cried out to the Lord, the God of our fathers. The Lord heard our voice and saw our affliction and our toil and our oppression. And the Lord brought us out of Egypt with a mighty hand, with an outstretched arm, with great deeds of terror, with signs and wonders. He brought us into the palace and gave us this land, a land flowing with milk and honey. Behold, now I bring the first of the fruit of the ground, which you, O Lord, have given me, and you shall set it down before the Lord your God and worship before the Lord your God, and you shall rejoice at the Lord, at all the good that the Lord your God has given to you, and whose house you and the Levite and the sojourner who is among you. And when you have finished paying all the tithe and the produce in the third year, which is the year of tithing, give it to the Levite, the sojourner, the fatherless, and the widow, that they may eat within your towns and be filled, that you shall be before them the Lord your God. I have removed the sacred portion out of my house, out of my house, and moreover I have given it to the Levite, the sojourner, the fatherless, and the widow, according to all your commandment that you have commanded me. I have not transgressed any of your commandments, nor have I forgotten. I have not forgotten of the tithe. I have not eaten of the tithe while I was mourning, or removed any of it while I was unclean, or offered any of it to the dead. I have obeyed the voice of the Lord my God. I have done according to all that you have commanded me. Look down from your holy habitation from heaven, and bless the people Israel, and the ground that you have given us, as you swore to our fathers, in a land flowing with milk and honey. This day the Lord your God commands you these statutes and rules. You shall therefore be careful to do them with all your heart and with all your soul. You have declared today, and the Lord is your God, and you will walk in his ways and keep his statutes and the commandments and his rules. You will obey his voice, and the Lord has declared today that you, a people for his treasured possession, as he has promised you, and that you are to keep his commandments, and that he will set you in praise and fame and in honor high above all nations that he has made, and you shall be a people holy to the Lord your God, as he has promised. Woo. Okay. Deuteronomy 27. Now Moses and the elders of Israel commanded the people, saying, keep the whole commandment that I command you today, and on the day you cross over to the Jordan, the land that the Lord your God is giving you, you shall set up large stones and plaster them with plaster. And you shall write on them all the words of this law when you cross over to enter that land the Lord your God has given you, a land flowing with milk and honey. As the Lord your God of your fathers has promised you, when you have crossed over the Jordan, so shall set up these stones concerning which I command you today. On Mount Ebal you shall plaster them with plaster, and there shall build an altar for the Lord your God, an altar of stones, and you shall wield no iron tool on them, and you shall build an altar to your God of uncut stones, and you shall offer burnt offerings on it, and the Lord your God shall sacrifice peace offerings, and shall eat there, and you shall rejoice before the Lord your God, and you shall write on the stones as the words of this law very plainly. When Moses and the Levitical priests said to Israel, keep silence and hear, O Israel, this day you have become the people of your Lord your God. You shall therefore obey the voice of the Lord your God, keep his commandments and his statutes, which I command you today. That day Moses charged his people, saying, when you have crossed over the Jordan, They shall stand on the Mount Gerizim to bless the people, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, Joseph, Benjamin, and these shall stand on the Mount Ebal for the curse, Reuben, Gad, Asher, Zebulun, Dan, and Naphtali. And the Levites shall declare to all men who is Israel with a loud voice, Cursed be the man who made a carved image or a cast metal, an abomination to the Lord, a thing made by hands of craftsmen and set up in secret. And all the people shall answer and say, Amen. Cursed be anyone who dishonors his father and mother. And all people shall say, Amen. Cursed be anyone who removes his neighbor's landmark. And the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be anyone who misleads a blind man on the road. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be anyone who perverts justice due to the sojourner, the fatherless, and the widow. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be anyone who lies with his father's wife, because he has uncovered his father's nakedness. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be anyone who lies with any kind of animal. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be anyone who lies with a sister, whether the daughter of his father or the daughter of his mother. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be anyone who lies with his mother-in-law. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be anyone who strikes down his neighbor in secret. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be anyone who takes a bribe to shed innocent blood. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be anyone who does not conform the word of the Lord of the law by doing them. And all the people shall say, Amen. Oh. Deuteronomy 28. Yep. 18 hours and 24 minutes. 18 hours and 24 minutes. Oh my goodness. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, this is hard. I'm not gonna lie. Oh my goodness. Okay. Just the little wins, each chapter, just one chapter at a time, one chapter at a time. And if you faithfully obey the voice of the Lord your God, being careful to do all his commandments that I command you today, the Lord your God will set you high above all the nations of the earth, and all these blessings shall come upon you and overtake you. And if you obey the voice of the Lord your God, blessed shall you be. See, if you obey, if you obey the Lord your God, blessings follow. It's for your benefit that you listen to God. Mac and cheese hitting now. God bless you, brother. 5 Hour Energy is my savior. I'm scared to take any more caffeine. I don't know if I can do it. I think I'll get sick if I take any more caffeine. And blessed shall be you be in the field. Blessed shall you be in the fruit of your womb, and the fruit of the ground, and the fruit of your cattle, the increase of your herds, and the young of your flock. Blessed shall be your basket, and your kneading bowl shall be when you come in, and be blessed, and shall you be when you go out. The Lord will cause your enemies who rise against you to be defeated. They shall come against you one way and flee before you 7 ways. The Lord will command the blessings on you into your barns and your undertake, and he will bless you in the land of the Lord your God is giving to you. The Lord will establish you as a people holy to himself. He has sworn to you, if you keep the commandments of the Lord your God and walk in his ways, and all the peoples of the earth shall see that you were called by the name of the Lord, and they shall be afraid of you. And the Lord will make you abound in prosperity, and the fruit of his womb, and the fruit of your livestock, and in the fruit of your ground, within the land that the Lord swore to you, your fathers, to give to you. And the Lord will open you good treasury, the heavens, and to give rain to your land in its season, and to bless all those who work of your hands. And you shall lend to many nations, but you shall not borrow. And you shall, and the Lord will make you the head and not the tail. You shall only go up and not go down, if you obey the commandments of the Lord your God, which I command you today, being careful to do them. And if you do not turn aside from them, any of the words that I command you today to the right hand or to the left hand, or to go to other gods to serve them. But if you will not obey the voice of the Lord your God, and be careful to do all that he commands and his statutes that I command you today, and all these things, the curses shall come upon you and overtake you. Cursed shall you be in the city, cursed shall you be in the field, cursed shall you be in the basket of your kneading bowl, cursed shall be the fruit of the womb, the fruit of the ground, and increase in the herds and the young in the flock. Cursed shall you be when you come in, cursed shall you be when you go out. The Lord will send curses and confusion and frustration in all that you undertake and to do, until you are destroyed and perish quickly, because on account of the evil deeds of your evil deeds, because you have forsaken me. The Lord will make the pestilence stick to you until he has consumed you off the land that you are entering to take possession of it. The Lord will strike you with wasting disease, and with fever, inflammation, and fiery heat, and with drought, and with blight and mildew, and they shall pursue until you perish. And the heavens over your head shall be bronze, and earth under you shall be iron. The Lord will make the rain of the land powder from the heavens. Dust shall come down on you until you are destroyed. And the Lord your God will cause you to be defeated before your enemies. You shall go one way, and against them flee in seven. Man, this is a long chapter. Okay. Phew. Goodness. Oh. Just gotta finish it. The Lord will cause you to be defeated before your enemies. You shall go out one way. Where was I going? We're on Deuteronomy 28. Shall be a horror to all the kingdoms of the earth, and your dead body shall be food for all the birds of the air and for the beasts of the field of the earth, and there shall be no one to frighten them away. The Lord will strike you with boils of Egypt, with tumors and with scabs and itch, and when you cannot be healed, the Lord will strike you with madness and blindness and confusion of mind, and you shall grope at noonday as the blind grope in the darkness, and you shall prosper in your ways, and you shall only be oppressed and robbed, and continually there shall be no one to help you. You shall betroth the wife, but another man shall ravish her. You shall build a house, but you shall not dwell in it. You shall plant a vineyard, but you shall not enjoy its fruit. Your ox shall be slaughtered before your eyes, but you shall not eat any of it. Your donkey shall be seized before your face, but shall not be restored to you. You shall be given to your enemies, but you shall be there shall be no help to you. Your sons and your daughters and your sons and your daughters shall be given to the other people, while your eyes look on and fail with longing for them all day long. But you shall be helpless. A nation that you have not known shall eat up the fruit of your ground and all of your labors, and you shall be oppressed and crushed continually, that you are driven mad by the sights and that your eyes see. The Lord will strike you on the knees and on the legs, and you will grieve with boils which you cannot be healed, from the sole of your foot to the crown of your head. The Lord will bring you and your king whom you set over to the nation that neither nor your fathers have known, and that you shall serve other gods in wood and stone, and you shall become a horror, a proverb, and a byword by all the peoples where the Lord will lead you away. You shall carry much seed into the field, and shall gather in little, for the locust shall consume it. You shall plant vineyards and dress them, but you shall neither drink of the wine nor gather grapes, for the worm shall eat them. You shall have olive trees throughout all your territory, but you shall not anoint yourself with oil, for your olives have dropped off. You shall father sons and daughters, but they shall not be yours, for they will go into captivity. The cricket shall possess all your trees, and the fruit of your ground. The sojourner who is among you shall rise higher above you, and he shall come down, and lower he shall lend to you, and he shall not lend to him. And all these curses shall come upon you and pursue you and overtake you until you are destroyed, because you did not obey the voice of the Lord your God to keep his commandments and statutes. And he commanded you, you shall be a sign and a wonder against you and your offspring forever. Because you did not serve the Lord your God, joyfulness and glad of heart, because of the abundance of things. Therefore you shall serve your enemies, whom the Lord your God will send against you, in hunger and thirst and nakedness and lacking, and he will put a yoke of iron on your neck until he destroys you. And the Lord will bring a nation against you far from away and from the end of the earth, swooping down like an eagle, a nation whose language you do not understand, a hard-faced nation who shall not respect the old or show mercy to the young, and shall eat the offspring of your cattle and fruit of your ground until you are destroyed. And it shall not leave you your grain, wine, or the increase of your fields at the young of your flock until they have caused you to perish. They shall besiege you in all your towns until... Oh my goodness, this is the longest chapter ever. And with the land your God has given you, and you shall eat the fruit of your womb, and the flesh of your sons and the daughters whom the Lord your God has given you, and the siege and the distress in which your enemies shall distress you. The man who is the most tender and refined among you will begrudge food to his brother, and to the wife he embraces, and to the last of the children whom he has left, so that he will not give any of them any of the flesh whom he is eating, because he has nothing else left. And the siege and the distress for which your enemies shall distress you in your towns, you shall tender and refined among you, who would not venture to set the sole of their foot on the ground, because she is so delicate and tender, will begrudge to the husband, and she embraces to her and to be her daughter. Her afterbirth that comes out from between her feet, and her children whom she bears, because lacking everything she will eat them secretly in the siege and in the distress on which your enemies shall distress in your towns. And if you are not careful to do all that the law that is written in this book, that you may fear this glorious and awesome name, the Lord your God, then the Lord will bring you and your offspring extraordinary afflictions, and afflictions severe and lasting, and sickness grievous and lasting. And he will bring upon you again all the diseases of Egypt, in which you were afraid, and that they shall cling to you. Every sickness and also every affliction that is not recorded in the book of the law, the Lord will bring upon you until you are destroyed. Whereas you were as numerous as the stars of the heavens, you shall be few left, because you do not obey the voice of the Lord your God. And as the Lord took delight in in doing you good and multiplying you, so the Lord will take delight in bringing ruin upon you and destroying you, and you shall be plucked off the land that you are entering, and to take possession of it. And the Lord will scatter you among all the peoples, and from the ends of the earth, and from there you shall serve other gods of woods and stone, in which neither you nor your fathers have known. Among these nations you shall have no respite, and there shall be no resting place for the sole of your foot. But the land I will give to you trembling, there a trembling heart and failing eyes, and a languishing soul, and your life shall hang in doubt before you. Night and day you shall be in dread, and have no assurance of your life. In the morning you shall say, if only it were evening, and as evening you should say, if only it were morning, because of the dread that their heart shall feel, and the sight that their eyes shall see. And the Lord will bring you into ships to Egypt, a journey that I promised you should never make again, and there shall offer yourselves for your sale to enemies as a male and female slave, but there will be no buyer. Oh. Wow, I am so stinking tired. It's not even funny. I am exhausted. Oh my goodness. Almost 19 hours. Almost 19 hours. Oh my goodness. Literally just want to like fall asleep right now. If I close my eyes for I'm gonna be more serious. 30 seconds, I guarantee I can fall asleep. If I could easily, just 30 seconds, I would be out like a light. Oh my goodness. Not yet. Oh. Okay, moving on. Deuteronomy 29. These are the words of the covenant that the Lord commanded Moses to make with the people of Israel in the land of Moab, besides the covenant that he had made with them at Horeb. And Moses summoned all Israel and said to them, You have seen all that the Lord did before your eyes in the land of Egypt, to Pharaoh and to all his servants, and to all his land, the great trials that your eyes saw, the signs and those great wonders. But this day the Lord has not given you a heart to understand, or see, or ears to hear. I have led you 40 years in the wilderness. Your clothes have not worn out on you, and your sandals have not worn off on your feet. You have not eaten bread, and you have not drunk wine or strong drink, that you may know that I'm the Lord your God. And when you came to this place, Sihon the king of Heshbon and the Og the king of Bashan came out against us to battle, but we defeated them. We took their land and gave it for an inheritance to the Reubenites and the Gadites and the half tribe of Manassites. Therefore keep the words of this covenant and do them, and you will be prosperous in all that you do. If you are standing today, and all of you before the Lord your God, the heads of your tribes, your elders and your officers and the men of Israel, your little ones, your wives, and the sojourner who is in your camp, from the one who chops your wood to the one who draws your water, so that you may enter it in sworn covenant of your Lord your God, which the Lord your God is making with you today, that he may establish you today as his people, and that he may be your God as he promised you. And he swore to your fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, to Jacob, it is not with you alone that I am making his sworn covenant, but whoever is standing here with us today before the Lord our God, and whoever is not here with us today. You know how we lived in the land of Egypt, and how we came through the midst of the nations through which we passed, and you have seen their detestable things in their idol of wood and stone. stone of silver and gold, which were you among the man of oh my goodness. Oh, this sucks. Oh man. I'm hitting an absolute wall. Oh my goodness. I got more in me. Oh my goodness. I know if I tap out now, I know I'm gonna regret it once I get sleep. I'll be like, oh man, I feel like I could have gone longer. Oh gosh. These chapters, I just swear, they're like so long. Kudos to you. My son is a strong gamer, and not even he could do this many hours. Appreciate it. All right, quick jumping jack. You get to see me on YouTube, but you can hear my voice. Oh, I don't know the last time I did a jumping jack. Oh, but I can feel it. Oh my goodness. Chops your wood and draws your water so that you may enter its sore covenant of the Lord. What the Lord your God is making with you today, that he may establish today as his people, and that he may be your God, as he promised you and swore to your fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. It is not with you alone that I'm making this sworn covenant, but whoever is standing here with us today before the Lord our God, and with whoever is not here with us today. You know how we lived in the land of Egypt, and how we came through the midst of the nations through which you passed, and how you have seen the detestable things, their idols of wood and stone and silver and gold, which were among them. Beware lest there be among you a man or a woman or a clan or a tribe whose heart is turning away today for the Lord our God to go and serve the other gods of those nations. Beware lest you be among you a root-bearing, poisonous, the bitter fruit, the one who he then hears the word of the Lord, the sworn covenant, blesses himself in his heart, saying, oh, here we go. TikTok is asking if I'm a robot. I'm not a robot. I'm not a robot, TikTok. I had to verify that. There we go. Deuteronomy 29. Though I shall be safe, though I walk in the stubbornness of my heart, this will lead to sweeping away or of moist and dry alike. The Lord will not be willing to forgive him, but rather the anger of the Lord and his jealousy will smoke against that man, and curses written in the book will settle upon him, and the Lord will blot out his name and from under heaven, and the Lord will single him out from all the tribes of Israel for calamity in accordance with all the curses of the covenant written in the book of the law. And the next generation and your children who rise up after you, and the foreigner who comes from a far land will say, when they see the afflictions that are the affliction of that land and the sickness with which the Lord has made it sick, the land burned out with brimstone and salt, nothing sown with nothing grown, where no plant can sprout, and overthrow like that of Sodom and like that of Gomorrah. They love their little man idols. Admah, Zeboim, which the Lord overthrew in his anger. All the nations will say, why has the Lord done thus to this land? What caused the heat of his great anger? Then the people will say, it is because they abandoned the covenant of the Lord, the God of their fathers, that he made with them, that he brought them out of the land of Egypt, and they went and served other gods and worshipped them, gods whom they had not known and whom they had allotted. He had not allotted to them. Therefore the anger of the Lord was kindled against his land, and bring upon it all the curses written in this book. And the Lord uprooted them from their land in anger and fury and great wrath, cast them into another land, and they are this day as they are this day. The secret things belong to the Lord our God, but the things that are revealed belong to us and our children forever, that we may do all the words of this law. Okay. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. $30. $18, 49 minutes. Whoa. Okay. Deuteronomy 30. And when all these things came upon you, upon you, the blessing and the curse which I have set before you, and you call them to mind among all the nations where the Lord your God has driven you, and return to the Lord your God, and you and your children, and obey his voice in all that I command you today, with all your heart, with all your soul, then the Lord your God will restore your fortunes and have mercy on you, and will gather you again, all the peoples where the Lord your God has scattered you. If your outcasts are in the uttermost parts of heaven, from there the Lord your God will gather you, and from there he will take you, and the Lord your God will bring you into the land that your fathers possessed, that he may possess it, and he will make you more prosperous and numerous than your fathers. And your Lord your God will circumcise your heart and the heart of your offspring, and so that you will love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, with all your mind, so that you may live. And the Lord your God will put all these curses on your foes and your enemies who persecuted you, and you shall again obey the voice of the Lord and keep his commandments that I command you today. The Lord your God will make you abundantly prosperous in all the work of your hands, its fruit in your womb, and in the fruit of your cattle, and the fruit of your ground. For the Lord your God will take delight in prospering you, as he took delight in your father, when you obey the voice of the Lord your God to keep his commandments and his statutes that are written in the book of the law, when you turn to the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul. For this commandment that I command you today is not too hard for you, neither is it far off. Neither is it far off. It is not heaven that you should say, who will ascend to heaven for us and bring it to us, that we may hear it and do it. Neither is it beyond the sea that you should say, who will go over the sea for us and bring to us that we may hear and do it. But the word is very near to you. It is in your mouth and in your heart, so that you can do it. See, I have set before you today life and good, and death and evil, if you obey the commandments of the Lord your God that I command you today, by loving the Lord your God, by walking in his ways, and by keeping his commandments and statutes of the rules. Then you shall live and multiply, and the Lord your God will bless you in the land that you are entering to take possession of it. But if your heart turns away and you will not hear, but you are drawn to worship other gods and serve them, I declare to you today that you shall surely perish, that you shall surely not live long in the land that you are going over the Jordan to enter and possess. I call heaven and earth to witness against you today that I set before the life, the death, the blessing, and the curse. Therefore, choose life, that you and your offspring shall live, loving the Lord your God, with obeying his voice and holding fast. For he is your life and your length of days, that you may dwell in the land of the Lord swore to you by your fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, to Jacob, to give them. We're Deuteronomy 31. Deuteronomy 31. Now Moses continued to speak these words to Israel, and he said to them, I am 120 years old. Today I am no longer able to go out and come in. The Lord has said to me, you shall not go over this Jordan. The Lord your God himself will go over before you. He will destroy these nations before you, so that you will dispossess them. And Joshua will go at your head, and the Lord has spoken, and the Lord will do to them as he did to Sihon and Og, the kings of the Amorites, and to their land when he destroyed them. And the Lord will give them over to you, and you shall do to them according to the whole commandment that I have commanded you. Be strong and courageous. Do not fear or dread of them, for this has for it is the Lord your God who goes with you. He will not leave you nor forsake you. The Moses summoned Joshua and said to him in the sight of all Israel, be strong and courageous, and you shall go with this people in the land of the Lord sworn to their fathers, and you shall put them in possession of it. And is the Lord who will go before you. He will be with you. He will not leave you nor forsake you, nor do not fear or be dismayed. Then Moses wrote the law and gave it to the priests, the sons of Levi, who carried it to the covenant of the Lord, and all the elders in the Israel. And Moses commanded them at the end of every 7 years, at the set time of the year, release it at the feast of booths, when all Israel comes to appear before the Lord your God at the place that they will choose. And you shall read his law before all Israel, and hearing assemble the people, the men, the women, and the little ones. So the sojourner okay. Assemble the men again, and women and children, the sojourners within your town, that they may hear to learn to fear the Lord your God, and be careful to do all of what his law, that their children words of the law, and that their children who would have not known it may hear it and learn to fear the Lord your God. As long as you live in the land, the Lord is going over the Jordan to possess. And the Lord said to Moses, behold, the days approach when you must die. Call Joshua and present yourselves in the tent of meeting, that I may commission him. And Moses went and presented themselves in the tent of meeting, and appeared in the tent of the pillar of cloud. And the pillar of cloud stood over the entrance of the tent. And the Lord said to Moses, behold, you are about to lie down with your fathers. Then his people will rise and whore after the foreign gods among them in the land they are entering, and they will forsake me and break my covenant that I have made with them. Then my anger will be kindled against them in that day, and I will forsake them and hide my face from them, and they will be devoured, and many evils and any troubles will come upon him, so that they will say in that day, have not these evils come upon us, because our God is not among us? And I surely will hide my face in that day because of the evil they have done, because they have turned to other gods. Now therefore write this song and teach it to the people of Israel. Put it in their mouths, that this song may be a witness to me against the people of Israel. For when I have brought them into the land flowing with milk and honey, which I have swore to give their fathers, and they have not eaten, and they have eaten and are full and grown fat, they will turn to other gods and serve them, despise me, and break my covenant. And when many evils and troubles have come upon them, this song shall comfort them as a witness, for it will live unforgotten in the mouths confront them as a witness, for it will be unforgotten for the mouths of their offspring. For I know they are inclined to do even today, but I have brought them into the land that I swore to give. So Moses wrote this song the same day and taught the people of Israel. And the Lord commissioned Joshua the son of Nun, be strong and courageous, for you are to bring the people of Israel in the land that I swore to give them. I will be with you. When Moses had finished writing the words in the book of the law to the very end, Moses commanded the Levites who carried the ark of the covenant of the Lord, take this book of law and put it in the side of the ark of the covenant. Love the Lord your God, that it may be there as a witness against you. For I know how rebellious and stubborn you are. Behold, even today, while I'm alive with you, you have been rebellious against the Lord. How much more after my death assemble to me all the elders and the tribes and your officers, that I may speak these words in the ears and call heaven and earth to witness against them. For I know that after my death you will surely act corruptly and turn away that I have commanded you, and in the days of evil in the sight of the Lord, provoking him to anger through the work of your hands. Then Moses spoke the words of song until they're finished in their ears of assembly of Israel. I'm struggle busing. Oh my goodness. Everything in me. Oh, your brain is just saying, just stop. Just stop. It's not worth it. Just go to sleep. Just go. Every excuse in my brain is coming into my mind right now. Every excuse. Oh my goodness. It's like my brain is just mush. Oh, it's just talking straight for 19 hours. I've never done before. I did a 12-hour live stream, but even then we had people last year just share their testimonies, and so I wasn't even speaking the whole time. But reading straight for just talking for 19 hours is crazy. Okay. Looks like we're kicking back up in TikTok viewership. People are waking up somewhere in the world. Let's see what we're doing on YouTube. Alright, yeah, I just gotta pace myself. I'm not gonna get as far as I thought. I know 5 books doesn't sound like a lot, but as you go through them, you're like, oh my goodness. You kind of forget how many stories are packed into each book. That was a lot. If you guys have been with me from the jump, That was a lot of law and instructions that I read. There was a lot packed into the Pentateuch. We're going to keep going. Deuteronomy 32. I really want to finish the Pentateuch, and then I kind of just want to keep going to see how far I can get. I'm already at 3:15. I might as well. The hard thing is I kind of just want to make it to 24 hours. I have no idea how I'm going to do that. I have no idea how I'm going to do that. Everything in my brain says I don't want to do that at all. But I know I'm going to hate myself if I quit before 24 hours. Okay, we'll see. Deuteronomy 32. We've been going 19 hours and 2 minutes. Deuteronomy 32. Give ear, O heavens, and I will speak, and let the earth hear the words of my mouth. May my teaching drop as the rain, my speech distill as the dew, like the gentle rain upon the tender grass, and like the showers upon the herb. For I will proclaim the name of the Lord, ascribe greatness to our Lord. The rock, his work is perfect, for in all his ways are just, and God without iniquity, just and as upright as he. They have dealt corruptly with him. They are no longer his children, because they are blemished, and they are crooked in a twisted generation. Thus you repay the Lord, you foolish and senseless people. Is it not the Lord your Father who created you, who made you and establishing you? Remember the days of old, and consider the years of many generations. Ask the Lord, and he will show you, and your elders, and he will tell you, when the Most High gave to the nations their inheritance, when he divided mankind, his fixed borders of the people according to the people of his sons of God. But the Lord's portion is his people. Jacob allotted okay. Oh my goodness. But the Lord's portion is his people. Jacob his allotted heritage. He found him in a desert land, and in a howling wasteland of wilderness. He encircled them. He cared for them. He kept them as the apple of his eye. He like an eagle that stirs up, and it stirs up in its nest and flutters over its young, spread out its wings, catching them, bearing them on its pinions. What the heck does that mean? What's a pinion? Over the pinions, I don't even know what I'm reading anymore. Okay. Okay. The Lord alone guided him. No foreign gods was with him. He made him ride on the high places on the land. He ate produce of the field. He suckled with them honey out of the rock, and out of the oil of the rock, the flinty rock, curds from the herd, and the milk from the flock, with fat of lambs, and rams of Bashan, and goats with the very finest of wheat. And you drank foaming wine when made from the blood of the grape. But Jeshurun grew fat and kicked. You grew fat, stout, and sleek. And then he forsook God who made him, and he scoffed, and the rock of his salvation. They stirred him to jealousy with strange gods, with abominations. They provoked him in anger. They sacrificed to demons that were no gods, to gods they had never known, to new gods that had come recently, whom your fathers had never dreaded. You were unmindful of the rock that bore you, and you forgot the God who gave you birth. The Lord said it was. The Lord saw it and spurned them because of the provocation of his sons and daughters. And he said, I will hide my face from them, and I will see that their end will be, for they are a perverse generation, and children in whom there is no is no faith, oh my goodness, faithfulness, and they have made me jealous with what is no God. Oh. Lord, help me just get through this. Help me get through this. Okay. I will make them jealous with those who are no people. I will provoke them to anger with a foolish nation. For a fire is kindled by my anger, and is burned to the depths of Sheol, devours the earth and its incense, and sets on fire the foundations of the mountains, and it will heap disasters upon them. And I will spend my arrows on them, and be wasted with hunger, and devoured by plague and poisonous pestilence. I will send the teeth of beasts against them, with the venom of the things that crawl in the dust. Outdoors towards the sword shall bereave any indoor terror. For young men and women alike, the nursing child with the man of its gray hairs. I would have said, I will cut them to pieces, and I will wipe them from human memory. For I had not feared provocation by the enemy, lest their adversaries should be misunderstood, lest they should say, our hand is triumphant. It was not the Lord who did this, for they are a nation void of counsel. There is no understanding in them. If they were wise, they would have understood this, and they would understand this. They would discern their latter end. And how could one chased 1,000 and 10,000 to flight, unless their rock had sold them, and the Lord has given them up? For the rock is not a rock, as our rock. Our enemies are by themselves. For their vine comes from the vine of Sodom, and from the fields of Gomorrah, and their grapes are the grapes of poison, and their cluster are bitter, and their wine is the poison of serpents, and the cruel venom of asps. It is not the laid up in the store with me, sealed up in the treasures. Vengeance is mine, and recompense for the time when their foot. Oh my goodness. I'm so tired. "19 hours, 9 minutes. I'm so close. Okay. I just can't even keep my eyes open. Oh my goodness. I don't know how people do it. And seal up in treasuries. Vengeance is mine, and recompense for the time when their foot shall slip. For the day of their calamity is at hand, and their doom comes swiftly. For the Lord will vindicate his people, and have compassion on his servants, when he sees that their power is gone, and there is nothing remaining, bond or free. Then he will say, oh my goodness, why is this so hard? Then he will say, where are their gods, the rock in which they took refuge, who ate the fat of their sacrifices? and drank the wine of their drink offering. Let them rise up and help you. Let them be your protection. See now that I am He, and there is no God beside me. I kill and I make alive. I wound and I heal, and there is no one that can deliver out of my hand. For I lift up I lift up the heaven and swear as I live forever. If I sharpen my flashing sword and my hand takes hold on judgment, I will take vengeance on my adversaries and will repay those who hate me. And I will make my arrows drunk with blood, and my sword will devour flesh with the blood of the slain and the captives from the long-haired heads of the enemy. Rejoice with me, O heavens. Bow down to him, all the gods, for he avenges the blood of his children and takes vengeance on his adversaries. He repays those who hate him, and he cleanses his people. Moses came and recited all the words of the song in the hearing of the people. He and Joshua, the son of Nun, when Moses had finished speaking all the words to all Israel, he said to them, "Take heart to all the words that by which I am warning you today, that you may commend them to your children, and that they may be careful to do all the words of the law. For it is no empty word for you, but your very life, by which you shall live long in the land that you are going to possess." That very day, the Lord spoke to Moses, "Go up on the mountain of Abarim and Mount Nebo, which is in the land of Moab, opposite Jericho, and view the land of Canaan, which I'm going to give the people Israel for a possession, and die on the mountain which you will go up. And when you be gathered to your people and your Aaron your brother, and died in Mount Hor, and he was gathered to his people because you broke faith with me in the midst of the people of Israel at the water of Meribah, Kadesh, in the wilderness, and because you will not treat me as holy in the midst of the people of Israel. For you shall see the land before you, but you shall not go there into the land that I am giving to the people of Israel." This is Deuteronomy 33. This is the blessing with which Moses, the man of God, blessed the people of Israel before his death. He said, "The Lord came from Sinai and dawned from Seir upon us. He shone forth on Mount Paran. He came from the tens of thousands of holy ones, from the 10,000 holy ones, and flaming fire at his right hand. Yes, he loved his people. All his holy ones are in his hand. So they followed in your footsteps, receiving direction from you. When Moses commanded us a law, a possession for the holy assembly of Jacob, thus the Lord became king in Jeshurun. When the heads of the people were gathered, and all the tribes of Israel together, let Reuben live and not die, but let his men be few. And he said of Judah, Hear, O Lord, the voice of Judah, and I will bring him to his people with your hands." I'm in Deuteronomy 33. I've read the Bible straight through. Wally came from Shorts. Awesome. I'm glad you're here, brother. We're at 19 hours and 14 minutes. And let Reuben live and not die. Let his men be few. And this he said of Judah, Hear, O Lord, the voice of Judah. Bring him and his people with your hands. Contend for him, and he will be a help against his adversaries. And of the Levi, who he said, Give to the Levi your Thummim and your Urim. To your godly one whom you tested at Massa, with whom you quarreled at the waters of Meribah, who said to his father and his mother, I regard them not. He disowned his brothers and ignored his children, for they observed your word and kept your covenant. They shall teach Jacob the rules and the law, in Israel your law. You shall put a burnt incense before you and whole burnt offerings on your altar, and bless, O Lord, his substance, and accept the work of his hands. Crush the loins of his adversaries and those who hate him, that they rise not again. And of Benjamin he said, the love The beloved of the Lord dwells in safety. The high God surrounds him all day long and dwells between his shoulders. And of Joseph he said, blessed be the Lord, be his land with the choicest gifts of heaven above, and out of the deep that crouches beneath, with the choicest fruits of the sun, and rich yield of the months, of the finest produce of the ancient mountains, and with the abundance of the everlasting hills, with the best gifts of the earth and its fullness, find favor of him who dwells in the bush. May they rest on the head of Joseph, on the pate of him who is prince among his brothers. A firstborn bull, he has majesty, and his horns are the horns of a wild ox. With him he shall gore his people, all of them, and to the ends of the earth. They are 10,000 of Ephraim, and there are thousands of Manasseh, and of Zebulun. He said, rejoice, Zebulun, and you're going out, and in Issachar and your tents. They shall call peoples to their mountains. They offer right sacrifices, for they draw from the abundance of the seas and the hidden treasures of the sand. And of Gad he blesses, blessed be the one who enlarges. Gad couches. Gad crouches like a lion. Gad crouches like a lion. He tears off arm and scalp. He chose the best of the land for himself, for there a commander's portion was well reserved, and he came with the heads of the people. When Israel, he executed the justice of the Lord and his justice of Israel. And of Dan he said, Dan is like a lion's cub, a leap of Bashan. And Naphtali is Naphtali set with favor and full of the blessing of the Lord, and possess the lake in the south. And of Asher he said, most blessings of the son be Asher. Let him be the favorite of his brothers, and let him dip his foot in oil, and your bars shall be iron and bronze. And as your days, so shall your strength be. There is none like God of Jeshurun, who rides through the heavens to your help, through the skies in majesty. The eternal God is your dwelling place, and underneath are the everlasting arms, and thrust out the enemy before, and said, destroy Israel, live in safety. Jacob lived and alone in a grain and wine, in whose heavens drop down dew. Happy are you, O Israel, who is like you, a man saved by the Lord, the shield of your help, the sword of your triumph. The enemy shall come fawning to you, and you shall tread upon their backs. This is how long I've been doing it, Montgum. 19 hours and 19 minutes. I've been reading the Bible for 19 hours. And we are in the last chapter of Deuteronomy. We're about to finish the entire Pentateuch in 19 hours. I swore I was hearing music or something, but I'm the only one here. I'm hearing voices. Okay, then Moses went up from the plains of Moab to Mount Nebo and the top of Pisgah, which is opposite Jericho, and the Lord showed him in all the land, Gilead as far as Dan, and all Naphtali, the land of Ephraim and Manasseh, and the land of Judah as far as the western sea, the Negeb, the plain that is the valley of Jericho, the city of palm trees as far as Zoar. And the Lord said to him, this is the land which I swore to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, and I will give it to your offspring. I have let you see it with your eyes, but you shall not go over there, So Moses the servant and the Lord died there in the land of Moab according to the word of the Lord, and he buried him in the valley in the land of Moab opposite Beth Peor, but no one knows the place of his burial to this day. Moses was 120 years old when he died. His eye was undimmed, with his vigor unabated, and people of Israel wept for Moses in the plains of Moab 30 days. And when the days of weeping, of mourning for Moses were ended, and Joshua the son of Nun was full of the Spirit and wisdom, and Moses said to his laid his hands on him. So the people of Israel obeyed him and did as the Lord had commanded Moses. And there has not been arisen a prophet since in Israel like Moses, whom the Lord knew face to face, none like him for all the signs and the wonders that the Lord sent him in the land of Egypt. To Pharaoh and to all his servants and all his land, and for all the mighty power and all the great deeds of terror, and that Moses did in the sight of Israel. I finished the Pentateuch. 5 books, 19 hours. I'm just curious, how many words is that? Oh! Congratulations. Thank you, Lord. Appreciate you guys. God bless you. All right. I'm curious just for a second here. I want to see how many words that is from what I just read today so far. And I'm debating on if I should keep going or not. Okay. All right. It's not going to add it up for me, so. What does it mean by Okay. Oh, yeah, that makes it easy. Okay. So that was 124,911 words. $124,911 words. That is how much I've read so far. 129,911 words. All right, I'm going to do something real quick. I'm going to go to Bethel's Rock real quick on something. Okay. I'm going to show you guys something right here, okay? So when you go to BETHELSROCK.org, if you guys are watching on the YouTube right now, you'll go here, click on it. This is what it'll take you directly if you hit this link. And when you go here, this will be the playlist of all the previous lives that you'll watch. It shows you the streams. We're streaming at 12 p.m. Central Standard Time. And then I've read over 390,000. I went to a website. That's not what it says. Where'd you find that one? 390,000. I don't know if that's right. I just looked up what the words were. I think it was only 124. But show me. I don't know. Anyways, so if you go right here, you see this? If you're on YouTube, download this reading plan. You slap that, and then this is what you get. Obviously, this is zoomed in right here. Here, let me. And then look how simple that is. Look how nice and easy that is. You got all the days there marked out for you, January 8th through the December 31st. You see how nice that is? Look at that. And then you just download it for yourself. Super simple. Super simple. Page made super simple for you. And you got the playlist here so that when we go live every Wednesday, we'll keep it logged there. So then you can go back and listen, and then you'll hear other people's questions, and you'll hopefully be able to glean something as we continue in our Bible in a year series. So you're not alone in it, and you're keeping yourself accountable by joining us every Wednesday or going back and listening to it and being able to touch base and answer any questions that you have. So I need you guys to go do that. This is the whole reason we are doing this today. Oh, I guess I was wrong, and I had read 390,000 words. I said 124,000, but I guess it's 390,000. I read 390,000 words in 19 hours. Oh yeah, this is actually what I wanted to do. So what we would have done today. So let's see how many months if you guys have been reading with me, this is how many months we just read. We would be in March 18th. We just read January, February, March. That's 3 months of reading. Mid-March we would be in. That's 3 months we did in 19 hours. Every day. 3 months. That's how many days? That's, I don't know. I don't want to count that. My brain doesn't work right now. 3 months of reading, 390,000 words. Go to our Bible in a Year plan and download that and join us and subscribe, and so you don't miss out on anything. Oh, I don't know, guys. How many are in here? Oh, should I do it? I literally don't know if I can. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, it was 124,911. That's what I thought. I was like, 390,000 seems like a ton. I don't feel like that was... I'm just going to check this again. If I should do this or not. There's not that much. 24 chapters. how should I do it? I'm just gonna start. We'll see if I don't know. I'll probably tap out soon. We'll see. I'm just gonna keep going. Whatever. After the death of Moses, the servant of the Lord, the Lord said to Joshua, the son of Nun, Moses' assistant, Moses, my servant, is dead. Now therefore arise, go after this Jordan, you and this people, into the land that I am giving to them, to the people of Israel. Every place that sole of the foot will tread upon, I have given to you, just as the Lord promised. Where is it? I've already just lost where I was at. I literally just lost where I was. Now therefore arise, go after this Jordan, and you and all the people, into the land that I'm giving to you. Then the people of Israel, every place that has sole of the foot will tread upon, I have given to you, just as the promised Moses, from the wilderness and this Lebanon as far as the great river Euphrates, and all the land of the Hittites and the great sea towards going down of the sun shall be your territory. No man shall be able to stand before you in the days of your life. Just as I was with Moses, so I will be with you. I will not leave you nor forsake you. I will be strong and courageous, for you shall cause this people to inherit the land that I swore to their fathers to give them. Only be strong and be very courageous. Be careful to do according to all the law that Moses had commanded you. Do not be torn from it right hand on the left, that you may have good success. Wherever you go, this book of the law should not depart from your mouth. You shall meditate on it day and night, and you shall be careful to do according to everything written in it, for you will make your way prosperous, and you will have good success. Have I not commanded you? Be strong and courageous. Do not be frightened. Do not be dismayed, for the Lord your God is with you wherever you go. And God commanded the officers of the people to pass through the midst of the camp, and command the people, prepare your provisions, for within 3 days you are to pass over this Jordan, to go and to take possession of the land that the Lord your God is giving to you to possess. And the Reubenites, the Gadites, and the half the tribe of Manasseh, Joshua said, remember the word that Moses, the servant of the Lord, commanded you, saying, the Lord your God is providing you a place of rest, and I will give you this place, and your wives, your little ones, your livestock shall remain in that land when God gave you the beyond the Jordan. But all the men of valor among you shall pass over armed before your brothers, and shall help them until the Lord gives you rest to your brothers as he has to you. They will also take possession of the land of the Lord your God is giving them, and you shall return to the land of your possession, and shall possess it in the land of Moses, the servant of the Lord, the Lord gave you beyond the Jordan towards sunrise. And they answered Joshua, all that you have commanded us we will do, and whatever you send us we will go. Just as we obeyed Moses in all things, we will obey you. Only may the Lord your God be with you. And he was with Moses. Whoever rebels against your commandment and disobeys your word, whatever you command him, shall be put to death. Only be strong and courageous. And Joshua, son of Nun, sent 2 men secretly to Shittim as spies, going and said, go view the land, especially Jericho. And they went out and came into the house of a prostitute whose name was Rahab, and lodged there. And it was told to the king of Jericho, behold, the men of Israel came here tonight to search out the land. And then the king of Jericho sent to Rahab, saying, bring out the men who have come to you, who entered the house, for you have come to search out the land. For they have come to search out the land. But the woman had taken 2 men and hidden them. And she said, true that the men came to me, but I did not know where they were from. And when the gate was about to be closed at dark, the men went out, and I do not know where the men went. Pursue them quickly, for you will overtake them. But she brought them up to the roof and hid them on the stalks of flax that she had laid in order on the roof. So the men pursued after them on the way to the Jordan as far as the fords, and the gate was shut as soon as the pursuers had gone out. Before the men lay down and came up onto the roof, and said to the men, and know that the Lord has given you the land, and that the fear of you has fallen upon us, and that all the inhabitants of the land melt away before you. For we have heard now the Lord dried up the water in the Red Sea before you, and when you came out of the Egypt, and when you did to the two kings of the Amorites, and beyond the Jordan, and Sihon and Og, whom you devoted destruction. And as soon as we heard it, our hearts melted, and there was no spirit left in the man because of you. The Lord your God, he is the God in the heavens above and earth beneath. Now then, please swear to me that by the Lord, that as I have dealt kindly with you, you will also deal kindly with me and my father's house. Give me a sure sign that you will save alive my father and my mother, my brother and the sisters, and who belong to them. Deliver our lives from death. And the men said to her, our lives for yours, even to death. And if you do not tell this business of ours, then when the Lord gives us the land, we will deal kindly and faithfully to you. And when she let them down by a rope through the window, for her house was built into the city wall, so that she lived in the wall. And she said to them, go into the hills, and the pursuers will encounter you, and hide there 3 days until the pursuers have returned. Then afterward you may go your way. The men said to her, we will be guiltless with respect to this oath of yours that you have made us swear. Behold, then, when you come into the land, that you shall tie the scarlet a cord in your window, through which you let us down, and shall gather into your house your father and your mother and your brothers and all your father's household. And if anyone comes out of the door of your house into the street, his blood shall be on his own head, and we shall be guiltless. But if a hand is laid on anyone who is in your house, his blood shall be on our head. But if you will respect to your oath that you have made us swear, and she according to her word, so be it. Then she sent them away, and they departed, and she tied the scarlet cord on the window, and they departed, and they went unto the hills and remained there 3 days until the pursuers returned. And the pursuers searched all along the way and found nothing. Then 2 men returned, and they came down from the hills and passed over and came to Joshua the son of Nun and told them that what had happened to them. And they said to Joshua, truly the Lord has given all the land into our hands, and also the inhabitants of the land melt away because of us. I am on Joshua 3. Then Joshua rose early in the morning, and they set out from Shittim, and they came to the Jordan, and he and all the people of Israel lodged there before they passed over. And at the end of 3 days, the officers went through the camp, and they commanded the people, as soon as you see the ark of the covenant of the Lord your God be carried, the Levitical priests, then you shall set out from the place and follow it. Yet there shall be a distance between you and it, about 2,000 cubits in length. Do not come near it, in order that you may know that you shall the way you shall go. For have you not passed this way before? Then Joshua said to his people, consecrate yourselves, for tomorrow the Lord will do wonders among you. And Joshua said to his priests, take up the ark of the covenant and pass on before the people. So they took up the ark of the covenant and went before the people. The Lord said to Joshua, today I will begin to exalt you in the sight of Israel, and they may know that as I was with Moses, so I will be with you. And as for you, command the priests who bear the ark of the covenant, when you come back to the brink of the waters of the Jordan, you shall stand in the Jordan. And Joshua said to the people of Israel, come here and listen to the words of the Lord your God. And Joshua said, here is how you shall know that the living God is among you, and he will without fail drive from you the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Hivites, the Perizzites, the Girgashites, the Amorites, the Jebusites. And behold, the ark of the covenant, the Lord of all the earth, is passing over before you into the land. Now, but therefore take 12 men from the tribes of Israel, from each tribe a man. And when the soles of his feet, and the priests bearing the ark of the Lord of all the earth shall take rest in the water of the Jordan, and the water of the Jordan shall be cut off from flowing, and the waters come down from above stand in one heap. So when the people set out from their tent and pass over to Jordan with the priests bearing the Ark of the Covenant before the Lord, as soon as the Ark of the Covenant had come to Jordan and the feet of the priests bearing the Ark were dipped in the brink of water, now the Jordan overflowed all its banks through the time of harvest, and the water coming down from above and stood and rose up its heap very far away at Adam, the city that is beside Zarathon, and who's flowing down towards the sea of the Arabah, and the salt sea was completely cut off, and the people passed opposite Jericho. Now the priest bearing the Ark of the Covenant of the Lord stood firmly on dry ground in the midst of the Jordan, and all Israel passing over on dry ground until the nation finished passing over Jordan. Okay. When all the nation had finished passing over the Jordan, the Lord said to Joshua, "Take 12 men from the people from each tribe, and command them, saying, Take 12 stones from here in the midst of the Jordan, from the very place where the priest's feet stood, and bring them over with you, and lay them down in the place where you lodge tonight." Then Joshua called the 12 men from the people of Israel, whom he appointed, a man from each tribe. And Joshua said to them, "Pass on before the Ark of the Covenant, go into the midst of the Jordan, and take up each stone upon his shoulder according to the number of tribes of the people of Israel. Say, this may be a sign among you, whom your children ask in time. What do those stones mean to you?" Then you shall tell them that the waters of the Jordan were cut off before the Ark of the Covenant and before the Lord. When it passed over the Jordan, the waters of the Jordan were cut off. So the stones shall be to the people, to Israel, a memorial forever. And the people of Israel did just as the Lord commanded, and took upon 12 stones out of the midst of the Jordan, according to the number of tribes of the people of Israel, just as the Lord Joshua had told them, when they carried them over with them to the place where they lodged, and laid them down there. And Joshua set up 12 stones in the midst of the Jordan, in the place where the feet of the priests bearing the Ark of the Covenant had stood, and they are there to this day. For the priest bearing the Ark stood in the middle of the Jordan until everything had finished. And the Lord commanded Joshua to tell the people, according to all that Moses had commanded Joshua. The people passed over in haste, and when all the people had finished passing over the Ark of the Covenant, and the priest that passed over before the people, the sons of Reuben and the sons of Gad, half the tribe of Manasseh, passed over armed before the people of Israel, as Moses had told them. About 40,000 ready for war passed over before the Lord for battle to the plains of Jericho. On that day the Lord exalted Joshua in the sight of all Israel, and they stood in awe of him, just as they had stood in awe of Moses in the days of his life. And the Lord said to Joshua, "Command priests bearing the Ark of Testimony to be brought out of the Jordan." So the Jordan commanded the priests. So Joshua commanded the priests, come up out of the Jordan. And when the priests come out bearing the Ark of the Covenant came from the midst of the Jordan, and the soles of the priests were lifted on dry ground, the waters of the Jordan returned to its normal place and overflowed all its banks as before. And the people came out of the Jordan on the 10th day of the first month, and they encamped at Gilgal on the east border of Jericho. And those 12 stones they took out of the Jordan, and Joshua set up at Gilgal. And he said to the people of Israel, "When your children ask their fathers in time to come, what do these stones mean? Then you shall say to your children, know, Israel passed over this Jordan on dry ground, for the Lord your God dried up the waters." And oh my goodness. On dry ground, for the Lord your God dried up the waters of the Jordan for you until you passed over, as the Lord your God did to the Red Sea, which dried up for us until we passed over, so that all the peoples of the earth may know the hand of the Lord is mighty, that you may fear the Lord your God forever. 19 hours, 46 minutes. Why though? I am doing this to encourage people to read the Bible in a year. If I can read the Bible in a day, you can read it in a year. And I'm attempting to do it until failure. So I went into this just as a challenge to myself to see how long I can go. And I've been streaming for 19 hours and 47 minutes, finishing 5 books of the Bible, 124,000 words, or 121,000 words I have read. Finishing 5 books of the Bible and on a 5th chapter of the 6th book of the Bible. And I want to do it because I want you guys to join me in reading the Bible in this upcoming year, starting this upcoming Monday. You can download your reading plan for free. That'll give you a detailed reading of what you need to do from January 8th to December 31st so you finish on time. And you can do that if you just go to my YouTube, subscribe, because we're going to be doing a live stream every week going along with the Bible in a Year plan. That's awesome, Marina. I'm glad you're here. Marina says, I ended up here from a short. I'm from a different religion and culture, but you are so inspirational. You are doing amazing. I'm glad you're here. I believe that my God is the creator of the heavens and the earth, and he is a living God, and you can know him, Marina. God changed my life in 10th grade. I heard the voice of God. He called me into ministry. I encountered the Holy Spirit for the first time, a tangible presence, and my life has never been the same. And now I'm living out the call of God that when he called me almost 10 years ago. Almost 10 years ago, God called me to full-time ministry, and I'm walking evidence of what God can do. God spoke to me, and my heart is for people that don't know him and only know of God as a way of legalism and religion, but they have no relationship with God. God speaks, and he is living, and those that desire to find him will. So for those of you that are watching on TikTok, go to the YouTube, subscribe, join the Bible in a Year. Those that you're watching, Marina, I'd encourage you. I would love for you to join our Bible in a Year plan. Just get to know the God that I serve. I would love for you to be a part of that and join our live streams. If you want to do that, Marina, go to right here, and then you'll be able to download your reading plan. That would be awesome. As soon as all the kings of Amorites who were beyond the Jordan to the west, and all the kings of the Canaanites who were by the sea, heard that the Lord had dried up the waters of the Jordan for the people of Israel until they had crossed over, their hearts melted, and were no longer any. Then there was no longer any spirit in them of the people of Israel. At that time, the Lord said to Joshua, make flint knives and circumcise the sons of Israel a second time. So Joshua made flint knives and circumcised the sons of Israel at Gibeath Herolath. And this is the reason why Joshua circumcised them. All the males of the people who came out to Egypt and all the men of war had died in the wilderness on the way after had come out of Egypt. Though all the people who came out had been circumcised, yet all of the people who were born on the way in the wilderness after they had come out of Egypt had not yet been circumcised. For the people of Israel walked 40 years in the land in the wilderness until all the nation, the men in the war, who came out to Egypt perished because they did not obey the voice of the Lord. The Lord swore to them that he would not let them see the land of the Lord had sworn to their fathers to give us, a land flowing with milk and honey. So it was their children whom he raised up in their place that Joshua circumcised, for they were uncircumcised because they had not been circumcised on the way. And when the circumcising of the whole nation was finished, they remained in their places in the camp until they were healed. And the Lord said to Joshua, today I have rolled away the reproach of Egypt from you. And so this place is called Gilgal to this day. While the people of Israel were encamped at Gilgal and kept the Passover on the 14th day of the month in the evening on the plains of Jericho, when the day after the Passover, and the very day they ate of the produce of the land, unleavened cakes and parched grain, and the manna ceased the day they ate of the produce of the land, and there was no longer danger among the people of Israel, but they ate of the fruit of the land of Canaan that year. When Joshua was by, oh man, I almost threw up there. Hello from Ireland. What's up? Behold, a man was standing before him with his drawn sword in his hand, and Joshua went to him and said, "No, but I am the. Are you for us or for our adversaries?" And he said, "No, but I am the Lord, but I am the commander of the army of the Lord. Now I have come." And Joshua fell on his face to the earth and worshipped and said, "What does my Lord say to his servant?" And the commander of the Lord army said to Joshua, "Take off your sandals from your feet, for the place you are standing is holy." And so Joshua did. God bless you, Zappy. Thank you, Zappy. Thank you. Hours. Coming up on 20 hours. Oh, I feel like I can finish Joshua, but I feel like finish Joshua, I feel like I'm going to want to do Judges. Oh, my brain. Oh, okay. Let's do this. 6 more minutes, and it's been 20 hours. Okay. Now Jericho was shut up inside and outside because of the people of Israel. None went out and none came in. And the Lord said to Joshua, "See, I have given Jericho into your hand, and with its king and the mighty men of valor. You shall march around the city, and all the men of war going around the city once. Thus you shall do for 6 days. 7 priests shall bear the 7 trumpets." Shall bear the trumpets of ram's horns before the ark. On the 7th day you shall march around the city 7 times, and the priests shall blow the trumpets. And when they make a long blast of the ram's horn, when you hear the sound of the trumpet, then all the people shall shout with a great shout, and the wall of the city will fall down flat, and the people shall go up, everyone's straight before him. So Joshua the son of Nun called the priests and said to them, "Take up the ark of the covenant, and let 7 priests bear the 7 trumpets of the ram's horns before the ark of the covenant, before the ark of the Lord." And he said to the people, "Go forward, march around the city, and let the armed men pass on before the ark of the Lord." And just as Joshua had commanded the people, the 7 priests bearing the 7 trumpets of rams. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Oh, yeah, I'm going to finish at 20 hours. I can't go. I'm going to finish this Joshua 6. And Joshua had commanded the people, the 7 priests bearing the 7 trumpets of ram's horns, before the Lord went forward, bowing the trumpet, and with the ark of the covenant of the Lord following them. The armed men were walking before the priests who were blowing the trumpets, and the rear guard was walking after the ark, while the trumpets blew continually. But Joshua commanded the people, "You shall not any word go out from your mouth until the day I tell you to shout. Then you shall shout." So he caused the ark of the Lord to circle the city, going about in one place, and they came into the camp and spent the night in the camp. And then Joshua rose early in the morning. Then the priests took up the ark of the Lord, and the 7 priests bearing the trumpets of ram's horns before the Lord walked on, and they blew the trumpets continually, and they armed men and walking before them, and the rear guard was walking after the ark of the Lord, while the trumpets blew continually. And the second day they marched around the city once and returned into the camp. So they did for 6 days. On the 7th day they rose early at dawn and marched around the city at the same manner 7 times. And it was on that day they marched around the city 7 times. And at the 7th time, when the priests had blown the trumpets, Joshua said to the people, "Shout, for the Lord has given you the city, and the city shall be devoted to the Lord for destruction. And only Rahab the prostitute and all are with her in the house shall live, because she hid the messengers of whom we sent. But you keep yourselves from the things devoted to destruction, lest you lest when you have devoted them, you may take any of the devoted things and make the camp of Israel and the thing for destruction, and bring trouble on it. But all the gold and silver, every vessel of bronze and iron, are holy to the Lord. They shall go into the treasury of the Lord." And so the people shouted, and the trumpets were blown. As soon as the people heard the trumpet, the people shouted a great shout, and the walls fell flat. So the people went up in the city, and every man straight up before him. They captured the city, and they devoted all in the city to destruction, both men and women, young men and old, ox, sheep, donkey, the edge of the sword. But the 2 men who had spied the land, Joshua said, "Go into the prostitute's house and bring out from there the woman who and all belonged to her, as you swore to her." So the young men who had been spies went in and brought out Rahab and her father and her mother and her brothers and all who belonged to her. And they brought out the relatives and put them outside the camp. And they burned the city with fire and everything in it, and only with the silver and gold and vessels, along with the bronze and iron. And they put into the treasury of the Lord of house of the Lord. But Rahab the prostitute and her father's household and all those who belonged to her, Joshua saved alive, and he lived in Israel to this day. And she has lived in Israel to this day, because she hid the messengers of whom Joshua sent to spy out Jericho. Joshua laid on an oath out on them at that time, saying, "Cursed before the Lord may be the man who rises up and rebuilds his city Jericho. At that cost of the firstborn shall lay its foundation, and the cost of the youngest son shall set up its gates." So the Lord was with Joshua, and his fame with all his land. All right, guys, I can't go anymore. I literally can't. That is a wrap. I'm calling it quits. At 4:13 a.m. I was up at 6 a.m. yesterday. We started at 8 a.m. This is how far I could get. Maybe you guys can try it on your own sometime. Am I going to do it again? If God tells me to. I don't really anticipate on doing it. We'll see how many of you guys join the Bible reading plan and the live streams because of this, and that'll dictate whether I do it again or not. If it really made a difference in people's lives and people were like, inspired to do the Bible in a year, then that'll be a convincing thing for me. But Again, I'm going to call it quits and I'm going to go to sleep. But thank you guys. I love you guys. For all of you that have been on here from the jump, God bless you. And I hope to see you shortly. So for those of you who are on TikTok, make sure you follow me, or make sure that you follow the YouTube channel so you don't miss out on everything that we're doing this year with reading the Bible. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. And download the download the plan of Bible in a Year. We are starting Monday, January 8th. That's this upcoming week. January 8th to December 31st. It will break out the Bible, so realistically it won't be that hard for you to do. And the lives that we're going to be doing during that time will be every week on Wednesday, and we're going to teach you how to read your Bible. You guys are going to be able to ask questions, and we're going to engage with you. We're going to be able to engage with you more so than I was able to now, because we're literally hosting it for your guys's for you guys as a resource, so you learn how to read your Bible. And then we are going to look ahead to the following week to provide you context and resources of what you are about to get into with the next week's reading. So if you're doing the Bible in a year, if you're going to do it with us, I'd highly recommend that, because you are going to get a ton out of it in your personal reading time. But I'm going to look through a couple of the comments. Amazing. Take care of yourself. I hope you're not driving now. Thank you so much. You are really an inspiration. Blessings from Israel. Marina is from Israel. God bless you, sister. That's awesome. Thank you, Alex. You have answered. You're an answered prayer and a blessing. Thank you, and stay blessed. I'll be join the Bible in a year. Amen. Amen. I can't wait to see you. Brenda says, maybe have two pastors and take turns and do it again. Maybe. I just figured that it wouldn't be as marketable unless if I just said something ridiculous, like it would just be me going through. So that's kind of the reason why I did it. Heidi, way to go, Pastor Alex. This was amazing. Awesome. You guys are great. You guys are great. How long will this live be, and what times, and is it only every Wednesday? Yes, it's only every Wednesday in regards to the Bible in a year, for when we're going to be answering your questions. So that's when we're going to be doing it. If you missed the live when we do it, we're going to post it in the Bible in a Year playlist titled by weeks. So then if you're like a little bit behind, you can catch up and then listen to the week where we answered questions from week 1's reading. So you're not going to miss anything, but you will if you don't subscribe to the YouTube channel. Go to Bethel's Rock. Go to Bethel's Rock on YouTube. Yep, Zappy on YouTube. And then once you're there, you'll see me. You should see me live on there if you're going there now. Subscribe to that. But then if you want to download the plan, go to BETHELSROCK.org/Bible in a year, and you'll have all you need. You'll have all you need. It'll be each day broken out for you. Okay? I am giving you the Minnesota goodbye. I said goodbye about 47 times, but I'm for real going to sign off. As hard as it was, it did kind of fly by. This was fun. Thank you guys for participating. And God bless, and I hope to see you next week as we take on the Bible together. God bless you guys. Zappy said, how can I find the link? Bethel, I'm going to say it one more time. BETHELSROCK.org/Bible in a year. Or just go to the YouTube and subscribe and you'll see it. BETHELSROCK.org/Bible in a year. Cool. Thanks, guys.